Rent a sexy girlfriend and turn her into a fiancée. In order to avoid embarrassment in front of his college classmates, Liu Yiming decided to rent a girlfriend as a cover. However, he unexpectedly acquired a system that gave cashback for spending money on women. As long as he spent money on beautiful women with a combined attractiveness and skills score of 80 or above, he would receive cashback. From then on, beautiful influencers, charming married women, playful college girls, popular female celebrities, and many more, a variety of stunning women flocked to him. Chapter 1: The Cashback System for Spending on the Opposite Sex. Yiming, how are things going for you now? Want to come work at my company? After all, we were college classmates, and besides, you were someone Sia once liked. If there's anything I can help with, I'll definitely assist. On the other end of the phone, Li Chaoyang sounded like a victorious man. No need, I'm doing fine right now. Really? Li Chaoyang had been waiting for Yiming to say this. He chuckled and said, in that case, the day after tomorrow, Sia and I are heading to Mountain City for a few days. How about it? Old classmates, you wouldn't mind hosting us, would you? Of course, no problem. Good, by the way, you should have a girlfriend by now, right? Don't forget to bring her along. Hearing this, Liu Yiming paused for a moment. Eventually, he agreed. All right. At his age, in his 30s, it was a time when pride mattered most, so even though it was a bit awkward, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Why, you ask? Answer, because that's just how men are. All right, it's settled then. After hanging up the phone, Liu Yiming frowned and sighed. His mood was heavy, and he felt uneasy. Li Chaoyang and he had never quite gotten along in college. The reason? It was simple back then. Yiming had also been madly pursuing Qin Xia. Although Li Chaoyang's family was wealthy, during their college years, wealth alone didn't guarantee popularity. The campus's most influential figures were the real heartthrobs. Yiming, on the other hand, was not only good-looking but also talented in singing and basketball. Compared to Li Chaoyang, even with his family's wealth, he was left in the dust. But once they entered society, things reversed. After graduation, Li Chaoyang used his family's wealth to start a company, doing quite well for himself. He even married Qin Xia, becoming the epitome of a life winner. Meanwhile, Liu Yiming, now in his early 30s, was still struggling to make ends meet. Today, Li Chaoyang somehow found his phone number and made the call, just to show off. The meal expenses for one day weren't a big deal. Although his job wasn't particularly glamorous, after years of hard work, he had saved up a little bit of money. But as for a girlfriend, he certainly didn't have one. Though he had some savings, in the ultra-competitive new first-tier city of Mountain City, it was tough enough just to support himself, let alone keep a girlfriend. While feeling frustrated, Yiming suddenly remembered an app on his phone. Oh right, I can rent a girlfriend on the dating app to deal with this. This app allowed users to hire women to hang out with shopping, eating, watching movies, and doing all sorts of things together. The women on the app were all extremely beautiful, multi-talented, and with a few taps, it was like Tang Seng walking into the kingdom of women. Every choice was a goddess-level beauty. After placing an order, they would act like a real girlfriend, keeping you company and pampering you, but with no crossing the line. As for whether anything beyond that was possible, Liu Yiming wasn't sure. The app wasn't cheap, so even though he downloaded it a while ago, he had never actually placed an order. But today, he gritted his teeth and decided to place an order. Opening the app, Yiming saw that it was filled with beautiful women. As soon as he saw their photos, his previous frustration evaporated. After browsing for a while, one woman named Xie caught his eye. She had a great first impression, fair and beautiful, 26 years old, and relatively suitable. However, looking at the price list, it was 1,000 yuan per day, which made him feel a little pain in his wallet. But to avoid embarrassment in front of Li Chaoyang, Yiming gritted his teeth and rented her for 2 days. He figured he would rent her for an extra day to get to know her more, just to make sure he didn't slip up. After making the payment, he heard a ding sound, and a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to host Liu Yiming for binding the opposite sex cashback system. Rule: as long as their host spends money on someone with an appearance and skill score of 80 or above, they will receive cashback. Note: the source of funds is absolutely safe, so their host can use it with peace of mind. A system. An opposite sex cashback system. This was the kind of absurd thing that only happened in novels, but it was happening to him. At first, Yiming was skeptical, thinking he might be hearing things. But when he received a message from his agricultural bank card, he was convinced. Huaxia Agricultural Bank, on July 1, 2024, at 21:50, your account ending in 0270 received an income of 4,000 yuan. Current balance, 18,749.66 yuan. After confirming in the Agricultural Bank's app, he realized everything was real. He had spent 2,000 yuan, and now it had been refunded with 4,000 yuan. He really had received the system. At the same time, a user interface appeared in front of his retina. Host, Lu Yiming. Cashback level, LV1. Cashback ratio, 1:2. Today's valid cashback amount, 4,000. Spend money on high appearance women to receive cashback. No tasks yet. A system this simple and straightforward was something Yiming really liked. He couldn't wait for their date, tomorrow. The next morning, Lu Yiming woke up early. After a quick wash, he took a cab to the pedestrian street. Soon, he spotted a woman in front of a Starbucks from a distance. She was impossible to ignore. Her outfit exuded feminine charm, a shoulder-bearing dress that highlighted her sexy shoulders and charming collarbones, with a fitted cut that accentuated her perfect figure. Her features were stunning, graceful, and harmonious. So much so that many men passing by couldn't help but glance at her multiple times. Detected a valid consumption target. Would you like to view her information? Sure, take a look. Name, Lin Ya. Age, 26. Height, 165 centimeters. Measurements, 78-64-85. Favorability, 0. Cosmetic adjustments, eyelid surgery, eye corner lift. Appearance score, 81, cashback valid. Almost no woman in this world was completely natural anymore. But Lu Yiming didn't mind, he just cared about the cashback. Approaching Lin Ya, he smiled and said, "Are you Shayar?" Lin Ya looked him up and down. Lin Ya's favorability 10. Reminder, if favorability drops below 50, the host will automatically lose access to the cashback feature with this person. What? It can be like this. Damned. Despite his self-confidence about his looks, after all, he had been the campus heartthrob back in college, and even now, his charm hadn't diminished. He never expected this kind of thing. Lin Ya had only glanced at him and immediately reduced her favorability by 10 points. What was this about? Just as he was feeling confused, Lin Ya smiled sweetly and said softly, "Yes, I'm Xiaya. What should I call you?" Yiming thought for a moment and said, "I'm older than you, so just call me Yiming Ge." "Okay, Yiming Ge." Lin Ya smiled faintly, like a spring breeze, making his heart skip a beat. This is professionalism. Favorability may have dropped, but her professional attitude was top-notch. Chapter 2, Favorability. Still haven't eaten. To make up for the -10 favorability points he had gotten at their first meeting, Lu Yiming decided it was time to take action. "No, I haven't." Lin Ya spoke truthfully. She had been getting ready all morning, putting on makeup and dressing up for this date. No matter how unattractive or poor the customer might be, as a professional escort, she still upheld her professional standards. In fact, Lin Ya had a preference for the older, wealthier men, especially those with big bellies and large ears. They were always generous with money and would reward her handsomely after spending the day with her. As for someone like Lu Yiming, though handsome, he was clearly broke. Otherwise, why would he wear such cheap clothes and still go out for a date? If he couldn't even buy decent clothes, what kind of man was he? For men like him, there was nothing much to gain aside from the commission. So, she had no favorable feelings toward him. Good looks can't buy food, and they certainly can't swipe a credit card. Let's go. When I was walking over here, I saw a nice Western restaurant nearby. How about we eat there? Lu Yiming said, and Lin Ya hesitated for a moment. Western food? Would someone like him, dressed in cheap clothes, really afford a Western meal? Was he pretending to be rich? But, as an escort, all consumption was on the customer, so Lin Ya naturally didn't refuse. After all, it wasn't her money. Her professionalism was impeccable, and she acted as though they were a real couple, chatting and laughing as they walked. They soon arrived at a restaurant named Lunber Western Restaurant. "Welcome to Lunber Western Restaurant. Please follow me." A beautiful waitress in black stockings led them to a private booth. After receiving the menu, Lu Yiming smiled and asked Lin Ya, "What would you like to eat?" "I'm fine with anything." Lin Ya smiled, but in her heart, she sneered at the thought. If he could afford foie gras, New Zealand abalone, and Australian wagyu beef, she might be willing to eat there, but would he really order those expensive dishes? Besides, she wasn't sure she should order them either. What if he couldn't pay and ended up embarrassing her? But Lu Yiming didn't waste time. He glanced at the menu and ordered the most expensive items. Foie gras, New Zealand abalone, Australian wagyu beef, everything she had mentioned, he ordered. As for wine, he didn't order any. One reason was that Lin Ya didn't drink, and the other was that it was too expensive. There were cheaper wines, but after ordering such costly dishes, adding expensive wine would feel a bit out of place, so he simply didn't order any. Lu Yiming thoroughly enjoyed the meal. He had never dared to think about eating in such a high-end restaurant before. On the other hand, Lin Ya was anxious throughout the meal, worried that Lu Yiming wouldn't be able to pay. She was afraid that he would embarrass her, making her lose face. After about half an hour, Lu Yiming gently placed his payment on the counter. With two black-stockinged waitresses smiling at him, he walked out of the restaurant. At that moment, Lin Ya finally believed that Lu Yiming really had paid. Her mood lightened. Lin Ya favorability +10. Reminder, you can receive rewards when favorability reaches a certain level. The favorability had increased quickly. She had only spent 8,260 yuan, yet her attitude had turned around immediately. Typical gold digger. Huaxia Agricultural Bank. On July 2, 2024, at 9:30, your account ending in 0270 received 16,520 yuan. Your balance is 27,099.66 yuan. Lu Yiming glanced at the bank message, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Gold digger. Let us see how I'll use money to charm you today. Let us go, we're going shopping. When Lu Yiming and Lin Ya came out of a Dior lipstick store, Lin Ya, holding an entire set of fiery red lipsticks, beamed with a satisfied smile. Yiming, you're so good to me. Lin Ya pouted, her lips curling up as her eyes sparkled. When they left the restaurant, she had just stopped disliking him. But now, she had started to like him, especially the way he paid the bill. She couldn't help but think that he was quite handsome. Lin Ya started to wonder if Lu Yiming liked her. That was why he had taken her to such an upscale place for breakfast and had bought her expensive lipsticks. She was confident in her looks and figure. Maybe he really was attracted to her beauty. Lost in her own thoughts, Lin Ya was brought by Lu Yiming to a Chanel boutique. He smiled and said, "Xia, let us go inside. When I was shopping earlier, I saw a woman carrying a small Chanel bag. It looked amazing, but I think it would look even better on you. You're so beautiful that this bag would really show off your charm." Lu Yiming, now with just a little over 30,000 yuan on him, dared not be too extravagant. So he gave the initiative to Lin Ya, making it seem like he had just noticed the bag. Lin Ya didn't know what Lu Yiming was thinking, but when she heard his words, her heart swelled with emotion. She was more convinced now that Lu Yiming liked her. Her favorability toward him shot up immediately. "Yiming, you've spent too much. One bag would have been enough." Lin Ya looked at the two Chanel bags in her hands, her face showing a hint of embarrassment, but her heart was bursting with happiness. Lu Yiming smiled nonchalantly and said, "You can't always carry just one bag, can you? It's better to change them up now and then. If I wasn't worried about you thinking I'm crazy, I would buy every single Chanel bag here for you. Then I'd instantly become a millionaire." Lin Ya favorability +10. Lin Ya's favorability had risen by 50, but the system rewards hadn't come yet. It seemed like he wasn't spending enough money to make it work. "Let us go, Xia. I'll take you to other places." "Okay, Yiming." Lin Ya smiled joyfully, and the favorability increased by another 10 points. By the end of the day, Lu Yiming had bought Lin Ya everything from clothes to jewelry, makeup, shoes, and even a new phone. At the end, Lin Ya started to feel guilty. No matter how much Lu Yiming tried to persuade her, she refused to buy anything else. 200,000 yuan. That was no small sum. Even the older, wealthier men weren't this generous. They had just met, and they weren't getting married. This was just a rental arrangement. No matter how gold-digging she was, Lin Yue was starting to feel uneasy. If he liked her, surely this level of extravagance wasn't necessary, right? There were many stories online of women being lured into dangerous situations by men using similar tactics, only to be deceived and sold without realizing it. Yiming, this is enough. Lin Yue's voice quivered slightly, and her eyes were filled with caution and unease. Lu Yiming noticed her anxiety and quickly spoke. Lin Yue, don't worry. Actually, I need a favor from you. Chapter 3, System Rewards. It couldn't be that his mother was in Myanmar and wanted to meet her daughter-in-law, so he had to pretend to be her, right? Lin Yue instinctively took a step back. You go ahead, she said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming didn't waste time and quickly explained the situation. Tomorrow, a college classmate of mine is bringing his wife to Mountain City for a visit, and his wife happens to be my ex-girlfriend from college. Lin Yue's anxious heart slowly relaxed as she listened to his explanation. So, you want me to pretend to be your girlfriend tomorrow? Yes. Lu Yiming nodded. Lin Yue looked him up and down again, somewhat puzzled. Yiming, you're handsome and rich. You couldn't possibly be without a girlfriend, right? Suddenly, Lin Yue paused, a knowing expression crossing her face. Oh. I get it. You're worried your girlfriend might get jealous, right? Lu Yiming didn't bother to explain further. So, I'll need your help tomorrow. Lin Yue flashed a sweet smile. No problem, Yiming. Tomorrow, I'll make sure you look good in front of your ex-girlfriend and make that scheming guy jealous. All right, thanks, Lu Yiming said with a smile. Let us go, it's getting late, let us do some more shopping. Lin Yue, however, shook her head gently. No need, Yiming. You've already bought me so many things today. My feet are starting to hurt. Why don't we find a place to rest? For someone like Lu Yiming, a rich young man, Lin Yue wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. Apart from her looks and figure, she was skilled in her line of work. She planned to conquer Lu Yiming in bed, and even if she couldn't secure a long-term relationship, at least she could spend a few more days with him. Seeing Lin Yue's shy demeanor, Lu Yiming immediately understood her hidden intentions. 200,000 yuan. It was about time to collect some interest on this investment. Lu Yiming wasn't some naive boy. Why not take advantage of a good deal? All right then, he said as he extended his hand toward her. Your feet hurt, let me carry your things. Thanks. Lin Yue replied. Lin Yue's favorability plus 10. Ding. Lin Yue's favorability has reached 80, and the system will reward the host with a Hongqi HS7. Friendly reminder, the car's purchase contract is complete and fully legitimate. The car is parked 150 meters ahead in an open-air parking lot, and the keys are in your right pocket. Once the system's prompt finished, Lu Yiming instinctively checked his right pocket and indeed found a hard object. He grinned. I like this reward. Wait here, I'll go get the car. Okay. Lin Yue was perfectly obedient to his words. When they arrived at the open-air parking lot, Lu Yiming, feeling excited, pulled out the car keys. He pressed the button. Beep, beep. Following the sound, a brand new black Hongqi HS7 stood there like a dark knight, its imposing presence capturing attention. Nice, the Hongqi really has a strong aura. Lu Yiming was thrilled with the car. Soon, Lu Yiming drove Lin Yue to the Marriott Hotel and booked a presidential suite under her name. Of course, the payment was made by him. Unfortunately, without doing so, the system wouldn't reward him. A night of passion. The next morning, Lu Yiming was woken by a phone call from Li Chaoyang. Hello, Lu Yiming, Sia and I are at the Mountain City Monument, where are you? Li Chaoyang's voice carried a hint of pride, especially emphasizing the word Sia. Lu Yiming didn't care and casually responded, got it, you guys wait there, I'll be there soon. I'll send you the location. Don't forget to bring your girlfriend too. After hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Lu Yiming looked at Lin Yue, who was still fast asleep beside him, and calmly replied, okay, I know. He hung up the phone and gently patted Lin Yue's exposed shoulder. Lin Yue, wake up. Millimeter. Lin Yue softly groaned and snuggled deeper into Lu Yiming's arms, showing no sign of wanting to wake up. Remembering last night's wildness, Lu Yiming couldn't help but smile. What a little tease she is. The Mountain City Monument was not only a historical and cultural landmark but also represented the city's branding and image. It was a source of pride for the locals and a must-visit spot for tourists. Therefore, the area was always bustling with crowds from morning till night. At a breakfast shop crowded with people, Li Chaoyang, wearing a large gold watch, sat by the window, his legs crossed, with a subtle look of mockery on his face. Lu Yiming must be too embarrassed to come, huh? It's been so long, why hasn't he shown up? He sipped some soy milk and looked at the woman sitting across from him, a sarcastic smile playing on his lips. Qin Xia, sitting across from him, didn't smile at all. She quietly put down her spoon and gazed directly at Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang, do you find this amusing? Li Chaoyang put down his cup, his smile fading. What's so amusing? You're already feeling sorry for him before even seeing him? Xia, it's been years since we graduated, but you still think about him, don't you? Qin Xia took a deep breath, trying to keep her tone calm. I don't, I just think that what happened between us and him should stay in the past. There's no need to bring it up anymore. Li Chaoyang sneered, clearly not believing her. Oh really? Then why do you react so strongly every time his name comes up? Qin Xia fell silent for a moment before speaking. Lu Yiming and I are in the past. I'm your wife now, and I just want us to live a good life. If you want to live a good life with me, you'll have to listen to me, Li Chaoyang said with a cold expression. I went through a lot to get in touch with him and I know his life isn't going well. I want to show him how much better I'm doing now. That will make me feel better about how I felt back then. Qin Xia remained silent, her expression distant. Seeing her silence, Li Chaoyang spoke again. I didn't invite our other classmates to see his current pathetic state, so you'd better cooperate with me. Otherwise, when we get back, I'll make sure your brother gets kicked out of my factory. Once Li Chaoyang brought up her brother, Qin Xia became even quieter. Not long after, Lu Yiming and Lin Yue arrived at the breakfast shop. Lu Yiming called out to them, Chaoyang, Xia. At the sound of his voice, both Li Chaoyang and Qin Xia looked up. When they saw Lu Yiming, both of their expressions froze for a moment. Chapter 4, Old Classmates and Ex-Girlfriends. The present-day Lu Yiming, dressed in designer brands, exuded an extraordinary air. He didn't seem like someone who was struggling in life. Wasn't it said that Lu Yiming was doing poorly? Li Chaoyang muttered under his breath, yet his gaze couldn't help but wander towards Lin Yue, who was walking next to Lu Yiming. She was young and beautiful, clinging to Lu Yiming's arm, her face full of happiness. This made him seethe with jealousy, wondering why all the women Lu Yiming found were so stunning. On the other hand, Qin Xia's eyes darted between Lu Yiming and Lin Yue, a mix of emotions welling up inside her. Was it envy for Lin Yue, or resentment towards Lu Yiming? Perhaps it was a bit of both. She wasn't sure herself. But what she did know was that her heart was in turmoil, reflecting on the past with Lu Yiming, the sweet, innocent times that had now become memories. Before she knew it, a thin layer of gloom had settled over her heart. Seeing the subtle sadness in Qin Xia's expression, Li Chaoyang felt a twinge of sympathy, but still forced a smile. He stood up, grabbed Lu Yiming's hand, and plastered a fake smile across his face. Lu Yiming, where have you been? Xiu and I were starting to get a bit impatient waiting for you. His words carried a hint of provocation, a way to flaunt his success. Didn't he expect this, huh? In the end, Xiu became my woman. Lu Yiming simply laughed indifferently. I got delayed for a bit. On their way here, Lin Yue had dragged him into a men's clothing store and spent quite a while picking out a new outfit for him. She said something like, people rely on clothes, and horses depend on saddles. You're too handsome to not have the right clothes. So he was a little late. Lu Yiming initially wanted to pay for it himself, but Lin Yue beat him to it. He understood her intentions. She wanted to leave a good impression and make sure he remembered her. He didn't mind, especially since he had already spent over 200,000 on her, while her spending a couple thousand was no big deal. Ding! Effective consumer identified. Would the host like to check the details? Lu Yiming knew exactly who the system was referring to. Qin Xiu, his ex-girlfriend, who wasn't the campus beauty back then but was still pretty enough to be the class flower. Now, as a married woman, she had a unique charm, making her even more attractive than before. Let us take a look. Though Lu Yiming knew everything about Qin Xiu, he still couldn't help but take another look. Name, Qin Xiu. Age, 30. Height, 164 centimeters. Measurements, 80-65-88. Favorability, 30. Natural beauty, overall attractiveness, 81, cashback available for purchases. Seeing the 30 favorability rating, Lu Yiming was slightly taken aback. Did Qin Siyu still have feelings for him? The reason they broke up all those years ago wasn't because she was materialistic. After college, they went to different cities, and over time, their contact dwindled. Eventually, they both just accepted the breakup. By the time he heard about her again, she was married to Li Chaoyang. Li Chaoyang chuckled. I don't care, you two are going to cover the costs for me and my wife. Lu Yiming, returning his gaze, nodded. All right, I'll pick up the tab for both of you today. As long as the spending can get me cash back, they can buy whatever they want. That's more like it. Li Chaoyang said, grinning with self-satisfaction. His eyes, however, flickered with disdain. Let us see how well you're really doing, we'll find out in a moment. He turned his gaze toward Lin Ya. I suppose this beautiful lady is your girlfriend? Li Chaoyang asked casually, though inside he was already planning how to flaunt his success. Before Lu Yiming could respond, Lin Ya smiled and nodded. My name is Lin Ya, and I'm Yiming's girlfriend. Her voice was soft, sweet, and pleasant to the ears. Li Chaoyang's jealousy flared up. He cleared his throat and proudly flashed the large gold watch on his wrist. I'm Li Chaoyang, a college classmate of Lu Yiming. I've started a construction company in South Sichuan, and the business is doing pretty well. If you two are free, come visit us sometime. I'll host you and make sure you have a great time. Lu Yiming chuckled inwardly. He knew Li Chaoyang's personality, always wanting to show off to others. Sure. Lin Ya smiled lightly. On their way here, Yiming mentioned that it's rare for you and Siyu to visit, so we'll make sure you two have a great time. Just relax and enjoy yourselves. She said this on Lu Yiming's instruction. Really? That's great. Li Chaoyang turned to Qin Siyu, hugging her with a broad smile. Qin Siyu looked uncomfortable as he held her tightly. She tried to break free but found it impossible, so she resigned herself to his grip. Li Chaoyang squeezed her tighter, his smile still smug. Honey, look how thoughtful Lu Yiming is. Don't you want to thank him? Qin Siyu felt even more embarrassed by his snide tone. She glanced at Lu Yiming and mumbled, thank you. Lu Yiming smiled softly. No need to thank me. We're all classmates. It's only natural that I arrange things for you. Lin Ya sensed the awkward atmosphere and, clutching Lu Yiming's arm, turned to Li Chaoyang. Have you finished breakfast? If so, let us go. Yes, we're done, Li Chaoyang grinned at Lu Yiming. Where are you taking us to play today? Lu Yiming responded with a smile. Where would you like to go? Without hesitation, Li Chaoyang answered, Siyu and I were talking on the way here, and we decided to visit the Starlight Plaza. Would that be all right with you? Starlight Plaza, right? No problem. Lu Yiming didn't mind, but Lin Ya, hearing that they were going there, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The Starlight Plaza was known as the most expensive mall in the city, a 5-star shopping center housing nearly 100 global luxury brands. Going there made it clear what Li Chaoyang had in mind. Chapter 5 Li Chaoyang with ill intentions. By the way, Lu Yiming, what are you doing now? On their way to Xingguang Plaza, Li Chaoyang, who was sitting in the back seat, couldn't help asking Lu Yiming who was driving. He really couldn't figure it out. Cao Fangfang had clearly heard that Lu Yiming was not doing well in the mountain city and was working as a temporary worker everywhere. How could he drive this red flag car worth 250,000 or 60,000 yuan? Is he being kept by Lin Ya? After all, the other party was wearing a lot of famous brands, so it was hard not to let others think that way. I didn't do anything. I just made some investments with my friends. You want to trick me? How could that be possible? Oh, investing. Li Chaoyang was slightly stunned, and then continued to ask, then you should have made a lot of money, right? It's okay, enough to spend. After hearing what Lu Yiming said, Li Chaoyang snorted in his heart. Damn. Enough to spend. You installed it in front of me, right? I'll see if you can afford it later. At this moment, Lu Yiming saw Qin Xia sitting on the other side of the back seat through the rearview mirror. She was looking at him quietly, with a complex light flashing in her eyes. When his eyes met hers, her expression seemed a little flustered, and she quickly turned her head and looked out the window. Lu Yiming's heart moved, but he didn't say much. He continued to drive the car and slowly drove towards the direction of Starlight Plaza. Soon, Lu Yiming drove the car and arrived at Starlight Plaza. After Lu Yiming parked the car, Lin Yue took Qin Xia's hand with a smile on her face, and acted like the boss. Smiling, she said to her, "Sister Xia, there are food courts, casinos, aquariums and other places to eat and have fun in this Starlight Plaza. Where do you want to go first?" As soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, before Qin Xia could answer, Li Chaoyang took the lead and said, "Xia, haven't you always wanted to buy an LV bag? Why don't you go to the department store first?" Hearing Li Chaoyang's words, Qin Xia's brows obviously frowned. Seeing that Qin Xia was a little embarrassed, Lu Yiming said indifferently, "Then let's go to the department store first." Lu Yiming was very happy with Li Chaoyang's proposal. He got more than 200,000 yuan back yesterday, and the land was his capital. And for him, as long as he can spend effectively, the more he spends, the more money he will get back. Will he be afraid? Seeing Lu Yiming agreed, Li Chaoyang was very proud. Lin Yue was a little unhappy with Lu Yiming. It was obvious that Li Chaoyang wanted to rip him off. But seeing that Lu Yiming himself had no objection, she didn't say much. Only Qin Xia looked a little embarrassed. Soon, Lu Yiming and his four companions came to the LV store on the second floor. "Welcome to LV, may I ask if you gentlemen and ladies have any favorite styles? I can introduce them to you in detail." In the store, a gentle and elegant clerk came forward with a smile, and her eyes revealed respect and enthusiasm for every customer. Li Chaoyang stood in the luxurious boutique, put his arm around Qin Xia, and waved to the clerk with a local tyrant look, "My wife wants to buy a bag. Do you have any good recommendations?" His eyes were full of pride, as if the whole world was under his control. "Madam, do you have a favorite style, or what price range do you want to buy?" the clerk asked Qin Xia politely. Qin Xia glanced at Lu Yiming, then broke free from Li Chaoyang's arm and said to the clerk, "I'll take a look myself first." The clerk smiled and nodded, "Okay, Seeing Qin Xia walk to the general area, Lu Yiming smiled faintly, and then said to Lin Yue, "Xiao Yue, you should go and have a look too, to see if there is anything you like." "I'll go and see too." Lin Yue looked at Lu Yiming with surprise. She bought more than 200,000 yesterday, and today she thought she was just here to accompany her shopping. I didn't expect him to let her buy. This Lu Yiming is really different, he is so approachable. He doesn't really want to pursue me, does he? Thinking of this, Lin Yue's cheeks began to blush unconsciously. "Go ahead." Lu Yiming raised his head in the direction of Qin Xia, and Lin Yue understood instantly. "Yeah." After Lin Yue left, Li Chaoyang came to Lu Yiming with a smile on his face, pretending to be embarrassed and said, "Yiming, I'm really sorry to let you spend money." "It's okay." Lu Yiming smiled, "I didn't know when you two got married, so this time it's my belated gift." Har har. Li Chaoyang laughed hypocritically, "How can I be embarrassed?" Then the two chatted about some family matters casually, but the conversation between the two was like an actor who was going through the motions and reciting the lines that had been memoized long ago, and every sentence was full of courtesy and alienation. Li Chaoyang always wanted to get something out of Lu Yiming's mouth. But every time he was cleverly evaded by Lu Yiming, making Li Chaoyang's heart feel like being gently scratched by a cat's claw, itchy but untouchable. Just when Li Chaoyang was about to ask something, Lin Yue's voice rang out sweetly. "Brother Yiming, does this look good?" She was seen holding a Daphne bag in front of Qin Xia and gesturing. "Yeah, it looks good." Lu Yiming then said to the clerk, "This is the bag of this style. Please help me get two." When this was said, except for Lin Yue, Li Chaoyang and Qin Xia were both stunned. Especially Li Chaoyang. "Buy it now? A bag worth 50,000 yuan, buy it just like that. And buy two at once. This is really rich." "Okay, sir." The clerk was very normal. After all, most of the people who came here were rich. Let alone two, she had seen people buying 17 or 18 at once. Qin Xia saw that Lu Yiming was going to buy it without saying anything, and her expression obviously moved, and a strange look flashed in her eyes. "Here." Lu Yiming, who had paid the bill, handed one of the LV bags to Qin Xia. Thank you. Qin Xia took the bag and didn't dare to look at him. "You're welcome." Lu Yiming chuckled and handed another LV bag to Lin Yue. "Thank you, brother Yiming, you're so nice." After that, Lin Yue kissed Lu Yiming hard on the face with a happy face. Qin Xia, who was standing by, saw this and her eyes were full of disappointment. Originally, this was my happy moment. After leaving the LV store, Lu Yiming took Li Chaoyang and the others to other luxury stores and bought some clothes and cosmetics for Qin Xia and Lin Yue. After shopping for most of the day, Li Chaoyang's heart was shrouded in an indescribable depression. Originally, he was full of confidence and thought that he would definitely make Lu Yiming lose face after coming from afar this time. However, the facts gave him a blow. Lu Yiming's calmness and his nonchalant attitude when paying the bill without even asking about the price made Li Chaoyang feel mixed emotions. This is not an act, after all, it requires real money to buy. How can he pretend without money? Cao Fanfan, you really hurt people. Li Chaoyang muttered in his heart, and began to hate her. I'm going to the toilet. During the break, Lu Yiming greeted Li Chaoyang and the others and walked towards the toilet. Qin Xia looked at Lu Yiming's back as he left, and a hint of madness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 6 Don't Talk, Kiss Me. After Lu Yiming came out of the toilet, he was about to wash his hands in the public area, but he never thought that Qin Xia was standing by the sink, looking at him quietly. Xia, why are you here? Looking at his former lover, Lu Yiming was slightly surprised. Although they had been walking around for most of the day, he and Qin Xia had said very little. Especially the other party, it seemed that she didn't say anything except thank you. Qin Xia didn't answer immediately, but just looked at him indifferently. Her eyes were like deep lake water, which made Lu Yiming fall into it involuntarily. He recalled the days he spent with Qin Xia, the sweetness, laughter, quarrels and tears, all replayed in his mind like a movie. Why did you suddenly lose contact? Qin Xia's voice broke the silence, with a hint of questioning and confusion in her tone. Lu Yiming was speechless for a moment, and after a long silence, he slowly spoke. At that time, I could barely support myself, and I was afraid that you would suffer, so I didn't want to delay you. After hearing this, Qin Xia's eyes flashed with a complicated feeling. How long do you want to lie to me? I know everything. It was my mother who found you and forced you to break up with me, right? Lu Yiming was shocked when he heard this. How did you know? My brother accidentally let it slip. Lu Yiming stopped talking. In fact, after all, it was because he had no money. Seeing Lu Yiming was silent, Qin Xia asked again, do you still like me? Her voice was filled with expectation and nervousness. Lu Yiming looked into Qin Xia's eyes, and a strong emotion surged in his heart. He took a deep breath, and then answered without hesitation, I like you. Qin Xia's eyes flashed with surprise and emotion after hearing this. If she had been braver, had not listened to her parents, and had not chosen to help her brother, perhaps the person standing next to Lu Yiming now would not be Lin Yue, but still herself, right? Looking at Lu Yiming in front of her, the long-lost figure seemed to have traveled through 5 years of time, and once again stirred ripples in her heart. 5 years of longing, like a flood and a beast, could no longer be suppressed at this moment, and she wanted to release it all at this moment. She no longer hesitated and walked towards Lu Yiming. She put her hands around the back of Lu Yiming's head, stood on tiptoes, and her lips were fiercely imprinted on the other's mouth. Lu Yiming was shocked by this sudden tenderness. He felt the softness of Qin Xia's lips, and an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Qin Xia's lips were really soft, and there was a hint of sweetness. However, reason quickly brought him back to reality. He realized that this was not a place where they could release their emotions at will. Li Chaoyang was still here. If he was touched, not only would he be embarrassed, but Qin Xia would also be implicated. He tried to push her away, but his voice became weak. Xia, we can't do this. Lu Yiming spoke with difficulty, trying to stop this out-of-control emotion. But Qin Xia seemed to be unable to listen to any advice. Her voice was filled with a hint of pleading, don't talk, kiss me. She hugged Lu Yiming tightly with both hands, as if to integrate him into her body. At this moment, Lu Yiming could no longer control his emotions. His kiss became more fierce, sweeping over like a storm. Qin Xia was also overwhelmed by this strong kiss. She responded to every kiss, as if to pour all her thoughts into it. The two of them walked involuntarily towards the women's bathroom on the side. Fortunately, no one came here at this time, otherwise they would not dare to kiss so wantonly. In the bathroom, they seemed to be in a world with only each other, and all the troubles and worries were thrown away. At this time, in a rest area on the 3rd floor, Li Chaoyang was like a victorious general, proudly showing off his glory to Lin Yue. And Lu Yiming, who came from his mouth, seemed to have become the always unlucky supporting role in college, with a lot of interesting things that made people laugh. Lin Ya's laughter was as pleasant as a spring, and her eyes were shining with surprise and joy. Li Kaoyang's face was full of pride, as if their whole world was at his feet. Oh, right. Li Chaoyang suddenly came back to his senses, looking at the empty seat, frowning. It seems that Lu Yiming has been gone for a while, right? He couldn't help but complain, why does Lu Yiming take so long to go to the toilet? However, after seeing that Qin Xia was also gone, Li Chaoyang paused and looked around, but she was nowhere to be seen. Qin Xia, Qin Xia. Li Kaoyang's loud shout attracted the attention of many people. Lin Ya frowned slightly when she saw this, and then reminded softly, do you want to call her? Oh, yes, yes. Li Chaoyang woke up as if from a dream, and quickly picked up the phone to dial Qin Xia's number. However, only a cold mechanical sound came from the other end of the phone, beep beep. It rang for a long time, but no one answered. An ominous premonition came to his mind, and Li Kaoyang's face suddenly darkened. He immediately dialed Lu Yiming's number, but the result was the same, and there was only a beep in response from the other end of the phone. A bad premonition struck Li Kaoyang's heart. He had a gloomy face and walked quickly towards the bathroom without saying a word. Lin Ya saw this and did not dare to hesitate and followed him immediately. Soon Li Chaoyang came to the bathroom area. Without any nonsense, he went straight to the men's bathroom. He carefully checked every cubicle, but did not see Lu Yiming. He walked out of the men's bathroom and his eyes fell on the door of the women's bathroom. A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. I'll go and see. Lin Ya offered. Li Chaoyang glanced at her, and then said against his will, okay, help me see if Sai Ya is in there. She didn't answer the phone. I'm a little worried about her. Li Chaoyang was actually relieved that Lin Ya went in to check because she was Lu Yiming's girlfriend. If she was also in there, Lin Ya would definitely cry. Then he would go in and beat up the adulterous couple. Two people who have an old relationship, disappear together, and don't answer the phone. Isn't this doing something sneaky and shameful? What else can they do? Lin Ya walked into the women's bathroom, and soon came out with Qin Xia. Li Chaoyang nervously observed the expressions of the two people, only to see Qin Xia's face was a little ruddy, while Lin Ya's face was calm. You went to the bathroom, why didn't you answer the phone? Li Chaoyang asked Qin Xia. Qin Xia replied lightly, it's a bit inconvenient. Oh. Although Li Chaoyang still had doubts in his heart, he didn't say much. He turned to ask about Lu Yiming's whereabouts. Have you seen Lu Yiming? Qin Xia's expression changed slightly, but soon returned to calm. No. Really? Li Chaoyang frowned. Then where did Lu Yiming go? His doubts were not eliminated. Looking at Li Chaoyang with a frown on his face, Lin Ya chuckled and said, Yiming called me just now and said he was smoking downstairs. Chapter 7. This time, we really have to say goodbye. Really? Hearing Lin Ya's words, Li Kaoyang's hanging heart finally let go. Then let's go down to find Lu Yiming. Li Chaoyang turned around and prepared to walk to the stairs. Okay. Lin Ya followed closely behind, and when the two were about to go downstairs, Qin Xia suddenly spoke. Chaoyang, let's go back to Bashu. Her voice was full of unquestionable firmness. Li Chaoyang paused and looked back at Qin Xia, his eyes full of confusion. Go back to Bashu? How long have we been here, why do we have to go back? Qin Xia stared straight at Li Chaoyang. You know better than me what your purpose is in coming here. Since there is no effect you want, what's the point of staying here? Li Chaoyang was speechless by Qin Xia's words. He did come here to make things difficult for Lu Yiming, but he didn't expect that he would be the one to be blocked in the end. Seeing Li Chaoyang standing there in a daze, unable to say a word for a long time, Qin Xia continued to speak, but with a hint of pleading in her tone. Chaoyang, shall we go back? Li Chaoyang was silent for a moment after hearing this, and finally nodded. Okay, let's go back to Bashu. When Li Chaoyang and the other two had just walked out of the department store, Lu Yiming came over from not far away. He walked up, briefly met Qin Xia's eyes, and then quickly moved away. Just when Lu Yiming was about to say something, Li Chaoyang spoke to him first. Yiming is really a little embarrassed. My factory just called and there are some urgent matters that I need to go back to deal with, so Xia and I are going back. Are you going back? Lu Yiming was stunned, and then his eyes fell on Chin Sia. He knew that this must be the other party's decision. Chin Sia nodded gently, without saying much. Her eyes were full of reluctance, but more of it was determination. Okay. Lu Yiming took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calm, because he couldn't find the right words to keep them. Then I'll take you to their high-speed rail station. The two came quite suddenly, and left quite suddenly. After seeing Chin Sia and Li Chaoyang off, Lu Yiming felt empty in his heart. Thinking back to the brief and tender, gentle and crazy time in the bathroom, it seemed to tell him that their feelings for each other had never changed. But between them, they were no longer just two people, but two families with responsibilities and obligations. Some things are destined to become only beautiful memories, and can only be hidden deep in the heart, becoming regrets that cannot be helped. He took out his mobile phone and wanted to say something to Chin Sia, but he never thought that the other party's message would pop up first. Yiming, I'm leaving. I saw you again after 5 years. I thought I had given up my love for you. But until the moment I saw you, I found that I couldn't do it. My heart still beats for you. I still like you and love you. Just think of what happened just now as the interest I collected from you in the past 5 years. Don't take it to heart. From now on, we will go our separate ways and not interfere with each other. I will try my best to forget you, and you should also erase me from your memory. I will delete all contact information and let the past go with the wind. Goodbye, Yiming, this time, I really have to say goodbye. I hope you and I are well, and we will never see each other again. Seeing this farewell message, Lu Yiming's heart was as painful as a knife. He tried to send a message, but the huge red exclamation mark cut off the connection between them like a big knife. I'm afraid I will never see each other again this time. Looking at Lu Yiming, who was holding his phone with empty eyes and in a daze, Lin Yue felt inexplicably distressed. Although she knew that their tenant relationship would not have a future. But after more than a day of getting along, she was fascinated by his approachable manner and fell into it unconsciously. Brother Yiming, let's go, I'll treat you to a big meal. Lu Yiming was immersed in loss, when suddenly, Lin Yue's voice and the faint smile on his face, like a spring breeze, dispelled the haze in his heart and brought him a ray of bright and good mood. Seeing this, Lu Yiming smiled unconsciously, okay. After the two of them had a little food at their high-speed rail station, Lu Yiming drove and sent Lin Yue to an ordinary community. This is Lin Yue's residence. After taking out the large and small bags of things that Lu Yiming bought for her from the trunk, Lin Yue spoke to Lu Yiming with some embarrassment. Brother Yiming, there is still some time. Do you want to go to my place and sit down and have a drink of water? Lu Yiming smiled and shook his head when he heard this. No, I have something to do later. Lu Yiming naturally knew what would happen after he went up, but today, after experiencing Chin Sia's incident, he was really in no mood. After hearing Lu Yiming's words, a trace of loss flashed across Lin Yue's face. Brother Yiming, will we meet again in the future? Lin Yue asked reluctantly again. Lu Yiming said, of course, I will come to you as long as I have time. Really? Lin Yue was happy. Yeah. Lu Yiming nodded, go up quickly. Oh. Under Lu Yiming's gaze, Lin Yue finally walked into the community, looking back every few steps. After Lin Yue left, Lu Yiming also drove towards his rental house. Lin Yue, who was carrying a lot of bags, had just returned to her rental house when a young woman came up to her in surprise. Seeing Lin Yue carrying a bag full of luxury goods, she exclaimed, damn, Dior, Chanel, LV are all luxury goods. Lin Yue, did you win the lottery? Lin Yue was very satisfied with her bestie's shocked reaction. No. Lin Yue smiled and placed all the luxury goods in her hands on the sofa in the living room. Her bestie's eyes lit up when she saw it, and she wanted to hug each one and kiss it. Oh, don't keep me in suspense, tell me. Looking at her bestie's impatient expression, Lin Yue cleared her throat. Oh, why is my throat so dry all of a sudden? The water is here. As soon as Lin Yue finished speaking, her bestie offered the water that had been poured in her hands. Ouch, why is my arm a little sore? Pinch it. My leg. Beat it. My. Lin Yue, don't go too far, I'll tickle you. Looking at her friend's hands, Lin Yue stopped making things difficult in fear. Then she told him everything about Lu Yiming. Oh my. After hearing this, her friend said in disbelief, are there really such handsome, rich and stupid creatures in the world? Why can't I meet them? Hearing her friends say that Lu Yiming is stupid, Lin Yue immediately retorted, "He's not stupid. Oh, it's only been a little over a day, and you're already protecting him." The friend smacked her lips at Lin Yue and said, "Lin Yue, you're in trouble, you've fallen in love." The friend's words made Lin Yue stunned. I, Lin Yue, fell in love? Thinking of this, Lu Yiming's handsome face involuntarily appeared in her mind. Chapter 8 Cao Fangfang's appointment. Lu Yiming, who was still on the road, received a text message from Lin Yue. "Brother Yiming, I'm home, are you there?" Lu Yiming took a look and replied, "Not yet, I'm driving." Within 3 seconds, Lin Yue's message came again. "Well, then brother Yiming, you should concentrate on driving." Lu Yiming just glanced at it this time and ignored it. There was no choice before, but now it's good. With the system, he has more opportunities to choose. So he has to plan well and be a master of time management. Make good use of the cashback function to become bigger and stronger and create brilliance. Not long after, Lu Yiming drove the Hongqi HS7 into an alley. Although this place is a bit shabby, the rent is cheap, and the landlord is a beautiful young woman with a charming appearance. Although she rarely appears here, as long as he can live here, there is a chance to meet her. Back to his rental house, Lu Yiming called up the system interface. Host, Lu Yiming. Cashback level, LV1. Cashback ratio, 1:2. Today's effective cashback amount, 384,279. I have spent 500,000 or 600,000 in the past 2 days, why is the cashback level still only 1 level? Although Lu Yiming was a little confused, he really didn't know how much cashback he had to spend to upgrade to this level, or under what specific circumstances. Because the system didn't explain it, he had to figure it out by himself. After retracting the system interface, Lu Yiming just took out his mobile phone and was about to go to the dating app again when Cao Fangfang called. Looking at Cao Fangfang's caller ID, Lu Yiming frowned slightly. As for his phone number, where did Li Chaoyarn get it? It must have something to do with Cao Fangfang. Hello. After the phone rang a few times, Lu Yiming finally answered the phone. Hello, what are you doing, old classmate? Cao Fangfang's coquettish voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm delivering food. What's the matter? Last time when Lu Yiming was delivering food, he happened to receive an order from Cao Fangfang, and his phone number was also known by her at that time. Really? Are you free tonight, old classmate? Let's get together. No time. Lu Yiming refused without thinking. As soon as Li Chaoyarn left, Cao Fangfang took the initiative to contact him. I guess Li Chaoyarn also told him about his own affairs. The reason why Lu Yiming didn't go was that Cao Fangfang was very snobbish. She would stick to anyone who was good or rich like a dog's skin plaster. Secondly, she is not that pretty. If she goes, it would be a waste of money. However, Cao Fangfang was not frustrated by Lu Yiming's refusal. Don't worry, old classmate. I'll introduce you to some pretty girls. When he heard that there were pretty girls, Lu Yiming, who originally didn't want to pay attention to Cao Fangfang, raised his eyebrows slightly. Thinking that he was free anyway, he might as well go and have a look. Maybe he could get some cash back. Is she as pretty as you? If she's not, I won't go. Of course she's prettier than me. Cao Fangfang laughed and added, she's prettier than Qin Xia. When he thought of Qin Xia, Lu Yiming felt a pain in his heart, and then he said, okay, send me the location, and I'll come over later. Okay, I'll send you the location, and you must come over. Yeah. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yiming looked at the time. It was almost 7 o'clock. Then Lu Yiming got up and went to the bathroom, took a shower, and put on his old clothes. Although he spent 500,000 or 600,000 yuan in the past 2 days, all of it was spent on Lin Yue and Qin Xia. As for himself, except for the set of clothes Lin Yue bought him, he didn't buy anything for himself. Rich people don't care about their clothes at all. He remembered a news report that a female internet celebrity with very exquisite clothes finally entered a high-end restaurant, but a person wearing a vest was a regular customer there. So people with strength will not let the environment change themselves, but let the environment change for themselves. Just after putting on the clothes, Cao Fangfang's location was sent. Lu Yiming took a look and went out. He didn't drive himself, but came to the roadside and took a taxi. Master, go to Royal Number 1. Royal Number 1. The taxi driver took a look at Lu Yiming, who was dressed very simply. Liu Yiming naturally knew what the taxi driver's eyes meant. He cleared his cough and then pretended to be helpless and said, "Master, don't look at me. I haven't been living a good life recently. I think I look good, so I plan to apply for the job of a young master at Royal Number 1. The taxi driver was also a good person. After hearing what Liu Yiming said, he persuaded him, "Young man, listen to my advice. Don't do it. Otherwise, your body will be ruined and the money you earn won't be enough for you to buy medicine." Liu Yiming sighed and said, "Hey, master, don't persuade me. I've made up my mind. You drive. Okay." Seeing that his persuasion didn't work, the taxi driver had to give up. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of a luxurious KTV. Liu Yiming scanned the code to pay and got off. Seeing Liu Yiming walk into Royal Number 1, the taxi driver couldn't help shaking his head. Alas, young people nowadays really can't bear any hardship. They only think about such crooked ways all day long. If I have such a son or son-in-law, I must beat him to death. Liu Yiming naturally didn't know the taxi driver's thoughts. After entering Royal Number 1, he went directly to the third floor. "Hey, my old classmate, you are finally here." As soon as Liu Yiming went up to the third floor, a woman dressed very charmingly stood at the entrance of his corridor. She was Cao Fangfang, Liu Yiming's college classmate. Actually, Cao Fangfang looked pretty good. Although she was not as beautiful as Lin Yue and Qin Xia, she could barely be considered a beauty after putting on heavy makeup. It's just that she hasn't reached the cashback standard for effective consumption in the system. Cao Fangfang's dress was also very bold and eye-catching. A light yellow deep V-tight long skirt outlined her attractive figure. On the left side of her chest, a peony tattoo was particularly eye-catching. Liu Yiming laughed and said, "How dare I not come when Miss Cao invites you?" "Har ha har ha, handsome Liu is still so hard of hearing." Cao Fangfang laughed and her breasts trembled. "Come on, I'll take you to meet my friends. There's a beautiful lady among them. You'll definitely like her." Cao Fangfang said as she took Liu Yiming's arm and led him to the room where her sisters were. "The soundproofing here is very good, and you can hardly hear the sound inside in the corridor." When the private room was pushed open, a burst of music burst in an instant. Liu Yiming took a look. Wow, the huge private room was like a demon cave, with demons dancing wildly. There were both men and women, all of them were under the dim red light, their bodies pressed together, twisting their bodies desperately to the exciting music. Seeing this scene, Liu Yiming frowned slightly. Chapter 9 Xia Ank. In fact, he didn't like this kind of occasion, it was too noisy. The key point was that the system didn't respond at all. That is to say, the looks of the beauties here didn't reach 80 points. Didn't Cao Fangfang say there was a great beauty? Where is she? Where is she? While Liu Yiming was wondering, Cao Fangfang walked straight to the song requesting station and turned off the exciting music. As the exciting music stopped, the people who were originally immersed in the dance carnival stopped dancing one after another, with dissatisfaction written all over their faces. Everyone looked at the song requesting station with reproachful eyes. "Fangfang, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly turn off the music?" One of the fashionable women took the lead. "Yes, didn't you see that we were dancing vigorously?" Her friend also echoed. Cao Fangfang stood in front of the song requesting station, waved her hand with a smile on her face, and signaled everyone to be patient. Okay, let's have fun later. I'll introduce you to someone, my college classmate, Liu Yiming." As she spoke, Cao Fangfang pointed with both hands, and they landed on Liu Yiming, who was standing at the door. Everyone couldn't help but look over. When Liu Yiming saw that everyone was looking at him, he walked in calmly. He wanted to see what Cao Fangfang wanted to do. Seeing Liu Yiming walk into the private room, Cao Fangfang walked forward and took Liu Yiming's hand, and continued to introduce him. "Let me tell you, my college classmate is not ordinary at all. He is the school idol of our school. The girls who liked him back then could line up from here to the monument." After listening to Cao Fangfang's introduction, everyone began to look at Liu Yiming seriously. However, as they watched, some people's eyes were filled with disdain and disgust. Liu Yiming is handsome, but in this era, being handsome is useless. You need money. He has the nerve to show up in Royal Number 1 with his outfit worth less than 300 yuan. You should know that the cheapest fruit plate in Royal Number 1 costs 588 yuan. Oh, is this the school hunk you mentioned? He doesn't look like much. A man wearing a luxury brand was the first to mock. Yeah, what's the use of being handsome in this era? The key is to have money. Looking at his outfit, I'm afraid he can't even afford the fruit plate here, right? Another woman echoed. There are always one or two brainless people who like to jump out and mock and squeeze others to show their superiority. After hearing the mockery of these two people, Lu Yiming did not show any displeasure. He just smiled faintly, as if he didn't care at all. Cao Fangfang saw this and immediately came to Lu Yiming's rescue, saying, "Don't say that, my old classmate is just low-key, he is an investor, but he has made a lot of money." Sure enough, Cao Fangfang and Li Chaoyang had already talked on the phone. When they heard that Lu Yiming was an investor and made a lot of money, the disdainful and disgusted eyes just now eased a lot. Seeing that the atmosphere eased a little, Cao Fangfang glanced at the crowd and then asked the man who had just mocked her. "By the way, Tang Ping, where is Xia Ank? Wasn't she here just now, where did she go?" Tang Ping pointed outside the door and said, "Ank went out to answer the phone." However, just as he finished speaking, the door of the private room was opened again. Then everyone saw a tall and beautiful young woman walking in slowly. Seeing the woman coming in, Tang Ping said to her with a face full of courtesy, "Enku, have you finished your call?" "Yeah." Xia Enku nodded. Effective consumer object detected. Host, do you want to check the information? At the moment Xia Enku appeared, the system sound also sounded in Lu Yiming's mind. Let's take a look. Name, Xia Enku. Age, 25. Height, 168. Measurements, 86, 62, 84. Favorability, 0. Minor adjustments, eye-opening. Comprehensive appearance score, 83, consumption cashback valid. Wow! With 83 points, it is indeed more beautiful than Lin Yue and Qin Xia. Sister Enku, come. Let me introduce you, this is my college classmate, Lu Yiming. As Cao Fangfang introduced, Xia Enku looked at Lu Yiming. Hello. As soon as Lu Yiming opened his mouth, the system sounded again. Xia Ank's favorability 10. Fuck you. Is it really useless to rely on appearance now? Do you really have to wear Armani on top, Louis Vuitton on the bottom, and Prada on the feet for you to see that I, Lu Yiming, am a down-to-earth person? Lin Yue is like this, and so is Xia Ank. As soon as she came up, without saying anything, her favorability was reduced by 10 points. Hello. Out of politeness, Xia Ank still responded. I'm so bad. Lu Yiming almost laughed out of anger, but thinking that the other party might become a cashback tool for him, he suppressed his anger. But even so, he would not flatter Xia Ank. After all, there are many beautiful women. At worst, I can go back to find Lin Yue and pick her alone, and I can also get cash back. Why bother to make myself unhappy? Thinking of this, Lu Yiming no longer paid attention to Xia Ank, turned around and walked to the sofa, and sat down by himself. Xia Ank's favorability 5. Fuck. Seeing Lu Yiming sitting down alone, Cao Fangfang winked at two of the women. The two women immediately walked towards Lu Yiming. Cao Fangfang pulled Xia Ank aside and started talking in a low voice. Here, the two women came to Lu Yiming and sat down on the left and right. Boss, do you want to play games? Hearing this, Lu Yiming glanced at the two women. They were dressed similarly. They were all wearing the same work clothes. At first glance, they were the princesses of Royal Number 1. Lu Yiming then opened his hands without hesitation, and hugged the two women's waists, one on each side. What do you two beauties want to play? Tang Ping, who was standing aside, looked at Lu Yiming's skillful movements with contempt in his eyes. Old-fashioned, a country bumpkin. After spitting in his heart, his eyes were all on Xia Ank, who was listening to Cao Fangfang. My goddess, I can't get enough of her. The woman sitting on Lu Yiming's left chuckled and said, Jia and I can play anything. Hearing this, Lu Yiming asked the woman on the right, Your name is Jia, what's her name? Jia smiled and said, Her name is Wei Wei. Wei Wei Jia, not bad, both of your names are nice. As Lu Yiming said this, he didn't forget to pinch the two women's waists hard. Hate it. After the two women finished speaking, they didn't forget to punch Lu Yiming twice with their little fists. Their ambiguous atmosphere instantly reached its maximum. Soon, Lu Yiming and the two women started playing the game of Little Bees. Just when Lu Yiming and the other two were having a great time, Cao Fangfang came over with Xia Ank. Chapter 10 Playing Games. A light of indifference flashed in Lu Yiming's eyes, and he glanced at Cao Fangfang and Xia Ank who were walking over here. Then he continued the interactive game with the two beauties Weiwei and Jujia without making a sound. Two little bees. Flying in the flowers. Flying left and right. Drink, har har. With Lu Yiming's loud laughter, Weiwei and Jujia immediately drank their wine in front of them. At this time, Cao Fangfang came to them with Xia Ank. Cao Fangfang's face was full of smiles, and her voice was so coquettish. Old classmate, what game are you playing? Do you want me and Nku to join in and play? Lu Yiming smiled slightly, with a playful arc on the corner of his mouth. Sure, but there are too many people in this game, so it's not fun. Little B is a two-person flirting game, and it's really not fun with too many people. Cao Fangfang seemed to be prepared, and then she suggested, then let's change the game and play the game I have that you don't have. How about it, old classmate? The game I have that you don't have is a relaxing and interesting party game that enhances mutual understanding and entertainment by comparing personal experiences and owned items. I have a game that you don't have, this game sounds good. Lu Yiming shrugged and agreed. Then come on. Cao Fangfang said, and pulled Xia and Ku to sit next to Lu Yiming, squeezing Wei to the other side. Looking at Cao Fangfang's actions, Lu Yiming sneered in his heart. He knew Cao Fangfang's intention, but her blatant show of goodwill made him feel a little ridiculous. She used to not even look at him straight in the eye, but now she used the beauty trap on him. Life is so unpredictable. Tang Ping, who was always paying attention to Xia Ank's movements, was filled with jealousy after seeing this scene, and he could not sit still immediately. He walked quickly to Lu Yiming and the others, and after taking a look at Xia Ank and Lu Yiming, he said, I want to join too. After saying that, he sat opposite Xia Ank regardless of whether Lu Yiming and the others agreed or not, and stared at Lu Yiming with his eyes to prevent him from doing anything out of line. Is this guy mentally ill? Seeing the other party's warning eyes, Lu Yiming moved his body towards Xia Ank provocatively. You? Just when Tang Ping was about to explode, Cao Fangfang suddenly said, Okay, the game is about to begin. As Cao Fangfang finished speaking, everyone filled their glasses in front of them. Seeing that everyone was ready, Cao Fangfang took the lead in attacking. I once had sex with a man in the wild. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Cao Fangfang in shock. Sister Fangfang, is this true? Don't make up stories just to win. In response to Weiwei's doubts, Cao Fangfang vowed, if I make up stories, I will be struck by lightning. Seeing that Cao Fangfang said this, Lu Yiming and the others could only pick up their glasses and drink them all. In a clockwise direction, it was Weiwei's turn. Weiwei looked at everyone and then said shockingly, I had breast augmentation. However, as soon as Weiwei finished speaking, Jujia laughed and said, I also had breast augmentation. Weiwei and I went to have it done together. Har har. Weiwei also laughed, and then said to Lu Yiming and the others, drink. Gar. Is this how you play? Lu Yiming and Tang Ping both spat at the same time, and then picked up a full glass of wine again, tilted their heads and drank it all. After drinking, Tang Ping poked his hand, glanced at Xia Ank and said, I have someone I like in this private room. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Cao Fangfang and the others rushed to say, I also have someone I like in this private room. Me too. Me too. For authenticity, they also named each other. Tang Ping was speechless, and then looked at Lu Yiming, who was not drinking either. Why aren't you drinking yet? Do you have someone you like in this room? Yes. Lu Yiming calmly hugged Jujia beside him. I like Jujia. Hate. Jujia said she hated him, but she was smiling. Xia Ank's favorability 5. Lu Yiming didn't care about the 20-point reduction in favorability. As long as it didn't drop to 50, they could still have some interactions. Cao Fangfang laughed and said, we all have Tang Ping. Drink it yourself. Fuck. Tang Ping thought he could take the opportunity to confess his love, but he ended up being a clown. Jujia looked at everyone's heads and smiled, my hair is yellow. Everyone looked at each other, and then drank again without saying a word. After Jujia, it was Lu Yiming's turn. I've delivered food. As soon as Lu Yiming finished speaking, Tang Ping sneered. Har har, don't you delivery guys have this saying? You are not just a food deliverer, but also a messenger of warmth and care. Lu Yiming didn't get angry, but just glanced at him lightly and said coldly, we only give warmth and care to people, not to animals. As soon as this sentence came out, the air around seemed to freeze. Tang Ping's face turned red in an instant. He glared at Lu Yiming and his voice trembled. "Mr. Lu, what do you mean?" Lu Yiming didn't show any weakness and looked straight into Tang Ping's eyes. "What do you think I mean? That's what he means." Just when the two were on the verge of a fight, Cao Fangfang's voice broke the deadlock. She patted Tang Ping's shoulder gently, with a warning in her tone. "Okay, Tang Ping, do you want to play this game? If not, step aside and let others play." After being told this by Cao Fangfang, Tang Ping blushed and immediately shut up, and then angrily drank all the wine in the glass. Play. After everyone finished drinking, it was Xia Ang's turn at the end of this round. "I have a diving certificate." After this, Lu Yiming and the others could only drink their wine obediently, because they did not have a diving certificate. After drinking, Lu Yiming turned his head and glanced at Xia Ang. If there is a chance to date, it seems that diving must be done. As the game progressed, the atmosphere gradually heated up, and the scale became larger and larger. "What have you never peed standing up? I have 36D, double dragons playing with pearls, etc. These things that you dare not even think about, also appeared one by one in the game. In order to win, Tang Ping even told everyone that he was wearing fake luxury goods. The lights in the private room were flickering, and the music was echoing in their ears. After more than 10 rounds, everyone was a little drunk, especially Tang Ping, who was already drunk and lying on the table. After walking around again, Lu Yiming looked at the time, and then said to Cao Fangfang and others, "Let's stop here today. It's getting late. I want to go back." Cao Fangfang heard this, but did not persuade him to stay, but pulled Xia Ang and said, "Then we will see you off." Lu Yiming glanced at the two of them, smiled, and said, "I can't ask for more than a beautiful woman to see me off." Chapter 11: The Beautiful Landlord's Sister. After being sent down by Cao Fangfang and Xia Ang, Lu Yiming thought that the two wanted to ask for something, but he didn't expect that they just sent him down. No requests were made. This made Lu Yiming a little confused. This shouldn't happen. Is this a case of playing hard to get, playing the long game to hook the big fish? On their way back, Lu Yiming was really confused. He took out his cell phone and took a look at the WeChat account Xia Ang had just added. After thinking about it for half the night, he transferred 20,000 yuan. At this time, Xia Ang was shocked after receiving the transfer from Lu Yiming. "Sister Fangfang, please check. Lu Yiming has transferred money to me." There was a slight tremor in Xia Ang's voice as she handed the phone to Cao Fangfang beside her. Cao Fangfang took the phone, a barely perceptible calculation flashed across her eyes, but a kind smile hung on the corner of her mouth. "It seems that my old classmate has really become rich and is so generous. Sister Fangfang, what should I do with this money? Should I accept it?" Xia Ang was a little at a loss. Cao Fangfang gently patted the back of her hand and consoled her, "Of course you have to accept it. Aren't you trying to collect money for your mother's surgery?" Xia Ang's anxiety did not decrease after hearing this, because this amount of money was far from enough to pay for her mother's surgery. Cao Fangfang seemed to see Xia Ang's worry, and a barely perceptible cunning flashed in her eyes. "Enku, if you want to collect the money for your mother's surgery, you have to listen to me." Cao Fangfang's voice was low and firm. "You just need to maintain a good relationship with Lu Yiming, and I will be able to collect the money for your mother's surgery." "Sister Fangfang, are you serious?" Xia Ang seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Cao Fangfang gently patted Xia Ang's shoulder and comforted her. "When has Sister Fangfang ever lied to you?" Xia Ang nodded. Although she felt a little uneasy, she decided to follow Cao Fangfang's advice for the sake of her mother's surgery fees. At this time, Lu Yiming, who had returned to his accommodation, was speechless. Because he transferred 20,000 yuan to Xia Ang, but did not receive any cashback notification. Apart from a message of thanks from Xia Ang, there was no movement on the bank card. It seems that giving money directly does not give cash back. You have to make actual consumption to get cash back. The reason why I transferred 20,000 yuan to Xia Ang just now, although there was some pretense in it, it was more of a test to see what the two of them were trying to do. I also want to verify, if I pay directly, can I get cash back? If possible, when I see a beautiful woman with a beauty score of 80, I will give her money without saying anything. Wouldn't the cashback be faster this way? However, things went against Lu Yiming's wishes and he did not get the result he wanted. Warm tips: the vulgar behavior of the host directly giving money to valid consumers is not within the system cashback requirements, so cashback cannot be obtained. After hearing the system's prompt, Lu Yiming was completely off the mark. Oh. This behavior of giving money directly is vulgar. Isn't it vulgar to pay for a beautiful woman? If you don't want to come back, then don't come back. Lu Yiming's main point is to listen to advice. Early the next morning, Lu Yiming was still immersed in his sleep. But suddenly I was awakened by a rapid knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The knock on the door, like a heavy hammer, seemed particularly harsh in the quiet morning. Hiss. Lu Yiming frowned and tried hard to keep his heavy eyelids open. The alcohol from last night seemed to still be raging in his blood, making his head chaotic and painful. I reached out for my phone and saw the time on the screen glaringly displayed. 6 o'clock. Oh my God, who is so wicked that he doesn't sleep so early in the morning and comes to knock on someone else's door? Lu Yiming muttered and covered his head with the quilt. He really didn't want to get up. But the knocking on the door seemed to leave him no chance to breathe, and it became more rapid and louder. I can't stand it. Lu Yiming jumped up from the bed angrily, and walked towards the gate of the courtyard with messy and hurried steps, cursing. Who on earth is it? Lu Yiming opened the door with an impatient look on his face. However, just as he was about to give the other party a good scolding, the beautiful words that were originally going to come out of my mouth turned out to be, "Hello, beautiful lady. Who are you looking for?" In the light coming through the crack in the door, a young and beautiful girl came into view. She was wearing a plain white t-shirt and tight jeans that outlined her graceful figure. Her facial features are as delicate as a painting, her round oval face is like a jade plate, and the teardrop mole at the left corner of her eye adds a bit of playfulness and sweetness to her. A breeze blew by, ruffling her long hair, making the girl look like a flowing picture of youth that made people unable to take their eyes off her. After detecting a valid consumer object, does the host check the information? Take a quick look. Lu Yiming was a little impatient. Name, Su Yuji. Age, 22. Height, 172 centimeters. Measurements, 88, 62, 86. Favorability, 0. Pure natural, overall appearance score, 88, cashback valid for consumption. Oh my God, her appearance score is as high as 88, which is the highest score so far. Even Xia Ank last night was only 83 centimeters tall. The most important thing is that Tsuyoshi is all natural and has never had any plastic surgery. This is really rare. But then again, why would such a beautiful girl come knocking on my door so early in the morning? Tsuyoshi looked at Lu Yiming, who was standing in front of her in a daze. She slowly said, "Uncle, are you the tenant my sister was talking about?" Her voice is very pleasant, like the sound of a lark, and it is very pleasant to listen to. What did she call me? Uncle? I'm only 9 years older than you, not even 10. So, you called me uncle. Etc. My sister's tenant. Could it be that this beautiful girl is the younger sister of that charming and beautiful young woman? Tsuyuji. Tsuyue. No wonder she is so beautiful, it turns out she is the landlord's sister. Good genes. Yeah, what's wrong? Lu Yiming thought that Tsuyuji was here to help her sister collect rent, so he asked, "Didn't I just pay the rent last month?" "No, uncle, you misunderstood." Tsuyuji said apologetically, "I'm not here to collect rent." Lu Yiming asked in confusion, "If you are not here to collect rent, then what are you doing here?" "It's like this. I'm a senior now and I'm going to do an internship outside, so I don't plan to live in the dormitory anymore." After hearing what Tsuyuji said, Lu Yiming couldn't help but said excitedly, "I understand, you are planning to move in with me, right?" Tsuyoshi. Is this uncle overthinking? Chapter 12, 3 Rules for Sharing a Tenancy. Uncle, what are you thinking about? Tsuyoshi looked down upon Lu Yiming fiercely. Forehead. Lu Yiming was also stunned. Did I misunderstand you? What do you mean by that? Tsuyoshi pursed her lips, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on her pretty face. It's like this, I want to live in my sister's house now, so can you vacate it? What? Lu Yiming thought he had heard it wrong, let me vacate. Is this what you mean, or what your sister means? Aye. Upon hearing what Lu Yiming said, Tsuyoshi's expression became even more embarrassed. He stammered and was unable to speak for a long time. As soon as he saw Tsuyoshi's expression, Lu Yiming understood instantly. It seems that this is exactly what Tsuyoshi meant, and her sister is completely unaware of it. There was a sly gleam in Lu Yiming's eyes. He took out his cell phone and pretended to open WeChat, but in fact he just swiped it a few times on the screen. How about this? If you let me vacate the room, I have no problem with that, but I have to talk to your sister first. After all, I just paid the rent last month. As a tenant, Lu Yiming naturally knows the WeChat account of his landlord Su Yue. The main reason is that it is convenient to collect rent. But apart from the information about the rent, there was no other information at all. Seeing Lu Yiming about to send a message to his sister, Su Yoji panicked instantly and quickly said, "Don't tell my sister. I can refund you double the rent. How about that?" Lu Yiming shook his head and said simply, "I'm not short of money." After hearing what he said, Su Yoji couldn't help but despise Lu Yiming in his heart again. Wow, this attempt at pretending is a bit of a failure. If you were not short of money, would you live in this shabby alley? Su Yoji's favorability 5. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Yiming's eyes darkened. Now that he has this cashback system, he really has no shortage of money. "Uncle, please be kind and give the house to me." Seeing that Lu Yiming was unmoved, Su Yoji softened her tone and said coquettishly. Lu Yiming raised his eyebrows and pretended to be serious and said, "It's not that I don't allow you to do so, but I have already rented this house and signed the contract in black and white. Of course, I am not an unreasonable person. As long as your sister agrees, I will move out immediately." "Hey, uncle, please don't mention my sister to me." Tsuyoshi was anxious and stamped his feet. "If my sister knew, she would definitely scold me." Lu Yiming was delighted, but on the surface he said seriously, "I can't do anything about it. Your sister is the landlord, and I have to listen to her. Besides, why don't you live in your sister's big house? Why do you have to live in this alley?" Tsuyoshi pouted and said, "I don't want to live with her. She always controls me." Cut. What an enviable reason. Lu Yiming looked back at the somewhat old building. It was made of green bricks and tiles and was 2 stories high. The years had left many mottled marks on it. The early morning sunlight shines through the mottled leaves and falls on the walls of the building, adding a bit of warmth to the old building. He looked back at Tsuyoshi and said, "How about this? The second floor hasn't been rented out yet. If you want, you can live on the second floor." Hearing Lu Yiming's suggestion, Tsuyoshi also looked up at the second floor, and then looked back and forth at Lu Yiming. Seeing Tsuyoshi's scrutinizing eyes, Lu Yiming immediately said, "Don't worry, sister. Uncle is a good man and has no bad habits. Besides, the police station is only 500 meters away. They respond very quickly, so you can rest assured and stay here." After hearing this, Tsuyoshi was silent for a moment, and finally nodded to accept the proposal. Then she suddenly thought of something and reminded Lu Yiming again. "Uncle, you can't tell my sister that I live here." Lu Yiming smiled and assured him, "Don't worry, I won't." In this way, Tsuyoshi moved in with his luggage. In order to express his welcome to Tsuyoshi, Lu Yiming happily helped her with the cleaning. After working for most of the day, the entire second floor was brand new and clean. Tsuyoshi's favorability +5. Just when Lu Yiming was holding a mop and waiting for Tsuyoshi to praise him, he unexpectedly received a piece of white paper from the other party. Lu Yiming asked with some confusion, "What is this?" "Rules and regulations." Tsuyoshi answered promptly and concisely. "That's what we call the 3 rules of conduct." Hearing this, Lu Yiming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "What? 3 rules? That's not necessary. Uncle is a good man." Tsuyoshi said very seriously, "Although the uncle is a good person, there are differences between men and women after all. It is better to make some rules clear in advance, so as not to trouble the police uncles and others later, which would be bad." There was both a warning and a threat in her words. Lu Yiming took the paper reluctantly, but the terms on it surprised him. "Sister Su, the terms in your contract are a bit too harsh." Lu Yiming raised his head and looked at Tsuyoshi opposite him. However, Tsuyoshi's eyes were unusually calm, as if she had already anticipated his reaction. "Uncle, I also want us to have a harmonious shared living environment." "Harmony? This is not harmony, this is clearly dictatorship." Lu Yiming pointed at a clause in the contract, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "This one, you can't walk around shirtless in your room." "It's my own room. It's so hot in the city, don't you know that?" Tsuyoshi sighed softly and explained, "Uncle, you and I are both adults, and we should know how to respect each other's privacy. Moreover, although this mountain city is hot, we cannot lose the bottom line of a civilized society. Besides, you don't want to alert the police next door, right? Oh. Could this alert the police? Liu Yiming then pointed at another one unhappily. And this one, prohibiting bringing women home. Sister Su, this is my personal matter, why do you want to interfere? Su Yuji spoke again, this old house has poor sound insulation. If there are any strange noises in the middle of the night, uncle, I don't think you would want to alarm the police officer next door. When Liu Yiming heard this, his eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. How come everything can be linked to the police? Liu Yiming pointed out several treaties that were unfair to him, but the results were the same. They were all perfectly explained by Su Yuji. Because the final right of interpretation of these 3 rules lies with Su Yuji. In the end, Liu Yiming could only sigh helplessly and posted the contract on the corridor on the 2nd floor. Then, like a defeated rooster, he staggered down the stairs. Looking at Liu Yiming carrying a mop downstairs, Su Yuji's mouth corners slightly raised, and her smile was like a spring breeze, warm and sweet. Su Yuji's favorability +2. As for Su Yuji's 2 points of favorability, Liu Yiming just liked her. The more beautiful a woman is, the more vicious her heart is. Su Yuji is the best example. He even has 3 rules. It must be because he has read too many romance novels and soap operas. I returned to the room and picked up the phone that I had placed next to the bed when I was cleaning. 2 WeChat messages popped up. One is from Lin Ya and the other is from Xia Ank. Chapter 13. 2 women meet. Lin Ya's message was gentle and expectant, with a hint of coquettishness. Brother Yiming, are you free tonight? Do you want to go out for a midnight snack together? Xia Ank's message seemed a bit stiff, as if he was completing a task, and there was a sense of strangeness between each word. Boss Liu, are you free this afternoon? Do you want to go diving? After reading the messages from the 2, Liu Yiming replied to Lin Ya first. I don't know if I'm free tonight yet. If I am, I'll send it to you later. This is a variable left by Liu Yiming. After replying to Lin Ya, Liu Yiming started to reply to Xia Ank. When you are free, where do you want to go diving? I will pick you up later. Liu Yiming's reply was also simple and clear, without too much embellishment. However, he is still looking forward to diving. I had just replied to Xia Ank's message when Lin Ya's message came back. Then Brother Yiming, I'll wait for your message tonight. Looking at these words full of coquettishness, Liu Yiming smiled knowingly. Then he replied with a snap. Well, if it's too late, don't wait. Lin Ya replied immediately, no, I will wait no matter how late it is. Liu Yiming smiled warmly, it's up to you, I'm busy now. Lin Ya replied obediently, Brother Yiming, you go ahead and do your work. I won't bother you anymore. After reading this message, Liu Yiming stopped replying. Otherwise, this message will be sent endlessly. As for Xia Ank's message, it took a long time for Liu Yiming to get back after he replied. Aquarium, come pick me up at 1 o'clock. I'll wait for you on Chang'an Road. In fact, given Liu Yiming's current condition, there was no need for him to pay any attention to Xia Ank's very blunt message. But when I think of my old classmate Cao Fangfang, given her personality, it is definitely more than just a simple reunion. He always felt that if he ignored Xia Ank, she would arrange beautiful women like Wang Ank and Li Ank to continue to please him. So he wanted to see what Cao Fangfang was up to. Liu Yiming simply replied with an okay, and then he went into the bathroom to take a shower without caring whether Xia Ank would reply or not. I just spent half a day cleaning and I'm all sweaty. I feel sticky and very uncomfortable. Just when Liu Yiming was halfway through his shower, there was a hurried knock on the door. At the same time, Su Yuji's words also rang out. Hey, uncle, are you done washing? I need to go to the bathroom. Su Yuji's clear voice was like the chirping of cicadas in summer, penetrating through the door and directly into Liu Yiming's eardrum. Liu Yiming was stunned for a moment. Only then did he realize that the design of this old building was somewhat unsatisfactory. There seemed to be only one public toilet in the entire building. Don't worry, wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Liu Yiming tried his best to make his voice sound calmer, trying to ease the anxiety of the little girl outside the door. However, Su Yuji didn't seem to buy it, and her voice became even louder. Uncle, hurry up. I really can't hold it anymore. Liu Yiming shook his head helplessly and quickened the washing speed. He thought, this little girl is really impatient, but also very cute. Then he quickly wiped his body with a towel, put on his clothes, and opened the bathroom door. Okay, stop pushing me," Lu Yiming said as he made way. Seeing this, Tsuyoshi rushed in immediately, as if there was a flood or a beast chasing him. "Uncle, you are such a fool. You can take such a long time to take a bath." "Long?" Lu Yiming retorted, "including the time it takes me to undress and put on my clothes, it's less than 5 minutes." Tsuyoshi didn't have time to listen to him. She just clenched her hands and anxiously urged Lu Yiming, who was standing in front of the door. "Oh, who wants to listen to you? Hurry up and close the door." Lu Yiming scratched his head, responded with a confused "oh," and then closed the door. However, at the moment he closed the door, Tsuyoshi's scream rang out like a bolt from the blue. Uncle, what do you want to do? I'm going to call the police. I just asked you to get out and close the door." Lu Yiming was frightened by the scream. When he came to his senses, he was so embarrassed that he almost dug a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Then he quickly opened the door with an awkward smile on his face. I'm sorry, I'm used to being alone, I'm really sorry, Uncle is a good man, a good man." Lu Yiming bent down to apologize and carefully retreated, not forgetting to close the bathroom door again. Tsuyoshi was so angry that he stomped his feet. Even Lu Yiming, who had been driving for more than 40 minutes, couldn't help laughing when he thought about this little episode. "Boss Lu, what are you laughing at?" Xia Ank, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had a puzzled look on her face. She had seen Lu Yiming smile several times along the way. "Is it because of myself?" Lu Yiming couldn't help laughing and said, "I remembered something happy." Xia Ank asked, "What happy thing?" Lu Yiming said, "My cat gave birth." After hearing Lu Yiming's answer, Xia Ank looked puzzled. "Your cat?" "Kindness." Lu Yiming winked at Xia Ank, with a sly smile on his face, and said, "Not only can my cat give birth, it can also do backflips. I'll take you to see it when I have time." Hearing this, Xia Ank's expression paused unconsciously. She understood very well what it meant to take you home to see the world when she has time. All men are really the same. I hadn't even known the girl for a few days, but I was already thinking about how to trick her back home and put her on the bed. Xia Ank's favorability 10. If it weren't for her mother's surgery fees and if she hadn't followed Sister Fang Fang's arrangements, she probably wouldn't want to stay with Lu Yiming for a moment. Seeing that Xia Ank didn't respond, Lu Yiming naturally changed the subject. "Don't you usually go diving in the sea? Why do you go indoors?" In response to Lu Yiming's question, Xia Ank came back to his senses and then explained, "For someone like you who has never been exposed to diving, it is too dangerous to go directly into the sea. You can only learn it indoors first." "Oh, I see." Lu Yiming nodded and asked casually, "How long have you been learning to dive?" Xia Ank said, 5 years. Lu Yiming was a little surprised. 5 years, so you must be very good. "Not bad." Xia Ank nodded. "Do you like diving?" "Like?" Xia Ank turned his head and looked out the window, a complex expression flashed in his eyes, and he said to himself, "In the water, I feel very free. The tranquility of being isolated from the world allows me to forget all my worries temporarily. Whenever I dive to the bottom of the sea, I am surrounded by colorful schools of fish and water plants. It is as if I have turned into a fish, swimming freely in the boundless ocean, which brings me relief both mentally and physically." After hearing what Xia Ank said, Lu Yiming's impression of her actually changed a little. She felt that Xiran was not the same kind of person as Cao Fangfang. As for why Xia Ank wanted to follow Cao Fangfang, Lu Yiming had no idea. Chapter 14 Diving. Soon, Lu Yiming drove to the aquarium. He followed Xia Ank into the indoor diving hall, and many staff members in the hall greeted him warmly along the way. This couldn't help but make Lu Yiming curious. "Are you familiar with this place?" Xia Ank replied, "I work here." "Yeah." Lu Yiming was somewhat curious about the fact that Xia Ank worked here. But he didn't ask any further questions, as there was really no need. When he entered the diving hall, Lu Yiming was a little surprised by the scene in front of him. In the huge pool and clear water, the simulated underwater world seems to be right before your eyes. Colorful corals, leisurely swimming fish, and even a few naughty sea turtles. Why does this place look like an underwater paradise? Lu Yiming couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Xia Ank explained, "The indoor diving hall is designed to allow beginners to learn diving skills safely without being affected by natural factors such as ocean currents, wind and waves. At the same time, the water temperature and quality here can be well controlled to ensure the safety of divers. Lu Yiming nodded. He didn't expect that diving, a seemingly simple sport, actually involves so much knowledge and preparation. Then let's get started. Xia Ang handed Lu Yiming a set of diving equipment and began to teach him how to put it on and use it. After saying that, Xia Ang demonstrated it himself. She unbuttoned her shirt neatly, revealing her well-proportioned and tight back, as perfect as the Venus sculpture. Lu Yiming's attention was instantly attracted, and his eyes widened as big as copper bells. Xia Ang didn't care about Lu Yiming's eyes at all, and continued to demonstrate her skills in wearing diving equipment. Every movement she made was full of strength and elegance, as if she was a dancing elf on the stage. After putting on the diving suit, Xia Ang checked Lu Yiming's diving equipment for the last time, and made sure that every detail was correct. Then I heard her ask softly, "Are you ready? We are about to start." Lu Yiming nodded, although he felt a little nervous, but more expectant. He held Xia Ang's hand tightly and jumped into the pool with her. Although this was Lu Yiming's first time diving, he did not feel panicky. It might be because I can swim, or it might be because there is a beautiful woman by my side. In short, his mood was very stable. An unprecedented wonderful experience also comes with it. The underwater world was like a dream, with colorful corals, leisurely swimming fish, and hazy underwater mountains in the distance. Everything made Lu Yiming feel novel and shocked. Under Xia Ang's guidance, he tried to breathe underwater, adjust his body posture, and feel himself becoming one with the underwater world. Not long after, Lu Yiming gradually adapted to the underwater environment and began to try to swim independently. At this moment, he felt unprecedented freedom and happiness, as if, as Xia Ang said, he had really turned into a fish, swimming freely in the boundless ocean, freeing his mind and body. Before he knew it, an hour had passed. Lu Yiming, who was still reluctant to leave, was brought out of the water by Xia Ang because she had to go to work. Xia Ang works at the oceanarium as a mermaid performer. Wearing gorgeous scale armor and gorgeous hair accessories, Xia Ang freely displays her elegant figure and gorgeous colors in the water. It seems to have transformed into an underwater elf, attracting the audience's attention and immersing people in a fantasy underwater journey. Lu Yiming was also fascinated by the sight, and his eyes closely followed Xia Ang's figure. Every turn and every smile she made in the water was so beautiful. He seemed to see a brand new Xia Ang, a confident, elegant and charming Xia Ang. After the performance, Lu Yiming drove Xia Ang to the commercial street. What would it be like if we have tools but don't use them? How can I get cash back? When will I be able to realize my dream of financial freedom? So there's no need to prepare anything, just buy it first. After parking the car, Lu Yiming took Xia Ang to the luxury bag store without saying a word. You can pick any bag you like. Hearing Lu Yiming's arrogant words, Xia Ang showed an uncomfortable smile on her face. Let me see for myself first. As Xia Ang said this, she started shopping on her own, while the second clerk followed her slowly, introducing the store to her in detail. However, Xia Ang seemed a little embarrassed, as if she was not used to the feeling of being followed. As a professionally trained clerk, she naturally looked out as well, then tactfully stepped aside and observed quietly. Among the dazzling array of bags, Xia Ang's eyes finally fell on an exquisite handbag. Lu Yiming noticed her gaze. He quietly walked behind Xia Ang and asked softly, "Do you like it?" Xia Ang turned around slightly, a hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, not knowing what to say. "Miss, help me take this bag down, we want it," Lu Yiming said to the clerk. He had already made the decision for her. Xia Ang was stunned when he heard this. This bag costs more than 30,000 yuan. Would you buy it without even asking? But thinking about how someone transferred 20,000 yuan to me last night without saying anything, this 30,000 yuan bag is nothing. The clerk smiled and said, "Okay, sir." After paying the bill, Lu Yiming took the handbag without the packaging bag and handed it to Xia Ang. "I see you, your hands are empty anyway, why not just take it like this?" "Oh." Xia Ang was slightly stunned. The heavy texture made her feel inexplicably flustered. Could it be that he really intended to use these substances to capture her heart? Xia Ang couldn't help but start to have wild thoughts. When we met yesterday, he gave me a gift worth 20,000 yuan, and today he gave me a bag worth more than 30,000 yuan without even blinking an eye. Although he is a little annoying, I have to say that he is indeed very generous. Does he really want to pursue me? Xia Ang's favorability +10. Pooh. What are you thinking about? The most important thing now is to listen to Sister Fang Fang and maintain a good relationship with him, so that I can get enough money for my mother's surgery. She shook her head, trying to dispel these unrealistic thoughts. However, her thoughts were like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins and was difficult to control. If he knew about his mother's situation, would he help pay for the surgery? Or could you lend me some money? Looking at Xia Ank, who was standing there in a daze despite her favorability increasing, Lu Yiming was a little confused. Are you wondering where to buy next? If the other party has this idea, then he would be more than happy. The more you buy, the more cash back I give you. Thinking of this, Lu Yiming immediately said to the clerk, Miss, please take down this bag as well. I think my friend looks very good wearing it. Xia Ang came back to his senses and immediately shook his head and said, No need, Boss Lu, just buy one. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming said indifferently, Listen to me and buy it. After saying that, he didn't give Xia Ang a chance to react, and turned to the clerk and said, Pay the bill. Chapter 15 I'm afraid this is against the rules. Xia Ang's favorability +5. Xia Ang originally wanted to refuse, but her favorability was very honest. This is often the case with people. When you don't like someone, no matter what they do, you will be displeased with it, and even feel a little disgusted. But once you like someone, even if he does nothing, you will find him very pleasing to the eye. Even if he just stands there and breathes, you will feel very comfortable. Xia Ang was like this. She obviously hated Lu Yiming, but now she no longer had that thought and even began to have some good feelings towards him. Xia Ang believes that she is not a gold digger. But when she saw Lu Yiming paying the bill, she was actually moved and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Especially the other party's words, listen to me, buy it, are so touching. Seeing that Xiran's favorability continued to increase, Lu Yiming decided to strike while the iron was hot. Then Lu Yiming took Xia Ang on a lavish shopping trip. With a wave of his hand, he collected pieces of designer clothing and cosmetics, just like an emperor inspecting his territory, leaving traces of luxury wherever he went. However, when Lu Yiming was about to take her to the jewelry store for a lavish shopping spree, he was rejected by Xia Ang. She admitted that it was a good feeling to be lavishly lavished with money like this, and it really made her feel a little excited. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Sister Fang Fang's purpose in letting her get close to Lu Yiming was not pure, although she didn't know what Sister Fang Fang was going to do. But it's definitely not a good thing. After spending just over 2 hours together, Xia Ang's mentality had changed a lot, and her favorability towards Lu Yiming had reached a positive 20. You know, before this, the favorability reached negative 25. In relative comparison, the positive and negative collided, and this time it increased by 45, which means that the favorability has increased by a large margin. So she felt a little guilty. Seeing that Xia Ang said she would never go shopping again, Lu Yiming was a little surprised. I didn't expect that Xia Ang still had some bottom line. Not a gold digger like Cao Fang Fang. Yes, Cao Fang Fang was positioned as a gold digger by Lu Yiming. Gold diggers usually refer to women who are very purposeful and vain in real life and will do anything to get something for nothing or make a fortune. Well, then we won't go shopping. Lu Yiming didn't force it. Hearing Lu Yiming's words, Xia Ang couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Boss Lu, let me treat you to a meal. She felt that Lu Yiming had bought a lot of things for her, and she would feel bad if she didn't treat him to a meal. Okay. But Lu Yiming paused when he said this. What's wrong? Xiran might have had some other requests from Lu Yiming, and he immediately became a little nervous. Lu Yiming looked at Xia Ang and said, Don't call me Boss Lu anymore. Boss Lu always makes me sound old. Hearing Lu Yiming's words, Xia Ang couldn't help but burst out laughing. If I don't want you to be called Boss Lu, then what do you want me to be called? Lu Yiming said, I am older than you, so you can just call me Brother Lu. Brother Lu. Xia Ang tried to shout. That's right. Lu Yiming looked satisfied. Xia Ang's favorability +5. The two then started eating spicy hot pot on the street. This was not Xia Ang's arrangement, but Lu Yiming just wanted to eat spicy hot pot today. Brother Lu, where are we going now? After dinner, Xia Ang asked Lu Yiming. What do you think? Lu Yiming did not say where he was going, but asked back with a playful look on his face. Xia Ang's body trembled noticeably when he heard this. She was not the kind of naive little girl, and she responded to Lu Yiming's words and the playful smile on his face. Any fool knows what he wants to do. Brother Lu, I. Xia Ank looked at a loss, and hesitantly said nothing for a long time. Don't be fooled by Xia Ank's appearance of a gold digger, she is not. Just take the fact that Lu Yiming paid for her arrogance just now, and she was able to break, which is enough to illustrate this point. And she is not a streetwalker. Otherwise, given her situation, if she wanted to sell her body for money, it would be a matter of minutes. She wouldn't have to worry about her mother's surgery fees. Looking at Xia Ank's helpless expression, Lu Yiming decided to tease her. What? I've bought all this stuff and eaten all this, but you don't know where you went. Isn't this against the rules? Lu Yiming's words pierced her heart like a needle, making her feel at a loss. Tears instantly filled her eyes, but her face was full of stubbornness. Boss Lu, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I can return the bag you bought and the things in your car. Having said that, Xia Ank placed the bag in front of Lu Yiming, then stood up and prepared to leave. Etc. Lu Yiming called out to him. Anything else? Boss Lu. Xia Ank's favorability 10. Looking at Xia Ank with a bad face, Lu Yiming suddenly smiled and said, your answer satisfies me. To be honest, if you had just agreed to let me get a room in the hotel, then I will let you go without saying anything, and I will buy you hundreds of thousands of things. I gave it all to beggars as charity, because I don't like casual girls. Hearing Lu Yiming's words, Xia Ank was stunned. Is this a test for me? Then she asked uncertainly, is everything you said true? Fake. With such a beautiful woman, who wouldn't he want to go to their hotel as a man? Although Lu Yiming thought so in his heart, his face showed a very sincere look. Real. Xia Ank burst into laughter and said, Brother Lu, I knew you were different from them. You are wrong, I am the same as them, but I just don't like to force things. Let's go. I'll take you home first. As Lu Yiming spoke, he handed the handbag on the table to Xia Ank. Thank you, Brother Lu. Xia Ank took the handbag somewhat embarrassedly, and then got into the car with Lu Yiming. After arriving home, Xia Ank first sent a message of thanks to Lu Yiming. Then, after taking a look at the bags of luxury goods on the sofa, she dialed a phone number with a reluctant look in her eyes. Hello, is this a store that sells second-hand luxury goods? She needs money so much now, both for her mother's surgery and subsequent rehabilitation. So except for that handbag, she sold all other luxury items. After dealing with these things, she called Cao Fangfang again and reported everything that happened with Lu Yiming today, including how many luxury goods he bought for her. As for what Xia Ank had done, Lu Yiming knew nothing about it. Because at this time he was driving at full speed towards Lin Ya. Chapter 16 Live. After a crazy night at Lin Ya's place, Lu Yiming took her shopping for the whole day the next day. It was not until after 9 o'clock in the evening that he returned home. The old building, which was originally pitch dark, is now brightly lit. He couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. He looked up, and the light coming through the window seemed to say, "Welcome home." But when he saw that all the lights on the first floor, especially the lights in his bedroom, were on, Lu Yiming couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise on his face. Forehead. That's not right. I remember I turned off the lights when I went out. Why did it suddenly light up? Bang, bang, bang. When he ran to the bedroom door, he found that the lock was broken. His first reaction was that a thief had broken in. But when he pushed open the door and walked into the bedroom, there was no sign that it had been searched, and it was still in tidy order. Seeing this, Lu Yiming reacted immediately. Then he came to the dam again and shouted to Suyuji on the second floor, Suyuji, come out quickly. Not long after, Suyuji appeared on the second floor balcony. She glanced at Lu Yiming standing in the dam, and an impatient expression appeared on her face. I'm live streaming, uncle, what are you shouting for so late at night? Lu Yiming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed at his door and asked, I called you. Don't you know what's going on? I want to ask you, did you pry open my bedroom door? Upon hearing this, Suyuji immediately retorted, how did I pry open your door? Your door was broken anyway. Really? Lu Yiming thought about it and it seemed to be true. One time when I was moving something, I accidentally bumped into it and the door was broken. I originally wanted to find someone to fix it, but I turned around and completely forgot about it. What about my light? You turned it on, didn't you? I remember I turned off the light. Let me ask you, why did you go into my room? When Tsuyoshi heard this, his expression immediately became aggrieved, as if he was being bullied. Who told you not to go home at night? I live here alone, it's so dark, and the bathroom is downstairs. I'm a girl, so of course I'm scared. I saw your door was not locked, so I went in and turned on the light. When Lu Yiming heard this, his face froze. He thought about how she was a girl at home, in the dark downstairs, and would be a little scared if she went to the toilet. So that's how it is. It seems that I have wronged her. Otherwise, Tsuyoshi snorted, do you still think I'm a thief? No, Sister Su, you misunderstood. Lu Yiming shook his head repeatedly with an awkward smile on his face. Then uncle, do you have anything else to say? Tsuyoshi put his hands on his hips, looking like he would not be polite if he dared to say another word. No. It's okay. Lu Yiming quickly waved his hands and said, with your attitude, how can I dare to do anything else? That's fine, I'll go in. After saying that, Tsuyoshi turned around and went back to the room to continue the live broadcast. For these young people, live streaming has become an indispensable part of their daily life. However, she had only been live streaming for a short time and had less than 10,000 fans, so she was not even considered a small anchor. There were not many people in the live streaming room, only about 20 to 30, and most of them were classmates. Susu, where have you been? I heard you call someone uncle. Who is that? A netizen with the ID Mango Milkshake asked curiously. Tsuyoshi smiled slightly and replied casually, he's just an old man, my sister's tenant, don't think too much about it. As soon as their words fell, the live broadcast room exploded. Har, here comes the cohabitation joke. Is the anchor really living with an uncle? Susu, tell me the truth, is this uncle handsome? Is there a chance that we could become your boyfriend? Tsuyoshi looked at the comments and couldn't help laughing. You guys are too idle all day long. You just think about random things all day long. Uncle is just a tenant. He has nothing to do with me. She paused for a moment and continued, but the uncle is a very nice person. He helped me clean up for most of the day yesterday. Oh. How old is this uncle? That Mango Milkshake immediately brought out her gossipy spirit. Just when Tsuyoshi was about to answer, a person with the ID, who was only 3,000 meters away from her, suddenly entered her live broadcast room and immediately followed her. As soon as she saw that the other person was following her, Tsuyoshi immediately made a heart gesture towards the screen and said, thank you for following me, Mochi Zhongnyan Qion, thank you very much, Susu is giving you a heart gesture. Looking at Tsuyoshi's cute expression on the screen, Lu Yiming couldn't help but chuckle and said, I wonder if you were this cute when you pried open my door. After saying that, Lu Yiming suddenly thought of a question. Tsuyoshi is also a valid consumer, so can he still get cashback online? Thinking of this, Lu Yiming immediately created a carnival for Tsuyoshi's live broadcast room. I don't know if it's because he has become too extravagant these days, but he just orders whatever is expensive. This kind of nouveau riche mentality really makes people feel happy. Huaxia Agricultural Bank on July 6, 24, at 21:59, your account ending in 0270 received 6,000 yuan, and the balance was 873,956.95 yuan. Har. It really works. While Lu Yiming was happy, Tsuyoshi upstairs was extremely excited when she saw the carnival special effects pop up in the live broadcast room again. Thank you for the carnival for Mochi middle-aged poor brother. After broadcasting for several months, this was the first time she received any tip from this carnival. But she had just finished speaking. Swish, swish, swish. 9 consecutive carnival special effects popped up one by one in her live broadcast room. She was so excited that she stood up and made a heart shape with her hands. Although she is not short of money, she was shocked and indescribably excited to see so many carnivals pop up in her live broadcast room at once. Hey! Susu, finally a big brother sees your beauty and starts to spend money on you. Har, our Susu is mighty, don't look down on the poor middle-aged big brother. You mean don't bully the poor middle-aged man? Who can bully him when he's so arrogant? He. I also want to give the beautiful anchor a carnival gift, but my New Year's money is all with my mom. Susu, big brother has played so many carnivals, shouldn't you dance well to thank him? Looking at the classmates and netizens who were constantly making noises in the live broadcast room, Tsuyoshi said happily, "Middle-aged brother, I can dance any dance you want to see." When Tsuyoshi said she wanted to dance, the live broadcast room exploded again. Jump on the train, rock the train. Wipe the glass, jump and wipe the glass. Let's jump on the train to the spring. This Susu jumps the best. Yes, just jump on the train and head for that spring. Looking at the train heading to spring that was displayed on the screen, Lu Yiming couldn't help but feel a little excited. Then he followed everyone and said, "Then jump on the train and head for that spring." Chapter 17. Xian is not afraid of spicy food. As the train heads to that spring, every dream will come true. The wind and waves are strong, and the flowers will bloom at the end. We leave our hometown and we go through the years. We are not seen, but we deserve thanks. The train is heading towards that spring, and a new story is beginning. Tsuyoshi twisted her body to the rhythm of the DJ version of Train to Spring. Each of her movements was full of power, and the movement of her waist and hips was like a willow branch in the spring breeze. It is tough yet soft, sexy yet not gaudy, and so beautiful that you can't take your eyes off it. Lu Yiming didn't expect that Tsuyoshi was such a good dancer. The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became lively. "Susu's waist is about to break today, she works so hard." "Who says it's not? I saved the video of Susu dancing, printed out every frame as photos, and burned them for my grandfather. Their life was so hard back then, they had never seen anything like this." Cry. "Hello perverts, is my wife pretty and sexy?" Covering face. Soon a train heading to that spring ended. Lu Yiming was not stingy either. During the carnival, he kept swiping into the live broadcast room. "Thank you for the carnival, middle-aged brother." Tsuyoshi expressed his gratitude again. Hearing this, Lu Yiming smiled and said, "Host, go PK, I guarantee you will win." He thought Tsuyoshi would agree without hesitation, but unexpectedly she politely declined. "Middle-aged brother, I don't PK. No PK." Lu Yiming was a little surprised. Logically speaking, with a domineering leader like him around, she would be happy to accept the PK invitation. What he didn't expect was that Tsuyoshi refused, and refused so firmly. Netizens in the live broadcast room seemed to have gotten used to Tsuyoshi's statement of not peeking, and they did not express any surprise. They just silently posted comments and supported her. "Well, I don't PK. I just like to chat and dance with netizens in the live broadcast room and enjoy this simple and pure happiness." "All right." Lu Yiming sighed, but he didn't force it. He sent another comment, "Then you go ahead and I'll go shopping." Then, he gave a few more carnival rewards and posted them in the live broadcast room. Those family members who were watching the live broadcast said it was a pity. If Tsuyoshi were to PK with this middle-aged poor brother, she would definitely win every time with her arrogance. So how much money can you make after these rounds of P? Tsuyoshi does not care about the regrets of netizens. She has her own principles, or to be more precise, her sister Tsuyue's principles not to fight or compete. Of course, this does not mean that her sister Tsuyue is cowardly. On the contrary, this is a more profound way of life. She often said that in every corner of life, there is peace and satisfaction that belongs to her. Not fighting is for inner peace, not grabbing is for true possession. As for Lu Yiming, after he exited Tsuyoshi's live broadcast room, he began to frantically look for people in other female anchors' live broadcast rooms. But after browsing several beautiful anchors in a row, the system didn't respond at all. This makes us sigh at the current black technology, special effects and beauty. At first he thought there was something wrong with the system. Because there are several beautiful anchors who are goddess level in both figure and face. The appearance should be at least 80 points. So he tried to buy a few sports cars, but he didn't get any cash back in return. Obviously, your uncle is still your uncle, and the system is the system. It is equivalent to the national anti-fraud app, no matter how big the close-up you add or how beautify the color you make it. It can be seen at a glance that they are not goddess-level people. However, just when Lu Yiming entered a live broadcast room named Xian, who is not afraid of spicy food. System, effective consumer objects have been detected. Hey! I finally found a valid consumer. This is so rare. I have to say that the people selected by this system are different. They look very natural and comfortable, and are simply not comparable to those who use special beauty effects. This girl is called Xian, who is not afraid of spicy food. She is wearing a red dress as hot as fire, with a graceful figure and extraordinary temperament. Her facial features are as delicate as a painting, and her beautiful eyes are full of charm. At this moment, she was playing PK with someone else, who was also a beauty, at least in the live broadcast room. The other person was dressed very boldly, with a pair of big breasts no smaller than 36D, with at least 26 of them exposed. It's really pushed the edge to the limit. So under the opponent's powerful magic attack, even though Xian, who was not afraid of spicy food, had more than 100,000 votes, she was still far behind the opponent. Seeing this, Lu Yiming didn't say anything and threw Carnival to Xian's live broadcast room as if it was free. For a moment, Xian's live broadcast room was suddenly covered by the special effects of the carnival. This shocking scene instantly excited Xian. She initially thought it was a gift from an old fan, but then she saw that it was from a passerby who didn't even follow or add her fan group. She was stunned for a moment. She thought, I didn't buy a ticket either. Why did the other party start throwing Carnival at me as soon as he came in? Could it be that the person selling the tickets entered the wrong live broadcast room and swiped the wrong person? But no matter what, whether you enter the wrong live broadcast room or brush the wrong person, since the other party has given me a favor, I have to express my gratitude. Thank you for the 10 carnivals for Mochi middle-aged poor big brother. Thank you. Xian loves you, Mikey. At the same time, hundreds of people in Xian's live broadcast room were instantly excited. Holy crap, who is this god of wealth? He's so awesome. How many have you cleared? He's still clearing them. He's still clearing the carnival. Host Xian, you're hiding well enough. Such a big brother? You won't give him up until the crucial moment. Hurry up and tell us who this big brother is. Let us worship him. Xian didn't know how to explain these netizens' questions for a moment, because she was still confused. With the addition of the domineering big brother Lu Yiming, the original gap of tens of thousands of votes with the opponent was instantly eliminated, and they were even far ahead of the opponent by more than 200,000 votes. Even if the other party is constantly giving gifts and tickets. Even though the other party was almost pressing all of her 36D breasts onto the screen. Their votes were crushed by Lu Yiming alone in minutes. Until the end of the PK, the opponent's votes were firmly held under his feet. I can't win. Your elder brother is too strong. I really can't win. After turning on the microphone, the female anchor on the other side said she couldn't stand it anymore. Tell me, how do you want to punish me? She had to accept defeat. There was such a domineering big brother on the other side giving her gifts. She had no choice but to accept it. After hearing what the other female anchor said, Xian did not speak directly, but looked towards the live broadcast room. She saw that the big brother Mo Kitsung Yanqiang was still there. She smiled and said slowly, don't bully the poor middle-aged man. How do you want to punish the other anchor? Chapter 18 I'm here, you'll win. What about you guys? Any ideas? Lu Yiming asked the people in the live broadcast room, and his handwriting was full of teasing and expectation. He knew that at times like this, it would always inspire infinite creativity and enthusiasm among netizens. Sure enough, after a while, the comment section exploded. Turn off the beauty filter and special effects. Dance, do the glass wiping dance. Squat up and down, squat up and down. Handstand. I want to see her do a handstand. I don't believe those big bears of hers are real. In the live broadcast room, comments were flying one after another, and some of the comments were actually to Lu Yiming's liking. For example, in the handstand, he also wanted to see whether the other party's big bears were real or fake, and whether they would really fall out. But the review probably won T-Pass, so that's all it counts. Lu Yiming thought about it, and finally said, just squat up and down, just do 10. Seeing Mo Chi's comment about being poor in middle age, Xiang smiled and said, I know, brother Nyan. 10 squats are not very difficult, so the female anchor started the punishment without saying a word. When a host on the other side finished doing 10 squats, Xian asked with a smile, are you coming again? No, I can't win with your big brother. After saying that, he quickly retreated. Seeing the host on the other side being scared away, Xian tentatively said to Lu Yiming, brother Nyan, you scared the other side away. What should we do? Should we continue? Because the PK was over, this middle-aged poor man was still in her live broadcast room and even followed her. This means that this person is not someone who entered the wrong live broadcast room and voted for the wrong person. But he is a real big spender. If I can keep him, I will be rich. Lu Yiming naturally heard the hidden meaning of Xian's words. He didn't waste any words and wrote, "Go ahead, I'm here, I guarantee you'll win." As expected, Lu Yiming's very pretentious words immediately caused a large wave of barrage. Oh my god, that's so arrogant. Why do I feel like he's pretending, but I just can't refute him? Don't bully a poor middle-aged man. Are you so arrogant? Do you still need a younger brother? I am willing to serve you like a dog and a horse. Xian smiled and said, Brother Yunyan's words have made Xian's confidence reach its peak. While chatting and laughing, Xian quickly connected to a beautiful female anchor. When this beautiful anchor appeared in the live broadcast room, it immediately caused quite a stir. I saw a very beautiful female anchor opposite me. She was wearing a sailor suit and a tight skirt. She looked pure and charming, and was very beautiful. Fuck, I even got 24k gold. It's over. I wonder if Xian's top brother Mochi, who is poor in middle age, can handle it. Oh my god, my family just got internet access. Can you tell me what the situation is? From your tone, it seems that you are very pessimistic. Of course. Although 24k Jin Jinzi is not a big internet celebrity with millions of fans, he has the number one guy on the list, Shanghai Jiang Xiao, so it is difficult for ordinary people to beat him. Who is Master Jiang from the Demon City? Is he very powerful? I won 50 games in a row. I spent millions of dollars for 24k gold in one night. Don't you think it's amazing? While the barrage chat was getting heated, Lu Yiming received a system message. Effective consumer objects have been discovered. Since the system has recognized it, it must be correct. This beautiful anchor called 24k gold must be very beautiful. Xian also didn't expect that the live broadcast would reach 24k gold. However, when she thought of the solemn promise made by the poor middle-aged man Mochi, she still had the confidence, so she took the initiative to speak to him. Hello, beautiful anchor Jin Jinzi. I am lucky or unlucky to be able to connect with you today. 24k Jin Jinzi smiled and said, Har har, don't be so modest, don't you have your big brother to back you up? I just heard it in the live broadcast room. Really? Hee hee. Xian didn't want to encourage others, and said decisively, then let's fight. 24k gold Jinzi said, come if you want, the punishment is up to you. I listened to my brother. Xian was not stupid and she immediately pushed Lu Yiming out. The main reason she said this was that while giving Lu Yiming enough face, she also wanted to tie him together so that she could get more votes during the PK. Okay, let's fight first and talk later. 24k Jin Jinzi was very easygoing and didn't have too many tricks. Soon, both of them started canvassing for votes behind closed doors at the same time. However, before Xian started talking, Lu Yiming directly threw out 5 carnivals. Thank you Brother Nyan for the 5 carnivals. I wish Brother Nyan can marry 50 wives, no. 100 wives. Because while Xian was speaking, Lu Yiming threw out another 10 carnivals. For a moment, Xian's live broadcast room was suddenly covered by the special effects of the carnival. While Lu Yiming was frantically giving out carnivals, 24k Jin Jinzi's live broadcast room was also not simple. Various gifts were floating around, but few people sent carnivals. Therefore, the number of votes above her was always suppressed by Xian. This couldn't help but make Lu Yiming a little confused. Is Tita the top brother on the list, Master Jiang from the Magic City, on the other side? How come they only have so few votes? Could it be because young Master Jiang from the Demon City is not here? Lu Yiming's doubts were soon confirmed by the people in the live broadcast room. A person coming from the opposite live broadcast room said, Master Jiang from the opposite Modu is not here today. Upon hearing this, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room started to fill up again. No wonder. I was wondering why the number of votes for this 24k gold item was so low tonight. Oh, I thought we would see a big show like Mars hitting the earth, but it turned out to be a one-sided crush. Tell me, who is better, this poor middle-aged brother Mo Chi or that Demon City young Master Jiang? I guess it should be Demon City Jiang Xiao. After all, his account has reached level 60. And this middle-aged poor Mo Chi has only a level 20 account. Don't say that. It's level 20. Maybe it's some boss's Smurf account. Yes, yes, yes. While netizens were posting comments, the PK was coming to an end. Without the help of the number one on the list, Demon City Jiang Xiao, the opponent had no chance to raise his head at all and was pinned to the ground by Lu Yiming the entire time until the PK was over. After turning on the microphone, the delicate voice of 24K Gold was immediately heard. "Oh my, your big brother is really hard and strong. I really can't beat him. Just ask, how is your big brother going to punish me?" Xian asked with a smile, "Brother Nyan, how are we going to punish her?" This time, Lu Yiming did not ask the netizens in the live broadcast room, but directly posted a comment, "Just let her dance." "Okay, Brother Nyan." After Xian told the other party about the 24K Gold, the other party readily accepted the punishment. She did a pendulum dance, and her little butt swayed so much that all the male netizens in the live broadcast room instantly straightened their legs. After the dance, Lu Yiming said that he didn't watch it for nothing, so he ran to the other party's live broadcast room and immediately threw 10 carnivals to her. Chapter 19, What is the purpose? Wow, thanks for the 10 carnivals, Brother Nyan. Jin Jinzi was still somewhat surprised by Lu Yiming's actions. Is this a consolation prize? But no matter what, this kind of comfort really makes people feel happy. Brother Nyan, come and play in my live studio when you have time. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming sent an "okay" expression, then exited 24K Jin Jinzi's live broadcast room and returned to Xian. What do you want to see, Nyan? I can dance and sing. As soon as Xian saw Lu Yiming return to his live broadcast room, her heart instantly settled down. I just saw this guy. He ran to Jin Jinzi's live broadcast room and gave her 10 carnivals. She thought the guy was seduced by the other party. Jin Jinzi's beauty is not inferior to hers at all, and when she was dancing the pendulum just now, even she, a woman, felt her heart melt, let alone men. So when she saw the eldest brother coming over and winning 10 carnivals, she immediately became panicked. This big brother hasn't even warmed up in my arms yet, is it going to get cold? So now that she has returned to her live broadcast room, she can't wait to show herself in front of her big brother. No, it's getting late. Take your time playing. I'm going to rest first. Brother Nyan is leaving. Upon hearing that Lu Yiming was leaving, the expression on Xian's face was instantly covered with a look of loss. Although Lu Yiming didn't know whether her lost expression was real or fake, he still felt very happy and satisfied. Immediately, a comment was posted, "I'm old now, unlike you youngsters, I can't stay up late." Well then, take care, brother. Xian looked reluctant. Okay. When Lu Yiming exited the live broadcast room, he gave Xian 5 more carnivals. After exiting the live broadcast room, he saw more than a dozen message reminders in the information column. When Lu Yiming clicked on it, he saw people greeting him and wanting to send him private messages. Xian, who is not afraid of spicy food, and 24K Gold are also among them. Lu Yiming approved their applications without saying a word. You've become friends. As soon as this line of words appeared on the Douyin message, Xian sent a message. Brother Nyan, my name is Chen Xian. I am honored to meet you today. I am also very grateful to you for giving me so many gifts today. I don't know how to thank you right now, let me think about it carefully and then I will thank you properly. Looking at this long paragraph of text, Lu Yiming smiled and replied, then think about it carefully, I'm going to sleep first. Chen Xian replied immediately, Har har, Brother Nyan, have a good rest. I will think about it alone. Chen Xian's name was written in pink handwriting. It was very large and very obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell it was a hint. Looking at this obvious hint, Lu Yiming was not very excited. The reason is simple, because Chen Xian's ID shows that she is in Xianan, which is a bit far from this mountain city. So how excited could he be? Jin Jinzi also sent a message, but seeing that the other party was still live streaming, he did not reply. After putting his phone down, Lu Yiming quickly fell asleep. While he was sleeping, the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. I wonder if he had a sweet dream. The next morning, Lu Yiming got up early, which was rare. He rubbed his sleepy eyes, opened the window, took a deep breath of the fresh morning air, and felt much more energetic. He had just finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom when he heard Suyoji's voice coming from outside the courtyard. Hey, uncle, you're awake. That's why I don't need to call you. Come over and have breakfast with me. Suyoji walked in with a smile, carrying a big bag of soy milk, fried dough sticks and steamed dumplings. Lu Yiming looked at Su Yuji in front of him, slightly surprised. Why did this seemingly arrogant college student suddenly become so considerate today? Is it because I haven't woken up yet, or is it because the sun is rising from the west? How can such a good thing happen so early in the morning? Lu Yiming teased. Su Yuji smiled indifferently and said, "It's just a small thing. Just consider it as a thank you for helping me clean up last time." Hearing this, Lu Yiming laughed and said jokingly, "I spent a lot of time cleaning last time, and you just give me fried dough sticks and soy milk as a thank you. That's really not worth it." Su Yuji blinked her eyes and pouted. How many people want to be treated to food by this fairy but can't get it? It's not worth it, so just be happy. And when I went out to buy breakfast just now, I saw a door for sale, so I ordered one for you. I guarantee it's much sturdier than your broken door. Lu Yiming looked at Su Yuchi's serious expression and couldn't help laughing. Sister Su, I didn't expect you to be such a nice person. Give me the money yourself, I don't have any. Okay, got it. The two smiled at each other, then sat on a stone bench in the dam and began to eat breakfast. Su Yuji just picked up the bowl of steaming soy milk, took a sip, and then frowned. It's not that the soy milk wasn't sweet enough, but she suddenly thought of a strange question. Uncle, can I ask you a question? She looked up at Lu Yiming who was sitting opposite her, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lu Yiming put down the dough sticks in his hand, rubbed his chin, and said in a deep voice, "You can ask, but let me make it clear in advance that you should not ask me questions beyond the scope of kindergarten, because I have only been to kindergarten." He thought these words would amuse Su Yuji, but unexpectedly she rolled her eyes at him. "Uncle, you don't think this is funny, do you?" There was a hint of teasing in Su Yuji's tone. Lu Yiming scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Isn't it funny?" "TSK, that's so cold." Su Yuji curled her lips and continued to ask, "Now that you men have money, will you spend it recklessly? For example, go to the live broadcast room to give gifts?" Lu Yiming was stunned, and then he remembered that he had given her gifts in the live broadcast room last night. He then pretended to tease her. "Oh, I see. Did you see a live broadcaster receiving so many gifts recently that you envied him, and that's why you feel unbalanced?" Su Yuji glared at Lu Yiming and said, "Do I need to be envious? Last night, there was a fool who gave me a lot of gifts, tens of thousands of dollars, so I asked you this question." "Stupid, idiot." Lu Yiming was speechless for a while. He was so excited when he called someone brother last night, but today he turned around and called someone else a fool. Isn't this a little too rash? Isn't that so? I've never really figured it out. You said that on the virtual internet, many people don't get anything even if they give gifts like crazy. What on earth are they trying to achieve? Lu Yiming was stunned for a moment, then slowly said, "Maybe they are trying to resonate with each other, maybe they are trying to relax, maybe it is something." Su Yuji asked curiously. Lu Yiming coughed twice and continued, "Maybe it's to find a spiritual sustenance. After all, in this real world, everyone lives so hard, sometimes going to the live broadcast room to watch other people's lives is also a kind of relaxation and release." Yeah. After listening to this, Su Yuji nodded thoughtfully, then lowered her head and continued to drink her soy milk. Lu Yiming was also thinking with his head down. Would Xian and Jin Jinzi be the same, calling you big brother in front of the screen, and calling you a fool behind the screen? Chapter 20, Setting up a Trap for Lu Yiming. After breakfast, Su Yuji went to the company for internship, while Lu Yiming waited at home for the person to come and install his bedroom door. During this period, Xia Ang sent him a message saying that Sister Fangfang asked him to come over and play. Seeing this message, Lu Yiming raised his eyebrows slightly and replied, "Okay. I'll come over later." Soon, the workers who were installing the door arrived. After installing the door, Lu Yiming drove to the place he had agreed to meet with Xia Ang Tai her hotel. "Old classmate, you are finally here." As soon as I entered the room, Cao Fangfang came to greet me with a smile. There were 3 other people following her. In addition to Xia Ang, there was another person he knew, that was Tang Ping who was at Royal No. 1 last time. As for the other man, he didn't recognize him, but judging from his thin appearance, especially his shifty eyes, he seemed to be very cunning and shrewd. Lu Yiming retracted his gaze and looked at Cao Fangfang, smiling and teasing, "It's so early in the morning, and you meet at the hotel, 3 men and 2 women, what are you thinking of doing? You are the only one who is not serious." Cao Fangfang cursed with a smile, then pointed at the thin man and said, this is my friend Ma Chao. He just came back from Haojiang. He's itching to play mahjong, so I asked you to come over and join in. Play mahjong? Waiting for me here? Lu Yiming chuckled calmly. Come to think of it, I haven't played mahjong for a long time. After hearing what you said, I think my mahjong addiction has come back. Come on then. Cao Fangfang laughed, and then several people sat down around the mahjong table in the room. Encore, sit next to me. Seeing Xia Ank preparing to sit next to Cao Fangfang, Lu Yiming shouted. Tang Ping, who was standing by, heard this and said indignantly, why shouldn't Ku listen to you and sit next to you? However, Cao Fangfang pretended not to hear what Tang Ping said, and said to Xia Ank with a smile, Har har, my old classmate has spoken, so you can sit next to him. Xia Ank glanced at Lu Yiming and sat down without saying anything. Tang Ping wanted to say something, but was stopped by Cao Fangfang's eyes. After everyone was seated, Lu Yiming asked, what are you fighting for? Just make some plans. Cao Fangfang said, looking at Ma Chao, we Shancheng people like to fight this kind of thing now. Making points is indeed the simplest, unlike other mahjong games, which have so many complicated rules. 3 cards in a row, plus a pair of generals, can make you win. There is no such thing as a pure suit, or any big cards like Dragon 7. It depends on the last grab after winning the game, and multiply it by the number you flip. For example, if you bet $10, if you turn over 2 it is 20, and if you turn over 9 it is 90. Only if you turn over 1 you can multiply it by 10, which is 100. The only big overturn is when you get a flower on the gang or a gang, and then multiply it by 6. The above is necessary for the plot. It is best for everyone to stay away from gambling. Let me start with this. I will never reconcile with gambling and drugs. I'm fine. Ma Chao looked indifferent. Cao Fangfang smiled and said, okay, then let's go small, with a base of 100. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming and the other two had no objection. Mahjong is an automatic mahjong machine that does not require manual rubbing, which is convenient and fast. At the beginning of the first hand, Lu Yiming felt that his luck was pretty good and the cards were very good, the kind that he would be in a winning position as soon as he got a card. After 2 rounds of thinking, as expected, Lu Yiming got the winning hand. But the cards I was waiting for were not good, I got 2 of a kind, and there were already 3 cards on the board, so it was a bit difficult to win. However, just as Lu Yiming drew a useless card and played it, Ma Chao, who was sitting below him, played 2 cards. 2. Hearing this, Lu Yiming took the 2 sticks that Ma Chao had played and said, I win. Ma Chao didn't say anything about Lu Yiming winning his hand. He reached out and touched a card and showed it to him. It's Zhang Yuan. According to the rules, Ma Chao lost 1,000 to Lu Yiming. Since Gu Yiming won the game, he could not draw any more cards and had to wait for Cao Fangfang and the other 2 to continue playing. This idea is also a kind of bloody battle, and the fight ends only when the last person concedes defeat. After playing several rounds in a row, Lu Yiming didn't know whether it was because of his good skills or just good luck. He basically wins every game, either being the first or the second. Okay. Touch yourself. With a light shout from Lu Yiming, he closed 3 more houses. Cao Fangfang handed over the money with a smile, but a subtle cunning flashed in her eyes. Old classmate, you are really lucky. Lu Yiming took the money and chuckled, har har, it's okay. Although Lu Yiming had a smile on his face, his mind was as clear as a mirror. The situation at the poker table cannot be determined by your luck. Every time he wanted to touch a card or win a certain card, Ma Chao would always happen to play the card he wanted. If there is no ghost behind this, who would believe it? Encore, come on, help me play a few rounds, I'm going to the bathroom. After collecting the money, Lu Yiming suddenly stood up and said to Xia Ank beside him. Xia Ank was a little hesitant at first, but seeing Lu Yiming's insistence and Cao Fangfang's persuasion, she sat in Lu Yiming's seat. For the people in the mountain city, from the elderly in their 90s to the children in their 7s or 8s, almost everyone, regardless of gender, will play, and Xia Ank is no exception. After Xia Ank sat down, Lu Yiming walked into the bathroom calmly. He knew that Cao Fangfang wanted to make him addicted to winning money, then slowly set traps for him, and finally make him fall flat on his face. This method might have been useful to him in the past, but now it is of no use to him with the cashback system. As your own money becomes more and more available, do you still care about the money on the table? After a while, seeing Lu Yiming coming back, Xia Ank was about to stand up and give up her seat, but Liu Yiming held her down with both hands. He signaled Xia Ang to continue fighting. Keep fighting, if you win, it's yours, if you lose, it's mine. As soon as Liu Yiming finished speaking, Cao Fangfang smiled and said, my old classmate, since you've said so, just keep playing encore. Anyway, if you lose, I'll be your last resort, so what are you afraid of? Oh well. Xia Ang agreed with a somewhat unnatural look. After Liu Yiming left, Ma Chao's luck with cards improved instantly. He could draw any card by himself, and he got several Gangshan Noir. Moreover, the points he drew were also very big, and most of them were above 6 points. Liu Yiming had just won 10,000 or 20,000 yuan, but not only did he lose it all to Xia Ang, he also lost more than 10,000 yuan of his own capital. This made Xia Ang very embarrassed. Brother Liu, you should do it yourself. I have lost so much to you. It's okay. Liu Yiming looked nonchalant. But Cao Fangfang spoke. Old classmate, it seems that you are the only one who can suppress the anger of my friend. You should do it yourself. Although I know you have money now, I feel a little guilty about letting Encore lose to you like this. Looking at Cao Fangfang's expression that seemed to show her concern for him, Liu Yiming couldn't help but find it funny. Okay then. I can do it myself. As expected, just as Cao Fangfang said, only Liu Yiming could suppress Ma Chao's anger. As soon as he came up, the opponent was in trouble and fired several cannon shots at Liu Yiming in succession. But Liu Yiming just smiled and said nothing. After all, this is free money, why not refuse it? Chapter 21. Do you want to explain? What do you want to eat? It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when they came out of Tai Her Hotel. With the crazy feeding from Cao Fangfang and Ma Chao, Liu Yiming finally won more than 40,000. When leaving, Ma Chao looked dissatisfied and asked him to fight again tomorrow. Of course, Liu Yiming gladly accepted it. This kind of long-term plan to catch a big fish will only allow himself to win at the beginning, so the same old saying applies, don't refuse free money. Xia Ang replied, I can do anything. Then let me arrange it. As Liu Yiming spoke, he took him to a Chinese restaurant not far away that looked very well decorated. After sitting down, Liu Yiming ordered a few of the restaurant's signature dishes and asked for a bottle of drink. While waiting for the food to be served, Liu Yiming looked at Xia Ang, whose face was full of worry. He asked, what's wrong? Are you worried? Xia Ang was startled by this sudden question. She looked up and met Liu Yiming's deep eyes, trying to hide her uneasiness in panic. No. Xia Ang stammered in response, and her hands unconsciously clenched the napkin. Yeah. Liu Yiming raised his eyebrows slightly. He was actually waiting for Xia Ang to confess. After spending the past 2 days together, he felt that Xia Ang was an okay girl, and she didn't seem like a scheming person. Especially when seeing her working, the joy that comes from the heart is beyond words. Liu Yiming was certain that she and Cao Fangfang were not the same kind of people. Being stared at by Liu Yiming like this, Xia Ang, feeling guilty, stood up, said, I'm going to the bathroom, and left the table in a panic. Not long after Xia Ang left, the cell phone that she had forgotten on the table rang. Liu Yiming took a look and saw that the caller ID showed the note, second-hand luxury goods. Second-hand luxury goods. Looking at the caller ID, Liu Yiming frowned slightly, and couldn't help feeling curious. But it was just out of curiosity, and he had no intention of accepting it. However, the other party seemed very persistent. Seeing that no one answered, he called again. Seeing that the other party called again, Liu Yiming could no longer control his curiosity and speculation, so he immediately picked up the phone. Hello. As soon as the call was connected, the person on the other end said hello and then started talking a lot. Miss Xia, you finally answered the phone. My boss is very satisfied with the goods you sold this time. If you have this kind of stuff to resell, my boss said he can give you a reasonable markup. Hey, Miss Xia, did you hear that? Why aren't you talking? Hearing the other party's question, Liu Yiming just responded, I heard it, and then hung up the phone. Second-hand luxury goods. Could it be that Xia Ang sold all the things I bought for her? Har, this is interesting. The corners of Liu Yiming's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile, but the smile looked so cold. Not long after putting Xia Ang's phone back in its place, Xia Ang returned to the table. Liu Yiming talked to her as if nothing had happened. Soon all the dishes they ordered were brought to the table by their waiter. This steamed sea bass is delicious. Eat more. Lu Yiming picked up a piece of fish with a serving chopstick and gently put it into Xia Ank's bowl. Xia Ank raised her head and said softly, "Thank you, Brother Lu." Lu Yiming put down his chopsticks and his eyes gradually became serious. He looked at Xia Ank and suddenly asked, "Xia Ank, are you short of money?" This question was like a bombshell, instantly exploding in Xia Ank's heart. She shook her head in panic and said in a trembling voice, "No. No." However, Lu Yiming pointed at Xia Ank's phone, which was still on the table, and said calmly, "When you went to the bathroom just now, your phone kept ringing and I answered it." Upon hearing this, Xia Ank's face turned pale instantly. She hurriedly picked up her phone, opened the address book, and sure enough, she saw a call from a second-hand luxury goods company. Her heart tightened, knowing that Lu Yiming already knew about her. "Would you like to explain?" Lu Yiming's tone was neither anxious nor impatient, but it contained an unquestionable majesty. After hearing what Lu Yiming said, Xia Ank could no longer control her tears, and she choked and said, "Brother Lu, I'm sorry. I sold all the gifts you bought for me because I needed the money. My mother is still in the hospital and she needs surgery." At this point, Xia Ank was already sobbing, her tears falling like beads from a broken string. Fortunately, this is a private room, otherwise this scene would probably attract a lot of strange looks. Lu Yiming was a little surprised when he heard what Xia Ank said. "Is your mother in hospital?" he asked in a deep voice. Xia Ank nodded and sobbed, "My mother is waiting for a liver transplant at the People's Hospital. The cost of the operation is very high. I really have no choice." Lu Yiming was silent for a while, then sighed deeply. He looked at the crying Xia Ank and handed her a tissue, then asked, "How much does your mother's surgery cost?" Xia Ank raised her head, looking at Lu Yiming in front of her with tearful eyes, her voice choked with sobs. "The liver transplant and subsequent rehabilitation treatment will probably cost about 1 million yuan in total." Lu Yiming was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Don't cry for now." His voice became much softer, like a hand that healed Xia Ank's heartache. "I can help you with the money." "Really, really?" A gleam of disbelief flashed in Xia Ank's eyes. After all, they had only known each other for less than 5 days in total, yet he was willing to pay such a huge amount of money for her. Could it be that Brother Lu is really attracted by my beauty and really falls in love with me? Otherwise, how could he be willing to spend $1 million to save my mother? Xia Ank's favorability plus 20. Because of her outstanding appearance and figure, there have always been many men chasing after her, but they are all after her body. Apart from Brother Lu, there is no one else who is really willing to spend money on her like this. Of course it's true. Lu Yiming looked at Xia Ank and asked, "When will your mother have the surgery?" "The hospital called this morning and said that they have found a suitable liver. As long as we have the money, we can have the surgery tomorrow," Xia Ank said excitedly, as if she saw the dawn of hope. "Okay, I'll accompany you to the hospital and let the doctor arrange the surgery for tomorrow," Lu Yiming said. "There is no other way. I have to give Xia Ank the money directly. The system won't give me any cash back." Xia Ank nodded, tears of gratitude glistening in her eyes. She knew that she had met a truly good person. Soon, the two finished their meal, and Lu Yiming drove Xia Ank to the People's Hospital. On the road, Xia Ank sat in the passenger seat with her hands clasped on her knees. The wind outside the window gently blew through her hair, but it couldn't blow away the tangle in her heart. She took a deep breath, finally mustered up the courage, turned to Lu Yiming and said, "Brother Lu, you have to be careful of Sister Fang Fang." Chapter 22 Rewards for Top Cheating Techniques. Lu Yiming's hand holding the steering wheel paused slightly, his eyes revealed a bit of understanding, and then he chuckled, "Oh. You are finally willing to say it." Xia Ank looked at him in surprise and asked in surprise, "Brother Lu, do you know? I know my old classmate too well. She is the kind of person who will not do anything without benefits." There was a hint of contempt in Lu Yiming's tone. "Then why are you still going?" Xia Ank's voice was full of worry. Lu Yiming glanced at Xia Ank and said softly, "That's because you are here." Xia Ank's favorability plus 10. When Xia Ank heard this, a warm feeling surged in his heart, but was then overwhelmed by deeper guilt. She thought of how Sister Fang Fang had tempted her, and the choice she had to make for the safety of her family. She looked at Lu Yiming and choked up, "I'm sorry, Brother Lu." I. Lu Yiming comforted her, "It's okay, I know your difficulties. If it were me, I would make the same choice, so you don't have to feel guilty or apologize." Hearing this, Xia Ang could no longer hold back her tears, and they finally burst out. She leaned back in her chair, letting the tears slide down her cheeks. Lu Yiming stopped talking and just silently handed over a piece of paper. The car sped along the road and soon arrived at the People's Hospital. As for Xia Ang's mother, Lu Yiming had no intention of meeting her. He was only responsible for paying the money, which Xia Ang understood. After Lu Yiming paid 800,000 yuan for surgery, his bank card received a text message indicating the deposit had been made. Huaxia Agricultural Bank on July 7, 24, at 16:38, your account ending with 0270 received an income of 1,600,000 yuan, and the balance was 1,876,966.95 yuan. Looking at this text message, Lu Yiming smiled faintly. Har har, I am also a millionaire now. After helping Xia Ang pay for her mother's surgery, Lu Yiming prepared to leave the hospital. Brother Lu, wait a minute. Seeing Lu Yiming was about to leave, Xia Ang immediately called him, but there was a hint of nervousness and shyness in her voice. What's wrong? Lu Yiming thought Xia Ang had something else to do. Xia Ang lowered her eyelids, not daring to look directly into Lu Yiming's eyes. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and said with a slightly trembling voice, Lu, brother Lu, tonight, I will accompany you tonight. After hearing Xia Ang's words, Lu Yiming was unable to react for a moment. What are you doing with me? What he meant was, your mother is going to have surgery tomorrow, and you're not staying with her in the hospital, so why are you staying with me? Xia Ang was also a little speechless after hearing what Lu Yiming said. She finally mustered up the courage and decided to take that step, but it seemed that the other party did not understand her situation. Looking at Xia Ang's red face, Lu Yiming finally reacted. Does she want to sleep with me? However, when he thought about the fact that her mother was going to have surgery tomorrow, he would feel guilty if he continued to take her daughter out to fool around. Although it is true that if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard, but you still have to have a moral bottom line. If she wants to sleep, she should at least wait until after her mother's surgery. Thinking of this, Lu Yiming put on a righteous look and said, What are you thinking about? Xia Ang, Auntie needs your care right now, you should stay with Auntie first. Lu Yiming's words made Xia Ang's cheeks red again, and she felt extremely embarrassed for a moment. However, Lu Yiming's words were like a warm current that warmed her heart. She raised her head and looked at Lu Yiming, feeling inexplicably moved. Thank you, brother Lu. Xia Ang's voice was trembling a little, but her eyes were full of gratitude. Xia Ang's favorability plus 30. Ding! Xia Ang's favorability has reached 85. The system will reward the host with top-level cheating skills, and he can master various gambling techniques. Hearing the system's reward, Lu Yiming was a little confused. Top-notch tricks? Proficient in various gambling techniques? Is it to deal with Cao Fangfang and the others' plan? Otherwise, why would the system reward me with this thing? After saying goodbye to Xia Ang, Lu Yiming turned around and left the hospital, ran to a convenience store and bought a box of playing cards. He wanted to verify the power of this trick. Sitting in the car, Lu Yiming unconsciously turned the playing cards in his hand several times. Then, he moved his 5 fingers, and the cards in his hand were divided into 3 parts, which he turned over and over between his fingers without any pause. I'll go. Seeing this scene, Lu Yiming's face was filled with shock and he couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really something my hands can do? Then, the next second, he moved his fingers again, and 4 cards magically appeared between his fingers. These 4 cards are all 4 A's. Damn it! Awesome! Lu Yiming was shocked by himself again. This technique, which he had only seen on TV, was now happening right before his eyes, and most importantly, he had done it himself. That's simply opening the door to awesomeness. It's so awesome. Then Lu Yiming played a few more times. No matter what the cards were, as long as he wanted, he could play them out. It can be said that he did it at will and with ease. With this trick, no matter how Cao Fangfang makes the bet, he will accompany her to the end. Soon Lu Yiming drove back home. It was just past 5 o'clock and Suyoji had not returned yet. Back in the room, Lu Yiming called up the system interface again. Host, Lu Yiming. Cashback level, LV1. Cashback ratio, 1:2. Today's effective cashback amount, 1600980. Looking at the level that had not changed, Lu Yiming was speechless. I've already received nearly 2 million in cashback, But why hasn't my level been upgraded yet? Are you going to ask me to return 5 million, or even 10 million? Why? Lu Yiming sighed, who cares if it's upgraded or not? Even if it's not upgraded, isn't it good like this? Lu Yiming was quite open-minded. After closing the interface, Lu Yiming just took out his mobile phone when a familiar video request popped up on the screen. It was sent by his mother Xieyuzhen. This is most likely to ask me to go back for a blind date. Lu Yiming reluctantly connected the video call, and Xieyuzhen's familiar face appeared on the screen. Xieyuzhen is over 50 years old. Years of hard work have left faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, and her hair has begun to turn gray. But she was full of energy, and as soon as the video was connected, her loud voice began to sound. Yiming, guess who I met today? Lu Yiming said nonchalantly, I don't know who you met today. Xieyuzhen was very dissatisfied with her son's attitude. She snorted coldly, smoking pot. Do you know that? Lu Yiming was also a little surprised. Yang Guobar, he went back. Yang Guobar is his childhood friend, named Wu Mingyang. He hasn't seen him for several years. That's right, he not only came back alone, he also brought his wife and son back with him, and a lot of wine. Xieyuzhen's voice was full of surprise, mixed with a subtle hint of sarcasm. When Lu Yiming heard this, he was speechless. Mom, you're here again. Chapter 23. My mom urges me to get married online. What's that again? Xieyuzhen was unhappy when she heard this. When Lu Yiming saw his mother's expression, he knew it was over and she was about to start scolding him. As expected, Xieyuzhen's mouth started firing wildly like a machine gun. Look at other people who smoke and eat. Their children are old enough to help with cooking. But you are the opposite. You are busy outside all day and you don't even have a girlfriend. Mom, I'm busy with work. How can I have time to go on a blind date? Lu Yiming tried to explain, but it was obviously not very effective. Work? Can work be used to make a living? Can work find you a wife? Xieyuzhen's eyes widened, her tone full of reproach. Lu Yiming sighed. He knew his mother's stubbornness and understood her worries. He didn't want to continue talking about this topic, so he quickly changed the subject. Mom, how are you feeling lately? The weather is getting colder, remember to put on more clothes. Xieyuzhen said, I'm in good health, you don't need to worry about me, but you. Seeing that his mother wanted to talk more, Lu Yiming changed the subject again and asked, by the way, where is Dad? Why don't I see him? Your father is drinking in the yard. Xieyuzhen also realized this, and she immediately warned him, don't change the subject. I'll send you a WeChat message later, and you add me. Who is it? The blind date you found for me. After saying this, Lu Yiming felt a headache. Well, this is the WeChat ID of a girl that I finally got from Aunt Wang. She's from the next village. I saw her photo and she's very pretty. You young people must have common topics to talk about. You can have a good chat first. If you get along well, you can come back and get married at the end of the year. Hearing his mother's outrageous words, Lu Yiming rolled his eyes and said, Mom, we haven't even started yet, what are you thinking? Xieyuzhen said unhappily, what do you mean by not even starting yet? Can't you just take the initiative? Mom, I understand what you mean, but you also know that you can't rush into things like relationships. Lu Yiming tried to explain, but was interrupted by Xieyuzhen before he could finish his words. No hurry. Look at how old you are now. You'll be 32 this year, right? If you don't get married, all the good girls will be picked up by others. Xieyuzhen's voice was filled with anxiety. Okay, Mom, I'll join. In order to end the topic as soon as possible, Lu Yiming had no choice but to compromise and agree. That's right. After you add that girl, remember to chat with her more and don't just think about work all day long. Xieyuzhen showed a satisfied smile on her face. I know, Mom. Lu Yiming answered perfunctorily. Also, you have to be more proactive and don't let the girl think you are boring. Xieyuzhen reminded again. Okay, I know everything. Lu Yiming interrupted his mother impatiently. Xieyuzhen was a little worried, and then added, when you add it, take a screenshot and show it to me. Mom. Lu Yiming was simply speechless. After hanging up the video, my mother sent me the other girl's WeChat after a while. Then, there was a commanding voice. Add it now, hurry up. Lu Yiming asked impatiently, I know, then what should I say? Xie Yuzhen replied immediately, just say that Aunt Wang introduced you. Got it, got it. After saying that, Lu Yiming immediately added the girl's WeChat account. The verification was passed not long after it was sent. So fast. Could it be that Aunt Wang has already given a heads up? Lu Yiming thought that since the other party was waiting for him to add her, he still sent a message out of courtesy. Hello, I was introduced by Aunt Wang. The woman on the other end, 500 for one session, 800 for the whole night. 500 per time, 800 for the whole night. Oh my god. A prostitute. Just as Lu Yiming was surprised, the other party sent another message. Do you want to play once or spend the whole night? For a whole night, you can do it as many times as you want. Lu Yiming's eyes were filled with black lines. He was speechless, but he couldn't help but reply, I'm the blind date introduced by Aunt Wang. After waiting for a minute or two, I saw that the other party did not move at all. Lu Yiming tentatively raised a question mark. There was only a red exclamation mark displayed. Shit, deleted me. Lu Yiming couldn't help but find it funny. His mother was introducing a girlfriend to her son, and she actually introduced a young lady. If this were to be made public, it would probably be quite explosive. Afterwards, Lu Yiming took a screenshot and sent it to his mother. Mom, she wants 500 for one session, 800 for the whole night, how much for a year package, can you help me ask? At this time in Feng County, Xie Yuzhen, who had just finished a video call with her son, had a look of anticipation on her face. The girl was so pretty, and Wang Meizi said that she didn't want to work in Guangdong anymore. It was very hard being away from home all year round, and she really wanted to find a man to marry and stay in her hometown to live. It should work this time. After they get married, and then in a year or two, they give birth to a big fat grandson. Then my life, Xie Yuzhen, will be complete. Just as Xie Yuzhen was fantasizing about the beautiful days when she would be promoted to a mother-in-law and a grandmother. Bite. WeChat on my phone rang. It was a message from my son. There are also pictures. Is this added? With her hands trembling with excitement, Xie Yuzhen gently clicked on the message sent by her son. However, when she saw the picture in her son's frame, her smiling face instantly fell. What is this Wang Mai doing? I dug half an acre of land for her, how can she introduce a prostitute girl to my son? Xie Yuzhen became more and more angry the more she thought about it. She turned around and went to the woodshed, picked up a hoe and walked out. On the dam, Lu Guojun was leisurely drinking wine when he suddenly saw Xie Yuzhen, who was holding a hoe and walking out of the yard with an angry look on her face. He looked puzzled. Yuzhen, the sun is about to set, are you going to work with a hoe? Xie Yuzhen did not stop. She gritted her teeth and said, I'm going to fill in the half-acre of land I dug for Wang Yufeng. Fill the land? Why? Lu Guojun was a little surprised. Xie Yuzhen stopped, turned around and handed the phone to Lu Guojun. There was a picture and a message on the screen. She said angrily, I asked Wang Yufeng to introduce Yiming to a girlfriend. Look, who did Wang Yufeng introduce? 500 for a night, 800 for a night. What else can this be but a prostitute? Looking at the pictures sent by his son, Lu Guojun was also a little dumbfounded. Maybe Sister Wang Xinshu doesn't know about it, otherwise she would not do this. Xie Yuzhen was obviously still angry and didn't want to hear anything. I don't care, I'm going to fill it for her. Lu Guojun was relatively rational. We are all from the same village, we will see each other sooner or later, there is no need to make things so awkward, I think we should ask clearly first. After hearing what her husband said, Xie Yuzhen felt that it made sense. Besides, she had a good relationship with Wang Meizi, so maybe she really didn't know. As she thought about it, her anger began to shift and she glared at Lu Guojun. You don't care about your son for a day. When he can't find a wife, who will come to carry on the family line for your Lu family? After hearing what Xie Yuzhen said, Lu Guojun was stunned. Okay. The spearhead has turned against me. Chapter 24. It's time to close the net. In the next 2 days, Lu Yiming did not go to find Xia Ank, nor did he have sex with Lin Ya. He has been hanging out with Cao Fangfang, Ma Chao and a few others these past 2 days. Apart from playing cards, they sing karaoke all day. It's so carefree. These past 2 days were just as Lu Yiming expected, he won, but not much, but he didn't care. After acquiring top-level cheating skills, he also realized that Ma Chao was a master of cheating, but he was far inferior to himself because he could see clearly every time the other party cheated. On the 3rd day, Cao Fangfang smiled and said to Lu Yiming, "Old classmate, you have been so lucky these days." Although he had heard this countless times in the past few days, he still pretended to be very excited and said, "Yes, a little bit. I don't know why. During this period of time, no matter what cards I played, my luck was very good. We are lucky, so we should press on to win." Having said this, Cao Fangfang suddenly lowered her voice, as if she was afraid of being heard by others, and spoke in a low voice. "Old classmate, let me tell you, Ma Chao has a few friends who are in the real estate business and have returned from Haijiang. They want to make a big move. Since you are so lucky, you will definitely win a lot of money." Lu Yiming's heart moved. This is preparing to close the net. Thinking of this, he calmly pretended to be extremely excited and asked, "Really? That's great. I've always wanted to try how good my luck can be." Seeing Lu Yiming taking the bait, Cao Fangfang secretly rejoiced in her heart. She continued, "Old classmate, let me make it clear first. They are playing a little too big, and I'm afraid you." Before she could finish, Lu Yiming interrupted her and said, "What's the big deal? I'm not short of money. I've been so lucky recently. If I don't bet big, wouldn't it be a waste?" Cao Fangfang was even happier when she saw Lu Yiming agreed so readily. "Okay, I'll tell Ma Chao right away." Okay. Lu Yiming's face was full of anticipation, and a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Yiming followed Cao Fangfang to a villa. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Yiming saw 5 men drinking tea and chatting. Except for Ma Chao, he did not know the other 4. It was obvious that they were waiting for their turn to start. Seeing Cao Fangfang and Lu Yiming arrive, Ma Chao walked up and gave them a brief introduction. After Lu Yiming and the others got to know each other, there was not much nonsense and the pig-killing game began. Lu Yiming put the 500,000 yuan in cash on the table and said, "You started this game too suddenly. I didn't make an appointment, so I asked the manager to only withdraw 500,000 yuan." After hearing what Lu Yiming said, Ma Chao expressed his understanding and said, "They just thought of setting up this game at the last minute, so they don't have much cash. Besides, they are not just here for one day. As long as you like, there are plenty of opportunities to play." Lu Yiming just smiled and said nothing. They are preparing to slaughter a pig, but who this pig is will remain to be seen. Everyone showed their money first. The most they had was 1 million, while the least was no less than 200,000 or 300,000. I also brought a POS machine, so I can swipe it when I run out of money. Since there weren't many people, they sat down around an octagonal table. Cao Fangfang did not come. She was playing with her mobile phone aside and said with a smile that she would be responsible for serving tea and water today, and whoever won would just have to give her money for the tea. No one had any objection to this. In this round, Lu Yiming and his friends played poker. The minimum is 500, the starting price is 1,000, and the maximum price is 30,000. At the beginning, everyone was playing normally. Lu Yiming didn't see them cheating, so he followed them normally, but he still remembered the cards. There were a few hands where he clearly had big cards, but he didn't follow through to the end. He either started playing halfway to compete with others, or he folded after a few bets. There were a few times when he knew he would lose, but he acted like a reckless man and threw $10,000 or $20,000 onto the table. As a result, he lost 70,000 or 80,000 yuan in less than an hour, and his eyes were red from losing so much. Looking at Lu Yiming's gambler-like expression, Ma Chao and the others looked at each other and indicated that it was almost time to set the trap. Ma Chao is the banker in this hand. He shuffles the cards very smoothly, and it seems like he plays this game quite often. While Ma Chao was shuffling the cards, Lu Yiming, with red eyes, looked like an angry rooster, staring at his opponent, as if he was expecting to be dealt a big hand. In fact, he was also secretly memoizing the cards. Soon everyone was dealt 3 cards, and Ma Chao dealt himself a straight of 8, 9, and 10. The middle-aged man named Gong Fei was dealt a deck of A, K, and 8 of diamonds. The other 3 were dealt a hand of scattered cards, the largest of which was a pair of 9s, while Lu Yiming was dealt a hand of K, J, and 10 of clubs. In terms of the cards, Gong Fei has the biggest card, followed by Lu Yiming, and then Ma Chao himself. The other 3 can be ignored. Lu Yiming knew all this. After the cards were dealt, Gong Fei, who was sitting next to Ma Chao, started placing bets. 1,000 boredoms. When it was Lu Yiming's turn, he said without a word, "I'm also bored for 1,000. Of the other three players, two also chose to follow suit and placed a bet, while one of them folded directly after looking at the cards. When it came to Ma Chao, he naturally became bored as well. After walking one circle, Lu Yiming and Gong Fei became bored again. When it was their turn, they both looked at their cards and then folded. Even the one with a pair of nines did not hesitate at all. Now only Lu Yiming, Ma Chao and Gong Fei are left. The three of them looked at each other and remained silent for several rounds without looking at their cards. There was already a lot of money piled on the table, almost 50 or 60,000. When it was Ma Chao's turn this time, he did not keep silent, but chose to look at the cards. In fact, even if he doesn't look at it, he knows what cards he has, as well as the cards of everyone else sitting there. He picked them up, squeezed the three cards together, and then covered them with both hands, and opened them one by one, as if he was afraid that others would see them. About a minute later, Ma Chao finally finished looking at the cards and started acting. He just looked very regretful, as if he shouldn't have looked at the cards. It felt like he was holding a big deck of cards. I bet 5,000 and the water level just rose a little. After Ma Chao bet 5,000, Gong Fei looked disdainful. I want to see how big your cards are. You're still raising the water level, so I'll keep 5,000. Lu Yiming didn't care about the duet between the two. It's just to raise the stakes, so I'll help you. Brother Fei is right. I want to see how big your cards are. Anyway, I have lost so much, I don't care about this little bit. Don't you have a POS machine? I'll bet 10,000. As he said that, Lu Yiming threw in 10,000 yuan. Looking at Lu Yiming's actions, a hint of cunning flashed in the eyes of Gong Fei and Ma Chao. This is the bait. Then, Ma Chao looked like he was irritated, rolled up his sleeves and said, "Okay, I will risk my life to accompany you guys today, and I will fight you to the end. I will give you 20,000. Gong Fei continued to play dumb and also threw in 10,000 because he knew he was guaranteed to win this hand because everyone here, except for the fat pig Lu Yiming, was his man. How could he not lose? The above is necessary for the plot. It is best for everyone to stay away from gambling. As I said before, I will start with myself. I will never reconcile with gambling and drugs. Chapter 25. You cheated. After playing 10,000 at a time for a few rounds, Lu Yiming pretended to pick up the cards and took a look. After all, it would be a bit unreasonable if I continued to be depressed like this. At this time, there are about 200,000 or 300,000 red bills on the table. After looking at the cards, Lu Yiming deliberately hesitated for a while, as if it was difficult to make a decision and hesitant. Looking at Lu Yiming's expression, Gong Fei and Ma Chao couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Is this installed? If they didn't know Lu Yiming's cards, they would definitely think that his cards were not good and he was trying to steal a chicken. After all, there are more than 200,000 or 300,000 red bills on the table, so you can definitely take a risk. But the two not only knew his cards, but also knew their final result. So in the eyes of the two of them, Lu Yiming's pretentious expression was quite funny. I'll give you 20,000 too. Lu Yiming immediately lost 20,000 yuan. What the hell? I'll pay 20,000 too. Ma Chao, the backup, would definitely not give up his cards so early, so he naturally had to follow. Seeing this, Gong Fei just laughed loudly, then picked up 10,000 yuan and deliberately said, "Damn it, people die hanging in the air, the brave die of gluttony, the timid die of starvation. Today I'm going to see how powerful you two are, I'm going to suppress you for another 10,000 times." This exciting scene also attracted Cao Fangfang, who was sitting nearby playing with her mobile phone. Looking at the pile of red bills on the table, stars appeared in her eyes. You guys made it a bit too big. The one who discarded his card smiled and said to Cao Fangfang, "I asked you to come, but you didn't come." Cao Fangfang said bluntly, "I don't have any money." After playing a few more rounds, Lu Yiming said to Ma Chao, "I'll give you 20,000. Seeing that Lu Yiming was about to reveal his cards, Ma Chao had no objection. He had originally planned to reveal Lu Yiming's cards after another round. Seeing Lu Yiming stand up and take his cards, he didn't take it seriously, but just said jokingly, "Yeah, you're scared." Since Gong Fei was sitting in the middle, Lu Yiming could only lean over to take Ma Chao's cards, and he cursed, "I'm afraid of G." After taking Ma Chao's cards, Lu Yiming just took a casual look at them and threw the opponent's cards on the pile of discarded cards. He cursed again, "Fuck, you dare to come and eat chicken with a 10 high card." Gong Fei and Ma Chao naturally understood Lu Yiming's mysterious words. He was just afraid that others would know that he had a big card in his hand and worried that others would not dare to follow him. Now only Lu Yiming and Gong Fei are left on the field. Neither of them had any intention of comparing cards. Lu Yiming bet 20,000 yuan, and Gong Fei followed with 10,000 yuan. After the two of them played a few rounds back and forth, the money piled on the table had already exceeded 1 million, while Lu Yiming only had 20 or 30,000 on the table. He glanced at Gong Fei, and then said to him, "Brother Fei, I only have 30,000 on my desk. I'll open it for you first." Gong Fei chuckled and said half-jokingly, "If you lose, won't you be penniless?" Hearing this, Lu Yiming said in disbelief, "Humph. I don't believe that your cards can be bigger than mine. Besides, don't you have a POS machine? If you lose, I'll just swipe 1 million or so, and then I'll come back." Gong Fei smiled again, "Okay then." Lu Yiming didn't waste any words, and immediately turned over his cards, placed them on the table, and said, "I'm K Jin, Brother Fei, turn over the cards." When seeing that Lu Yiming's 3 cards were K, J, and 10 of clubs, Gong Fei pretended to have a very solemn expression on his face. "No wonder you dare to follow me like that, it turns out you have such a great hand." Hearing this, Lu Yiming smiled smugly, "Without any information, how could I have followed you for so long? Turn it over, Brother Fei, let me see your cards." "Okay, I'll just flip it over and leave it to fate," Gong Fei said as he picked up the 3 cards in front of him and flipped them over. 3 bright red cards, A, K, and 8, appeared in front of everyone. A gold. Cao Fangfang was the first to shout with excitement, but before she could be happy for too long, she seemed to realize that something was wrong. Because she saw that the expressions of Gong Fei and others became a little solemn. "Isn't this a win? A golden flower specializes in beating K golden flower. Why aren't they laughing?" While Cao Fangfang was puzzled, she heard Ma Chao's surprised exclamation, "How is it possible?" Gong Fei's brows were furrowed, and the other 3 looked at each other. Only Lu Yiming had an excited look on his face. He was seen patting his chest with an expression as if he had escaped death. I was shocked. Seeing that they were all red, I thought it was a flush, but I didn't expect that the 8 was the 8 of hearts. As he said that, Lu Yiming prepared to take the money on the table, etc. Ma Chao suddenly spoke. Lu Yiming raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "What's wrong?" Ma Chao said coldly, "You are cheating." Ma Chao was absolutely confident, and he knew exactly what cards he had been dealt. He gave Fei Ji the AK-8 of diamonds with all the same suits, and there was absolutely no way he could get the 8 of hearts. The only possibility is that someone tampered with the situation and cheated. Except for Lu Yiming, the other 4 people present, including Cao Fangfang, were all part of their gang. Therefore, the person who did this was none other than Lu Yiming. But he didn't know when Lu Yiming took action. And Ma Chao was indeed not wrong, Lu Yiming did cheat. Just as he stood up to take Ma Chao's cards, he took the opportunity to bend over to take the cards and secretly replaced Gong Fei's cards. The expression of a gambler who had lost all his money just now was just for them to see and to paralyze them. However, with Lu Yiming's top-notch cheating skills, even if he didn't pretend to lose like this, even if he cheated openly, Ma Chao and the others might not be able to see through it. Will Lu Yiming admit that he cheated? The answer is definitely no. He frowned, looked at Ma Chao and said slowly, "Brother Ma, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. You found this place, right? These people are all your friends, right? And this card was also drawn by you, right? And you were the one who dealt all the cards just now, right? You can't slander me just because I got a good hand, right? Besides, do you have evidence to prove that I cheated?" Lu Yiming's words made Ma Chao unable to refute. He hesitated for a long time and could not say a word. He could only look at Gong Fei. However, Gong Fei's eyes were always on Lu Yiming. After hearing what he said, he suddenly laughed. "Little brother, you are really good at this. I originally wanted to kill you, a fat pig, but I never thought that in the end. The fat pig that was slaughtered was actually us. If I'm not mistaken, you called 1,000 when you leaned over to take Xiao Mar's card, right?" Hearing this, Lu Yiming refused to admit it and said, "I don't know what you are talking about. If you accuse me of cheating, show me the real evidence. Otherwise, there is nothing to say." Gong Fei smiled again and said, "I don't have any evidence, but do you think you can get all this money out of this gate by yourself?" "Threat, this is a naked threat. Chapter 26, See My Skills. Hearing Gong Fei's words, Lu Yiming sat up straight. He looked directly at him with a cold light in his eyes. Why are you threatening me? Gong Fei smiled coldly. You can understand it that way. Lu Yiming ignored Gong Fei's threat and turned to look at Cao Fangfang, who was standing beside him. Old classmate, is this how you treat me? You led me to this butcher's scheme and took my money. Upon hearing this, Cao Fangfang sneered, as if she was already accustomed to such accusations. Lu Yiming, for the sake of our old classmates, you leave the money here, and then take out another 5 million. I will ensure that you can leave here safely. Lu Yiming sneered, looking directly at Cao Fangfang and said, What if I don't do it? Cao Fangfang's face darkened and her voice turned cold. Then don't blame me for not considering the friendship between classmates. At this time, Gong Fei on the side spoke again. Little brother, if you want to live, I can give you 2 choices, either listen to her and take another 5 million, or... Gong Fei paused here. Lu Yiming frowned slightly and asked, What? Hearing this, Gong Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, and then slowly said, Or let me see your skills. Would you like to see my skills? Lu Yiming raised his eyebrows slightly. Gong Fei said, That's right, play with me for a couple of rounds. As long as you can beat me, not only can you take the money on the table, I can even give you another 1 million. He didn't care whether Lu Yiming agreed or not. He just stretched out his hand and moved his fingers. Ma Chao next to him immediately took out another unopened deck of playing cards. Gong Fei slowly opened the package and took the playing cards inside in his hand. For a moment, the entire hall seemed to be silent. No one spoke, as if they were afraid of disturbing each other. Lu Yiming looked at the other person indifferently and also did not speak. Gong Fei stood in front of the round table and began to shuffle the cards. I saw his hands flying like a ghost, playing with a deck of cards in his palms. His fingers were nimble and powerful, and every time he cut and shuffled the cards, he was precise and accurate, as if he had some special connection with the cards. Lu Yiming narrowed his eyes slightly. Didn't he expect that Gong Fei was also a master of cheating, and judging from his skills, he was even more powerful than Ma Chao. Gong Fei gently pushed the playing cards on the table, and the cards spread out like flowing water, forming a long winding dragon. Then, he lightly flipped the bottom of the cards with his fingers, and the whole deck of cards seemed to be given life, turning over one by one, and each card was accurately displayed in front of everyone. Cao Fangfang was stunned. She had never seen such superb card skills. After playing a series of tricks, Gong Fei placed the entire deck of cards neatly on the table, looked at Lu Yiming and said, Little brother, please. At the same time, everyone turned their eyes to Lu Yiming. Feeling everyone's gazes, Lu Yiming remained indifferent. I saw a hand slowly stretched out, and the fingers quickly tapped on the neatly arranged cards of Gong Fei. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 cards flew out gently as if they were cast by magic and landed steadily in front of Gong Fei. Gong Fei didn't waste any time and turned over the 4 cards one by one. When all 4 cards were turned over and displayed in front of Cao Fangfang and the others, the atmosphere at the table froze instantly, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Yiming. Ma Chao looked at him in disbelief, as if he had seen something incredible. You are indeed a con man. Because the 4 cards that Gong Fei turned over were all aces. Cao Fangfang was equally surprised. He had never expected that his old classmate was actually a very good con man. It really feels like shooting oneself in the foot and getting oneself into trouble. Gong Fei's expression was even more shocked. How could Lu Yiming memorize the order of all the cards while he was shuffling them? You have to know that it is impossible to accurately find for A cards in such a complicated shuffle without certain skills. Even for him, an old con man who has learned this skill for more than 20 years, it is somewhat impossible to do it. Unexpectedly, Lu Yiming actually did it. How could this not shock him? Gong Fei didn't say anything, but put the 4 aces back into the deck and started another fancy shuffling. You cut the cards in this hand of golden flower. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming just cut the cards casually. After Lu Yiming cut the cards, Gong Fei dealt 3 cards to each of them. I'm a leopard, AAA. As he said that, Gong Fei turned over his cards, and sure enough, there were 3 A's. 3 A's are the biggest cards in poker, unless you can get 235. In the game of fried golden flower, 2, 3, and 5 can eat leopard A. And, it can only eat leopard A. Little brother, you open your cards. In fact, Gong Fei knew that Lu Yiming's whole cards were the smallest straight of 234 without him opening his cards. Gong Fei looked at Lu Yiming with burning eyes, waiting for him to open his cards. But Lu Yiming remained silent. He just stretched out a hand, slowly touched the 3 cards, and then took them out one by one. The first one is the 2 of diamonds. The second one, the 3 of hearts. When Lu Yiming drew the 3rd card, Ma Chao beside him suddenly became nervous. It can't be 5, right? Lu Yiming did not rush to flip the card. Instead, he gently pressed a finger on the last card, looking at Gong Fei with a faint smile. Brother Fei, is this card a 4 or a 5? Gong Fei naturally knew the number 4, but he was a little unsure at this moment because Lu Yiming had just cut the cards. Seeing that Gong Fei didn't say anything, Lu Yiming continued, how about we raise the stakes? Gong Fei was stunned. What's the stakes? Lu Yiming smiled and said, if I win this time, how about you call me master? Upon hearing what Lu Yiming said, Ma Chao and others on the side instantly became angry. You are courting death. How dare you shout like that by yourself? One person. Lu Yiming sneered, do you think I dare to come to this game alone without any preparation? You can go to the window and take a look first. Cao Fangfang was startled by Lu Yiming's words. She immediately ran to the window and looked down. There were no less than 20 people standing in the yard. Lu Yiming chuckled and asked Cao Fangfang, how is it, did you see it? Ma Chao and others also looked at Cao Fangfang at the same time. Look. I see, there are more than 20 people. Cao Fangfang couldn't help swallowing. The whole hall fell silent for a moment. Until half an hour later. Gong Fei let out a long breath, sat up straight, and put away the 3 A's in front of him. Then he looked at Lu Yiming seriously and said, Mr. Lu, this is a great trick. You win, and you can take the money and leave. Lu Yiming asked, you don't want to see my cards? Gong Fei was unexpectedly casual, I won't watch it anymore. All right. Lu Yiming didn't ask any more questions, and then, under the gaze of everyone, he slowly began to pack up the more than 1 million yuan on the table. Without Gong Fei's instructions, Ma Chao and the others did not dare to say anything. They could only watch Lu Yiming slowly walk out of their hall. After Lu Yiming walked out of their hall and disappeared from their sight, Ma Chao couldn't hold back his curiosity. He immediately walked forward and grabbed the card that had not been turned over to take a look. 5 of spades. Lu Yiming won. Looking at the 5 of spades, a gleam of wisdom flashed in Gong Fei's eyes. After sending Ma Chao and the others away, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hello, Miss He. Chapter 27 How about I be your brother-in-law? After walking out of the hall, Lu Yiming first put a large bag of money on the back seat, and then drove the car to the lawn, in front of the 20 people. Rolling down the car window, Lu Yiming shouted to a middle-aged man in the crowd, Brother Zhang. The man called Brother Zhang quickly came to Lu Yiming's car and complained, Boss Lu, when are we going to move? We have been waiting for so long. Hearing this, Lu Yiming smiled faintly, Har har, Brother Zhang, I'm really sorry, my friend doesn't want to move anymore, this is the agreed balance of 30,000, you take it. Brother Zhang was about to lose his temper when he heard that they were not moving, but when he saw Lu Yiming take out 30,000 yuan in red bills, his expression immediately became a little flattering. Brother Zhang happily took the money and said, Hey, Boss Lu, this is embarrassing. We didn't do anything. Lu Yiming chuckled, it's okay, this is what you deserve, just consider it as lost wages. Brother Zhang said with gratitude, Har har, thank you, Boss Lu. Then I'll leave first, Brother Zhang. After saying that, Lu Yiming drove away and soon left the villa. This Zhang Ji is the boss of a small moving company. Although Lu Yiming has been playing cards or singing karaoke these past 2 days. But in private, he had already been secretly preparing for this pig slaughtering scheme. By chance, he met Zhang Ji, and Lu Yiming told him his requirements. That is to ask him to bring more people and follow behind my car. Without my instructions, they should find a position where they can see the window, whether standing or sitting, but they are not allowed to enter the house and have to wait for my instructions for everything. Of course, Lu Yiming also gave Brother Zhang 10,000 yuan in advance, otherwise he was worried that the other party would not listen to his arrangements, and if something unexpected happened, it would be difficult to deal with. Lu Yiming drove back home quickly. As for the 1 million yuan, he had no plans to save it immediately. Although he would be welcomed by the bank if he deposited 1 million, at the same time, he would not be exempted from the necessary procedures and formalities. Before processing the transaction, the bank will conduct a detailed investigation of the funds to ensure that the source of the funds is reasonable and legal, otherwise they may call the police. How reasonable and legal can the money you win from playing poker be? So he could only leave it at home for now. After fiddling around in the room for a while, Lu Yiming felt a little hungry and looked at the time. It's almost 7:30. Then Lu Yiming prepared to go out to eat something, but as soon as he arrived at the dam, he ran into Su Yuji, who had just come down from upstairs. "Hey, Sister Su, aren't you going to work today?" Lu Yiming greeted warmly. Su Yuji smiled slightly and responded, "Today is Saturday." There was a hint of fatigue in her voice, and she seemed to be losing her energy. Lu Yiming was stunned, then scratched his head and said with a smile, "Oh, today is Saturday. I am a little confused. He has been busy playing cards and singing karaoke these past 2 days and really has no sense of time." Su Yuji looked at his embarrassed expression and couldn't help but teasing him. It seems that the uncle has been very busy recently. They rarely met each other these 2 days, and Su Yuji thought Lu Yiming was busy with work. Not bad. Lu Yiming smiled faintly. "Sister Su, where are you going? I see you look like you are in low spirits." Su Yuji sighed and explained, "We went out to eat. I have been at home all day learning to prepare reports for the company. I didn't have time to eat all day. Now I am tired and hungry. How can I cheer up?" After hearing this, Lu Yiming was moved and said, "I just so happen to be going out to eat too. Do you want to join us? Uncle will treat you." Looking at Lu Yiming's sincere expression, Su Yuji thought about it, then nodded, "Okay." Seeing that the other party agreed, Lu Yiming waved his hand and said with a smile, "Then let's go." The two walked out of the alley and not far away they arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Such a beautiful college student should have gone to a high-end restaurant, but after all, this was the first time the two of them had eaten together, and strictly speaking, they were not very familiar with each other. Moreover, in Su Yuji's eyes, Lu Yiming was still a man who could only live in a rented house for 600 yuan a month. If Lu Yiming took Su Yuji to a high-end restaurant for dinner, it would not only seem a bit abrupt, but also a little unrealistic. So eating hot pot is just right, and people in mountain cities also love eating hot pot the most. Walking into a hot pot restaurant called Affordable Hot Pot, Lu Yiming asked for a seat by the window. Taking the menu, Lu Yiming looked at it and asked Su Yuji, "What kind of pot do you want? Yuanyang or red oil?" "Red oil." "Do you want your beef to be spicy or tender?" "Spicy." "Duck blood, duck intestines, fatty beef, brains, and mullet, 1 portion each." "Good. What about vegetables? What to eat?" "Pea head." The weather in the mountain city is very hot. Even though it is already 8 o'clock in the evening, the temperature is still over 30 degrees. So while eating the hot pot, I soon started to sweat profusely. At this moment, after taking a sip of ice-cold beer, the refreshing feeling is simply unforgettable. Putting down his wine glass, Lu Yiming asked Su Yuji, "What major are you studying?" Su Yuji, who was boiling spicy beef, replied, "I'm studying finance." Hearing this, Lu Yiming couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "This financial major depends on resources." Su Yuji was a little surprised. Really? Kindness." Lu Yiming just nodded lightly, because he majored in finance in college. It's useless to have top grades. Once you enter society, you will rely on resources. Lu Yiming asked again, with a hint of expectation in his tone, "By the way, where is your sister? What is she doing?" Su Yuji put the spicy beef in the seasoning bowl, rolled it around, and said, "I'm running a small company." "Did you open it yourself?" Kindness. "That's great, running a business with your brother-in-law." Hearing this, Su Yuji paused for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "No, my brother-in-law was in a car accident on his way back from a business trip the year before last, and he died on the spot." Really? That's such a pity." Upon hearing the news, Lu Yiming was immediately surprised. This news was a pleasant surprise for him. "Fuck you. What are you thinking about? The person is dead, and you are still surprised. Lu Yiming, are you still a human being?" Lu Yiming secretly slapped himself twice in his heart, but the raised corners of his mouth expressed his true feelings at the moment. Lu Yiming then said with some distress, "It must be very hard for your sister to run the company alone." "Fine." Su Yuji didn't notice Lu Yiming's strange tone at all. At this moment, her attention was all on the spicy beef in her condiments. Lu Yiming looked at her, followed this and said, "How about I be your brother-in-law?" Puff. Su Yuji had just put the spicy beef into her mouth, but she spat it out because of Lu Yiming's words. Chapter 28 Don't Hit My Sister. In an instant, the chili oil rushed into Su Yuji's nasal cavity, and she felt her throat tighten. Ahem. The strong stimulation made her cough. The spicy smell penetrated into her respiratory tract like a fiery snake. Tears welled up in her eyes and her face turned red from the spiciness. Seeing Su Yuji's big reaction, Lu Yiming quickly handed him a tissue. Is it necessary to react so strongly? Taking the tissue, Su Yuji wiped her tears and mouth, then stared at Lu Yiming and asked, "What do you think?" Seeing Su Yuji's eyes that seemed to want to eat him, Lu Yiming immediately smiled and said, "Hee, I was just joking, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously, your sister will definitely not like me." Su Yuji snorted, "It's good that you know." Lu Yiming smiled faintly, and then called out, "Come on, Sister Su, eat quickly, otherwise the hot pot will get cold and it won't taste good." "Uncle, can you please stop telling jokes? It's really cold." Su Yuji was speechless. "Can this hot pot be cooled?" Lu Yiming smiled indifferently, Hee, then I won't tell you a joke, how about telling you a brain teaser?" Su Yuji said, "You tell me." Lu Yiming put down his chopsticks, cleared his throat, and then said, "Lar. Let me ask you, do you know which animal in the zoo is the quietest when it gets angry?" When Su Yuji heard the question asked by Lu Yiming, images of countless animals flashed through her mind, but none of the answers was what she wanted. Because no matter what animal it is in the zoo, they will roar and scream when they get angry. How can they be quiet? "I don't know." Su Yuji said simply, "You tell me." Lu Yiming smiled lightly, but this smile had a bit of vulgarity in it, and said, "It's a gorilla." "Gorilla?" Su Yuji said in disbelief, "Gorillas are the most aggressive. How can they be the calmest when they are angry?" Har, you don't know this." Lu Yiming smiled proudly, then he pounded his chest with both fists like a gorilla and said, "Because when a gorilla gets angry, it will knock quietly." Su Yuji. It's numb. Seeing Su Yuji's reaction, Lu Yiming was speechless. "Isn't this funny? When I heard this brain teaser, I almost died of laughter." "Boring." Su Yuji said lightly, then picked up a piece of tripe and boiled it for 3 seconds, then rolled it in the seasoning. As she ate, she began to laugh and her cheeks became redder. Seeing Su Yuji laughing, Lu Yiming said very proudly, "Har, you're laughing, right? I said no one can escape this brain teaser joke." Soon, after finishing the hot pot, Lu Yiming paid the bill and took 2 free ice creams from the freezer. "Give." Lu Yiming handed one to Su Yuji. Seeing this, Su Yuji didn't hesitate to take the ice cream, tore open the wrapper, took a bite, and the cool feeling instantly spread across the tip of his tongue. "Uncle, I didn't realize you're quite good at making girls happy." Su Yuji teased, with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Su Yuji's favorability +1. "Well enough." Lu Yiming shrugged, and then half-jokingly said, "Why don't you consider introducing me to your sister? Then I, your brother-in-law, will treat you to delicious meals every day." When Su Yuji heard this, he immediately rolled his eyes and said, "My sister will never fall in love with you." Lu Yiming smiled and took a bite of the ice cream, saying disapprovingly, "Are you so sure? Your uncle is not ugly." Su Yuji shook his head and said seriously, "This has nothing to do with being ugly or handsome." Lu Yiming chuckled and teased her deliberately, "Is it related to poverty and wealth?" Su Yuji frowned slightly and retorted, "My sister is not that snobbish, okay." Seeing that Su Yuji was somewhat dissatisfied, Lu Yiming quickly waved his hand and explained, "I was just kidding, don't mind it." Su Yuji snorted and warned, "Uncle, I'm warning you, don't set your sights on my sister." Lu Yiming waved his hands quickly and said repeatedly, No, I'm not kidding. Your sister and I have only exchanged a few words when we rented a house, and we have never even met each other a few times. I was just kidding." "That's good to know." Su Yuji nodded with satisfaction, and the two continued on their way home. The sweetness of the ice cream became more and more intense in the night. Soon, after returning to the old building in the alley, the two went back to their bedrooms. Since Su Yuji had to take a shower first, Lu Yiming had to stay in the bedroom and scroll through his phone out of boredom. Opening TikTok, Lu Yiming saw Xian, who was not afraid of spicy food, was live streaming. Then he clicked into Xian's live broadcast room. Welcome, Brother Nyan. Welcome, my brother Nyan to Xi'an, thank you very much. As soon as Lu Yiming entered his live broadcast room, he was discovered by the sharp-eyed Chen Xian. Even though she was chatting with her family, she immediately cheered. Brother Nyan is her god. Last time, he gave her a carnival gift worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. How could I be negligent? In the past 2 days, Xian also sent many private messages to Lu Yiming, asking him to come to her live broadcast room to play. But Lu Yiming didn't reply much, so she thought that Lu Yiming, the arrogant guy, ignored her. She was depressed for quite a while because of this. Now that she saw him appear in her live broadcast room, how could she not be extremely excited? Chen Xian was wearing an unusual outfit today. She was wearing a high-waisted half t-shirt that outlined her graceful waist, and her long legs were vaguely visible under the loose sports shorts. The slightly curly long hair dances in the wind with the help of the blower. Purity and charm blend perfectly in her, firmly attracting the attention of some perverts in front of the screen. Seeing that Chen Xian was so lively and sensible, Lu Yiming didn't say anything and threw 9 carnivals over first. Thank you to my brother Nyan for sending me 9 carnivals. Family members, come and applaud my brother Nyan and type some words on the public screen saying that brother Nyan is awesome. As Chen Xian shouted, the people in her live broadcast room gave her face and commented brother Nyan is awesome. The barrage in the live broadcast room also became lively. Where has brother Nyan been these past 2 days? Our anchor Xian misses brother Nyan so much. Brother Nyan is brother Nyan. He started 9 carnivals without saying anything. He is really arrogant. Oh. I envy brother Nyan every day. When the netizens were chatting happily, Lu Yiming threw brother 9 carnival over and directly put Chen Xian on the list. Chen Xian shouted excitedly, wow. Thank you again, brother Nyan, for giving me another 9 carnivals. It was not like she had never met a domineering elder brother before who had given her gifts and participated in carnivals, but this was the first time she had seen someone as domineering as brother Nyan. He didn't say anything or ask anything at the beginning, and just used the carnival to lead the way. He was really unique. Someone wants to connect with me for a PK game. Brother Nyan, should I join? After hearing what Chen Xian said, Lu Yiming immediately sent a barrage of comments. Let's connect. Chapter 29 Bubble Bath, do you want to see it? After several PKs in a row, with the domineering Lu Yiming in charge, they were invincible and no one could beat them. Afterwards, in Chen Xian's live broadcast room, after enjoying some compliments from Chen Xian and her fans, Lu Yiming, with a satisfied look on his face, sent a message saying he was leaving. Okay, take your time to play. I'll come to see you when I'm free. Now let's go. R. Chen Xian looked reluctant and said, Brother Nyan, don't you want to chat for a while? After hearing what Chen Xian said, the comments on the barrage all started with the words, the host is in love. This also made Chen Xian feel a little embarrassed. Lu Yiming also smiled knowingly, well, no more playing. Goodbye, brother. Bye. Although she was reluctant to let him go, Chen Xian did not try to persuade him to stay, because brother Nyan said that he would come to the live broadcast room when he was free. If she insisted on keeping him, it would cause him to be disgusted and it would not be worth it. Lu Yiming exited TikTok and checked the time. It had been almost an hour, and Suyoji should have finished showering by now. Thinking of this, Lu Yiming took his clothes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Sure enough, after Suyoji finished taking a shower, he also went upstairs. Lu Yiming came to the bathroom and pushed the door open. A warm and fresh fragrance rushed towards him, like flowers blooming in spring, with a faint sweetness. This made Lu Yiming a little dazed. How come the girls smell so good when they take a shower? What brand of shower gel do they use? Muttering something quietly, Lu Yiming closed the door and took off his clothes. Warm water poured over his head, and the fragrance seemed to be intertwined with the water flow, lingering around him for a long time. He closed his eyes gently, enjoying the indescribable feeling of comfort at this moment. 5 minutes later. Lu Yiming, who had just finished taking a shower and was about to put on his clothes, was attracted by 2 messages that popped up on his mobile phone beside him. Lu Yiming took a look and found that it was sent by Chen Xian, and it contained 2 pictures and a message. Seeing this, Lu Yiming clicked it without hesitation. Picture.jpg. Picture.jpg. Brother Nyan, this is the suspender skirt I just bought today. This is the first time I wear it. How about it, Brother Nyan? Does it look good? In the picture, Chen Xian is wearing a suspender miniskirt, revealing her slender collarbone and very seductive cleavage. The close-fitting cut shows off her sexy figure, which makes people imagine a lot. Lu Yiming looked at the photo and his whole body straightened up instantly. Then he immediately sent a message. Your cleavage, it can't be photoshopped, it doesn't seem that big when I saw it in your live broadcast room. Not long after, Chen Xian sent another long string of messages. How can it be photoshopped? I'm this big anyway, okay. A standard 36D, but I don't wear it this way in the live studio, okay. Really? I don't believe it. Lu Yiming chuckled. Don't believe it. I don't believe it. Is it inconvenient for you? Seeing the question asked by Chen Xian, Lu Yiming took another look at his naked body. Then he sent a text message. It's convenient, how can it be inconvenient? Chen Xian replied immediately, Brother Nyan, are you doing something unspeakable? Awkward expression. Lu Yiming told the truth, what are you thinking about? I'm in the bathroom, I just took a shower. As soon as the message was sent, Chen Xian actually sent a video call. What is this for? Oh. Lu Yiming raised the corner of his mouth, and then decisively refused. You have ulterior motives, I won't show you. Brother Nyan, Xian is also taking a bubble bath, do you want to see? The message sent by Chen Xian was full of teasing between words. However, Lu Yiming didn't quite believe it. Bubble bath? You must be kidding. Wasn't it live just now? Chen Xian replied, Brother Nyan is gone, it's boring for me to continue broadcasting, so I'll log off too. Looking at this message, Lu Yiming didn't think for a moment and decisively played back a video. Soon Chen Xian appeared in the video. In the video, Chen Xian was wearing the suspender skirt in the photo, but unfortunately only her face could be seen. For example, he didn't even have a crack on her 36D cleavage. However, I have to say that the people selected by the system are indeed very beautiful. They are basically the same as during the live broadcast. Beauty filters and the like seem a bit redundant. Where's the bubble bath you promised me? I trusted you so much that I sent you a video to verify it without saying anything, but I ended up watching it in vain. Hearing Lu Yiming's complaints, Chen Xian on the other end of the video didn't care at all. Instead, she said with a look of surprise, Wow, I didn't expect Brother Nyan to be so handsome. I thought he was a bald, middle-aged, greasy man. Lu Yiming chuckled and said, Why, are you disappointed? I didn't expect you to have such a strong taste. Chen Xian said in a coquettish tone, Humph, no, I don't like middle-aged greasy men, I just like handsome oppers like Brother Nyan. Come on, where's the bubble bath you promised me? Do you want to see it? Chen Xian's smile was full of charm and teasing, then put your phone away so I can take a look first. You old six. You wish. Since Brother Nyan won't show it to me, then I won't show it to Brother Nyan either. I'm hanging up now. Hang up? How dare you? Beep. Holy shit. Lu Yiming didn't expect that Chen Xian would really hang up as soon as she said so. You are so brave that you actually killed me. Do you still want me to help you with the carnival? Feeling itchy inside, Lu Yiming went to the shower again cursing, and this time he was drenched in cold water. At this time, in Xiangnan Star City, Chen Xian leaned on the sofa with a happy look on her face. Great, it turns out that Brother Nyan is not a greasy middle-aged man. I never thought that he is actually so handsome. He looks like Brother Edison back then. Having said this, she couldn't help but bury her head in the pillow happily. I'm so excited. The main reason why she posted this video today was to see Nyan Ji's true face. Then she would consider whether to meet offline. Now it seemed that Brother Nyan's appearance far exceeded her expectations. Then we can plan the offline meeting well. Thinking of this, she picked up her phone, found the right angle, took several pictures of her long and white thighs, and then sent them to Lu Yiming. A small benefit to compensate Brother Nyan. Brother Nyan, is the weather hot in Shancheng? Will it be cooler if I wear a suspender skirt? This blatant hint meant that Chen Xian was ready to meet Lu Yiming offline. Chapter 30 The rewards brought by the gold digger. The next morning, Lu Yiming drove to the pedestrian street. He made another date with a girl named Xiao Qianqian on the dating app last night. It's not that he has lost interest in Lin Ya, but she found that even though Lin Ya's favorability has increased by 100%, the system no longer has any rewards to speak of. That's why he decided to find another woman, to improve her favorability and get some rewards. Not long after, Lu Yiming met Xiao Qianqian in front of the agreed Starbucks. Xiao Qianqian was very tall, about the same height as Suyuchi, about 1.7 meters. She also had pretty facial features, an oval face with a high nose bridge, and slightly parted red lips. There was a clear light shining in her eyes, like a shining pearl, quietly blooming among the crowd. After detecting a valid consumer object, does the host check the information? Although he had a general understanding of her on the dating app last night, Lu Yiming decided to wait and see. Take a look. Name, Xiao Qianqian. Age, 22. Height, 170 centimeters. Measurements, 80-63-84. Favorability, 0. Pure natural, overall appearance score, 82, cashback valid for consumption. Wow, you haven't even used the knife yet. This did surprise Lu Yiming a little. As for the other party's age of 22, Lu Yiming said he didn't mind at all. Are you Xiao Qianqian? Lu Yiming stepped forward and revealed his identity. I am Lu Yiming, we made an appointment last night. Yes, I am Xiao Qianqian. Xiao Qianqian smiled and nodded, then looked Lu Yiming up and down and said, Did your brother drive here? Kindness. Lu Yiming chuckled and nodded. Xiao Qianqian's favorability plus 10. Oh, finally there is no materialistic girl, but a beautiful girl who is attracted by my handsomeness. This Xiao Qianqian has great taste. Xiao Qianqian smiled sweetly again and asked, What car does your brother drive? Hongqi HS7. Xiao Qianqian's favorability 10. Damn it, what's wrong with driving a Hongqi HS7? What's wrong? Seeing the contempt flashing in Xiao Qianqian's eyes, Lu Yiming was speechless. Isn't this a typical gold digger? However, the more she worshipped money, the more satisfied Lu Yiming felt. When I spend a lot of money on her, won't her favorability towards me increase rapidly? So he was not angry at all about the attitude of this tool man. Xiao Qianqian asked, Brother, shall we eat first? Well, let's go. Lu Yiming said this and prepared to turn around and leave. Xiao Qianqian looked puzzled. Where are you going, brother? Aren't you going to eat at Starbucks? Xiao Qianqian's favorability 10. She felt somewhat dissatisfied, as Starbucks was her lowest standard. She thought Lu Yiming was going to take her to eat street food. As Xiao Qianqian's favorability rating dropped again, Lu Yiming said in his heart. Then he said indifferently, Let's go to the Michelin restaurant across the street to eat. Michelin restaurant. Xiao Qianqian smiled brightly. Really? Brother. Michelin restaurants are notoriously expensive. She had the good fortune to have eaten there once with a man in his 40s, and she has always been obsessed with the environment and food there. I didn't expect that this handsome guy would actually take her there to eat. Xiao Qianqian's favorability plus 10. Xiao Qianqian quickly composed herself, then immediately caught up with Lu Yiming and took him up. Brother, everyone says that the food in Michelin restaurants is delicious, but I've never been there. Xiao Qianqian pretended to be cute and pouted at Lu Yiming. Really? Then don't be polite to me today. Just order whatever is the most expensive. I'll pay for it, so just be generous. Don't be polite to me. Xiao Qianqian's face was full of joy. Really? Brother, you are so kind. Of course it's true, my brother has the ability. Lu Yiming looked indifferent. You want my money and I want your favor. We help each other and it will be a perfect ending. With Lu Yiming's words, Xiao Qianqian no longer had any worries. When ordering food, she just ordered whatever was the most expensive. Seeing Xiao Qianqian being so understanding, Lu Yiming was also very happy. More than half an hour later, Xiao Qianqian wiped her mouth with a satisfied look on her face and said, Brother, this Michelin food is really great, especially the caviar, it's so fresh and delicious. Lu Yiming smiled and said, As long as you are happy. Yeah, very happy. Anything else to eat? No, brother, I'm already full. The waiter pays the bill. As Lu Yiming waved to a waitress wearing black stockings who was standing not far away, the waitress walked over with a smile on her face. Hello sir, your total consumption this time is 8,868. Scan the code. Xiao Qianqian's favorability plus 20. After paying the bill, Lu Yiming was slightly surprised to hear that Xiao Qianqian's favorability rating had suddenly increased by 20. Forehead. Is it so easy to satisfy? I haven't even started to exert my strength yet. 1111, I think the bag you're carrying today doesn't seem to match your outfit. Let's go. I'll take you bike shopping. When Xiao Qianqian heard Lu Yiming say this, she was extremely happy and kept saying it. Really? Brother, I also feel that this bag doesn't match my outfit today. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Xiao Qianqian said in disbelief, Really, brother, are you really going to buy me a bag? Lu Yiming smiled and said, You are so beautiful, how could I bear to lie to you? Xiao Qianqian's favorability plus 20. And when Lu Yiming brought Xiao Qianqian into the LV store, her favorability increased by another 10 points. Then, when Lu Yiming bought her a bag worth 30,000 yuan, Xiao Qianqian's favorability plus 30. Ding! Xiao Qianqian's favorability has reached 80. The system will reward the host with a villa worth 6 million yuan Binjiang Avenue, Yuehubei, room 66. Warm reminder, the formalities are complete and the origin is clean. Please feel free to move in. The property certificate has been placed on the passenger seat of your Hongqi car. Wow, this time the reward is actually a house. Binjiang Avenue, Yuehubei? Forehead. Why do I feel like I've heard it somewhere before? Who said that? For a moment, Lu Yiming couldn't remember anything. While Lu Yiming was puzzled, Xiao Qianqian asked happily, Brother, where are we going to play next? Where are we going to play? Lu Yiming glanced at Xiao Qianqian, who was looking forward to it, and said, Oh, I forgot, I have something to deal with, I have to go back first. When Xiao Qianqian heard this, she couldn't help but said in disappointment, What should we do? Our time is not over yet. Lu Yiming waved his hand and said, It's okay, you can play it first, and I will give you a 5-star rating when the time comes. How about I wait for you, and then continue after I'm done with my work? Xiao Qianqian didn't want to miss out on such a domineering and handsome employer, because she still had a lot of things to buy. Then I'll go, you can take your time to walk around. After Lu Yiming left, Xiao Qianqian thought about it and then sent a WeChat message to the other party. Brother, drive carefully. I'll wait for you. However, a big red exclamation mark made her stand there in a daze. Chapter 31 Encounter with the Su Sisters. Yuehubei on Binjiang Avenue is a mid to high-end residential area. Its geographical location is on the riverside, the air is very good, there is a good green area, it is very quiet, and it is very suitable for living. The price ranges from 20,000 to 100,000. After leaving Xiao Qianqian, Lu Yiming drove directly to Yuehubei. After I handed my property certificate to one of the security guards at the security booth for verification, another security guard respectfully led the way in front of the car. Thanks. After parking the car, Lu Yiming nodded gently to the security guard and thanked him. Serving the property owners is the responsibility of our Yuhuan security guards. The security guard's attitude was also very enthusiastic. Har, all right. As he spoke, Lu Yiming took out 2 packs of huazi from the car and handed them to him. Here, brother, take them. One for each of you two. Sir, we cannot collect the owner's belongings without permission. The security guard immediately waved his hand to refuse. Take it. When I move in later, I may have to trouble you with some things. Lu Yiming knows how to get along with these people. When he worked as a courier, food deliverman, and temporary worker, he deeply understood that life is not easy for everyone in every job and everyone needs to be valued and respected. After stuffing 2 packs of cigarettes into the security guard's pocket, Lu Yiming walked towards villa number 66. It was not that he could not drive the car directly to the door. He just wanted to take a walk in this villa area and feel the atmosphere of life here. Along the way, he saw tree-lined paths, crystal clear lakes and exquisite and elegant villas. He took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air and peaceful atmosphere. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. In the past, when he came to these places, he always came and left in a hurry because he was afraid that the next order would be overdue and cause complaints from customers. I didn't expect that this time I would step into here as the owner. After handing over the property and receiving the keys, he finally arrived in front of villa number 66 and looked at the large house covering an area of about 360 square meters. Even though it was given by the system, Lu Yiming couldn't help feeling a little excited at this moment. I finally have a house in this mountain city, and it's a big one. The feeling in his heart at this moment was really indescribable. Just as Lu Yiming was about to open the door and take a look, a familiar and unexpected voice called him. Uncle, what are you doing here? Lu Yiming turned around in surprise and saw Su Yuji walking towards him slowly with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing that it was Su Yuji, Liu Yiming immediately hid the keys in his hand and shook the folder containing the property certificate and related documents in front of her. I'm here to deliver something. I can't let Su Yuji know that I have a house, otherwise how can I live in her sister's house and get close to her sister? Su Yuji asked. Oh. Your friend lives here. No, I'm a DD errand boy, delivering things for customers. Liu Yiming smiled unnaturally, then immediately changed the subject and asked, by the way, you're not at home, what are you doing here? Su Yuji raised his eyebrows and said, my sister asked me to come over for dinner. Hearing this, Liu Yiming was shocked. Your sister? Inviting you to dinner? Your sister lives here. I remember it. Binjiang Avenue, Yuehubei. It turned out that it was the beautiful young landlord Su Yuei who mentioned it. No wonder he said he seemed to have heard it somewhere. It turns out that I heard it from Su Yuei. Yes, I live in that building, okay. Looking in the direction Su Yuji pointed, Liu Yiming's expression instantly changed from surprise to joy. Villa number 65, is it your sister's? Yar. Su Yuji looked puzzled, looking at Liu Yiming's strange expression, and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Liu Yiming immediately calmed himself down. Suddenly a very pleasant voice came from not far away. Yuji, who are you talking to? Looking in the direction of the voice, Liu Yiming saw a woman in her early 30s wearing a slim khaki dress. Liu Yiming swore that he had never seen such a beautiful woman in real life. She had picturesque features, indescribable beauty, black hair like ink, a graceful figure, and skin as white as cream, which could not help but stir up ripples in his heart. After detecting a valid consumer object, does the host check the information? Look. Liu Yiming couldn't wait any longer. Name, Su Yuei. Age, 35. Height, 175 centimeters. Measurements, 90-60-90. Favorability, 3. Pure natural, overall appearance score, 90, cashback valid for consumption. Her appearance score actually reached 90. It was 2 points higher than Su Yuji. The most important thing is that Su Yui's measurements are 90-60-90, which is the perfect golden ratio. At the same time Liu Yiming saw Su Yuei also saw Liu Yiming and recognized him at first sight. Liu Yiming. There was a hint of uncertainty in Su Yui's voice. When she got closer, she asked in confusion, why are you here? Liu Yiming came back to his senses, smiled and nodded in response, I'm here to deliver something. Oh. Su Yuei responded softly, turned her gaze to her sister, and asked, Yuji, do you know each other? Being stared at by her sister like this, Su Yuji looked a little flustered. She glanced at Liu Yiming secretly and didn't know how to start for a moment. I must not let her know that I live off campus and in my sister's old house, otherwise I will definitely get a scolding. After Liu Yiming saw Su Yuji's embarrassment, he immediately spoke up to help, we don't know each other. I just happened to run into her when I was looking for building 66, so I just asked her a few questions. Yeah. Su Yuei looked at Su Yuji again. Yes. He asked me for directions, but we didn't know each other. Su Yuji nodded repeatedly. Su Yuei looked at her sister's evasive eyes and couldn't help feeling a little confused. But she didn't delve into it and just responded calmly, oh. Sister, do you know each other? Su Yuji took the opportunity to change the subject. Yes. Su Yuei nodded, Liu Yiming is my tenant. The tenant is him. It's the old-style building that you and your brother-in-law own. At this point, Su Yuji suddenly stopped talking, realizing that he might have said something wrong, and his expression became a little unnatural. She secretly looked at her sister, wanting to see her reaction. However, there was no expression on Su Yuei's beautiful face, she just nodded slightly. Yes, I rented the house to him. Hearing the conversation between the two, Liu Yiming felt that he had grasped something, and he must go back and ask Su Yuji what the story behind that house was. Oh. Su Yuji didn't dare to say anything more, for she was afraid of accidentally revealing some flaws. After taking a look at Liu Yiming, Su Yuei frowned slightly and said, I remember that building 66 has not been sold yet. No one has lived there. There was a hint of doubt in her tone, as if she was asking Liu Yiming, but also as if she was talking to herself. Liu Yiming's heart tightened, but he said calmly, I don't know, the address where I received the order is right here. Su Yuei didn't care when she heard this, and then asked Liu Yiming, have you eaten? Chapter 32 Red Apples and Green Apples. Not yet. Lu Yiming replied without thinking. Su Yue said softly, my meal is ready, come and eat with me. How can this be so embarrassing? The corners of Lu Yiming's mouth couldn't stop rising, and he couldn't suppress it. Su Yuji, who was standing by, rolled his eyes when he saw this scene, and couldn't help but despise Lu Yiming in his heart. Su Yue smiled faintly, like 100 flowers blooming and a spring breeze blowing on her face. It's okay, it's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Thank you, landlord. Su Yue said, you don't have to call me landlord. I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Sister Su. Okay, Sister Su. Looking at the corners of his mouth that were harder to suppress than AK, Su Yuji said, aren't you going to give me something? Lu Yiming smiled indifferently and said, the owner is not here. I will leave this thing at the property management and ask them to pass it on. Su Yue glanced at the two of them and said, okay, let's go and eat first. Okay, Sister Su. Lu Yiming followed the steps of sisters Su Yue and Su Yuji and slowly walked towards villa number 65. He deliberately fell behind by one step so that he could appreciate the sisters' backs more clearly. As the breeze blew, the two sisters' long hair fluttered gently in the wind. Their figures looked particularly graceful and eye-catching under the sunlight. Lu Yiming couldn't help but take a deep breath. The sultry air seemed to be filled with a faint fragrance, which made people feel intoxicated. Sister Su Yue's back is like a ripe red apple, plump and full of charm. Her waist swayed gently with the rhythm of her steps, and her plump buttocks exuded an indescribable charm. Every subtle movement seems to be telling of the charm of a mature woman. The back of her younger sister Su Yuji is like a green apple. Although it is equally beautiful, it lacks the mature charm. Her figure is tall and slender, giving people a feeling of purity and innocence. However, compared with her sister, her back seems to lack some heart-beating charm. Lu Yiming walked silently behind them, and couldn't help but compare the two sisters in his heart. He remembered that when he was a child, he would steal apples from other people's orchards. The bright red apple always attracts his attention faster, and the sweet and delicious taste is unforgettable to him. Although green apples are delicious, their sour taste does make people less excited and surprised. Soon, Lu Yiming arrived at Su Yue's home. Brother Yiming, these are slippers. They are new and no one has worn them yet. Please put them on first. Su Yue's voice was gentle and kind. She took out a pair of brand new slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to Lu Yiming. Lu Yiming took the slippers with a smile on his face. Thank you, Sister Su. Then you change first. Su Yue turned and walked towards the kitchen, not forgetting to look back and remind Su Yuji, who was also changing shoes at the side. Yuji, please entertain us first. Su Yuji pouted and muttered in dissatisfaction, I know. She looked at Lu Yiming with a hint of vigilance in her eyes. After her sister walked into the kitchen, she lowered her voice and warned, I warn you again, don't even think about hitting on my sister. Hearing this, Lu Yiming smiled even more. Okay, I know. He deliberately dragged out his voice, as if he was just trying to please Su Yuji. However, the two words, no way, that he had not yet said in his heart rang like a bell, echoing in the empty living room. Su Yuji naturally didn't know what Lu Yiming was thinking, and thought his warning had worked. Then he snorted and went to the living room, and Lu Yiming followed closely behind him. Su Yue's living room is like an exquisite work of art. In the modern decoration style, every detail exudes warmth and comfort. The soft sofas, gentle table lamps, and the carefully selected high-quality furniture all demonstrate her love and pursuit of high-quality life. After looking around the living room, Lu Yiming looked at Su Yuji and couldn't help but teasing him, such a nice house, but you don't want to live in it. You insist on squeezing into that old building. I don't know what you are thinking. Su Yuji snorted, what do you care? Lu Yiming shrugged and said, TSK, do you think I'm like your sister and want to control you? After saying that, Lu Yiming walked towards the kitchen. Seeing this, Su Yuji quickly asked, what are you going to do? Of course I'm going to help. Freeloading is not my style. Lu Yiming ignored Su Yuji and walked straight into the kitchen. Looking at Su Yue, who was washing vegetables, Lu Yiming said, Sister Su, let me help you. Su Yue turned around in surprise, looked at Lu Yiming, who walked into the kitchen, and said, no, it will be ready soon, go sit in the living room. Lu Yiming smiled and said, it's okay. I can't sit still. If I don't do something for a while, I'll feel uncomfortable all over. As he said that, Lu Yiming took the dishes from Su Yue's hand and started washing them himself. After taking a look at Lu Yiming, Su Yuwei no longer refused. She turned and went to the stove to busy herself with other things. Su Yoji was not idle either. She leaned on the kitchen door and kept an eye on Lu Yiming. In the kitchen, Lu Yiming and Su Yuwei were busy side by side. Although they didn't talk much, they had a surprisingly good understanding of each other. Soon, a table full of delicious food was served. The braised pork is bright in color and exudes an enticing aroma. The steamed fish is tender and juicy, making people salivate. The green vegetables are crisp and refreshing at first glance, which makes people's appetite open. Looking at the table full of sumptuous dishes, Lu Yiming couldn't help but praise, "Sister Su, I didn't expect you to be so skillful and to be so good at cooking." "It's fine." Su Yuei chuckled and said, "I'm usually very busy with work, and Yoji is also doing an internship, so it's rare for me to have some free time. I haven't done it for so long that I'm a little rusty." Not unfamiliar. Then Lu Yiming half-jokingly said, "If I had such a good sister, even if she beat me, scolded me, and controlled me every day, I would want to be with her every day." Su Yoji naturally knew who Lu Yiming was talking about, and immediately rolled his eyes. Su Yuei smiled but said nothing. Half an hour later, Lu Yiming devoured the food in no time and almost finished all the dishes on the table by himself, with the two sisters only touching a small amount. Su Yoji looked at Lu Yiming and couldn't help but teasing him, "Uncle, are you a pig? How can one person eat so much?" Lu Yiming touched his round belly, chuckled, and said a little embarrassedly, "Sister Su's dish is really the best I've ever eaten except for the food my mom cooks. So I lost control of myself and made you laugh." Su Yoji looked disdainful. "I didn't realize that uncle is not only good at eating, but also good at flattering people." Lu Yiming shook his head and said honestly, "I'm really not flattering you, I'm just telling the truth. Sister Su's cooking is really delicious." Su Yuei looked at Lu Yiming's naive appearance and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Su Yuei's favorability +1. Chapter 33 Little White Rabbit Xia Ank. Lu Yiming came out of Su Yuei's house with a satisfied look on his face, of course, to win Su Yuei's favor. He rushed to clean up the dishes and the kitchen before he said goodbye and left. Fearing that he would be seen by the two sisters, Lu Yiming did not choose to go to Villa number 66 to look at the house. After leaving Su Yuei's house, Lu Yiming walked straight to the parking lot, drove the car, and quickly left Yuehubei. Just when Lu Yiming was about to return to the rental house, Xia Ank sent him a text message via WeChat. "Brother Lu, are you busy? I want to treat you to dinner tonight." While waiting for the red light, Lu Yiming smiled and quickly replied, "Okay. But I want to ask, what do you want to treat me to?" This time, Xia Ank replied to her message in seconds, "Brother Lu, you can eat anything you want." "You said it, smirking face, dot. Kindness. Okay, then listen to my arrangements." "Good. I'm driving and will pick you up later." "Well, be safe." Just when Lu Yiming was about to reply to a message, the car behind him honked, beep beep beep. Looking up, I found that the red light had turned green without me noticing. Lu Yiming put down his phone and drove away quickly. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yiming drove to the place where he had agreed to meet with Xia Ank. The city's neon lights flickered in the night, and there was a busy intersection with a constant flow of traffic. Lu Yiming sat in the car, his eyes looking through the traffic, and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the distance on the street. Xia Ank. Xia Ank is exceptionally beautiful today. She is wearing a knee-length miniskirt and silver high heels that set off her long legs, making her look sexy and charming. She was holding the LV handbag that Lu Yiming bought for her last time, standing quietly on the side of the road, like a blooming night rose, attracting the attention of passers-by. It can be seen that Xia Ank dressed up a little today. Just when Lu Yiming was about to drive the car in front of the other person, he saw a man approaching her. The man seemed to be asking Xia Ank something, but it was obvious that Xia Ank didn't want to pay any attention to him at all. However, the man still refused to give in and continued to harass Xia Ank. Seeing this scene, Lu Yiming stepped on the accelerator, and the black Hongqi HS7 came in front of the two of them like a knight in the night. Xia Ank and the man were also startled by the sudden appearance of the car. The man who reacted immediately started cursing, "Who the hell are you? Do you know how to drive? You almost hit me." However, a hint of surprise flashed in Xia Ank's eyes, because she recognized the owner of the car, Lu Yiming. As the man was cursing, Lu Yiming, who was 1.8 meters tall, walked out of the car with a gloomy face. He was like a mountain, covering him, giving him a very oppressive feeling. And the man's arrogance gradually weakened under Lu Yiming's gaze. Lu Yiming ignored the man. He just glanced at him coldly, then turned to Xia Ank and said, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Xia Ank shook her head. "I'm glad you're all right." As he said that, Lu Yiming opened the passenger door and said, "Get in." "Kindness." Xia Ank nodded obediently and got into the car. After closing the car door, Lu Yiming looked at the man again. He never said a harsh word to him. But his approachable aura still frightened the man, and he dared not utter even a word. In the end, he could only watch timidly as Lu Yiming drove away. Seeing Lu Yiming's car driving away, he dared to curse, "Fuck, why are you so arrogant? When I have money, I will make you pay." In the car, Lu Yiming saw that Xia Ank was still a little uneasy, so he asked, "How is your mother? Is she feeling better?" To divert her thoughts, Xia Ank responded, "Yeah, much better. The doctor said that I can go home and take care of myself after staying in the hospital for a while." "That's good." Lu Yiming smiled, and then said seriously again, "Xia Ank, can I ask you a question?" "Just ask, Brother Lu." Looking at Lu Yiming's serious expression, Xia Ank thought he was going to ask her something important, and her expression unconsciously became serious. Once upon a time there was a little white rabbit who got lost in the forest. He asked a little black rabbit he met, little black rabbit, I am lost in this forest, how can I get out?" The little black rabbit said, "Let me have some fun, and I'll tell you." Then the little white rabbit got lost again. Then it met a little grey rabbit, and asked the little grey rabbit, "How can I get out of this forest?" The little grey rabbit said, "Let me be happy for a while, and I will tell you." Then the little white rabbit really walked out of the forest and gave birth to a little rabbit. So may I ask, what color will the rabbit born by this little white rabbit be? Xia Ank thought for a moment and said, "Color. No." Lu Yiming shook his head. "White. No. Grey. No." Xia Ank guessed for a long time, but all the answers were wrong, so she asked Lu Yiming curiously, "What color is that?" "Hey hey." Lu Yiming smiled obscenely, then slowly said, "Let me have some fun, and I'll tell you." Upon hearing this, Xia Ank immediately realized that she had been tricked by Lu Yiming, and her cheeks turned red instantly. "Hate." Lu Yiming smiled indifferently and said, "Are you feeling better now?" Xia Ank nodded with a smile on her face and said, "Yeah, much better." Lu Yiming suddenly remembered something. "By the way, has Cao Fangfang contacted you in the past few days?" "No, what's wrong, Brother Lu?" It seems that Xia Ank still doesn't know what happened that day. "No, I'm just asking." Lu Yiming didn't care. He drove Xia Ank to a 5-star hotel. Xia Ank didn't say anything. She had already prepared for this day. Lu Yiming requested a presidential suite in Xia Ank's name, but of course he paid for it himself. After entering the room, Xia Ank went to take a shower consciously. Lu Yiming got a glass of wine, sat on the edge of the bed, and slowly admired the night view outside the window. Not long after, Xia Ank walked out of the bathroom, with a bath towel casually wrapped around her graceful figure. The water droplets slid down her delicate neck, dotted on her sexy collarbone, gleaming with an alluring luster. Under the bath towel, the pair of slender legs are faintly visible, as if telling of endless temptation in the night. Her beauty does not need too much embellishment. In that instant, it is more breathtaking than the night view outside the window. Lu Yiming, who was sitting beside the bed, said softly, "Come here." "Oh." Xia Ank responded and came to Lu Yiming with some embarrassment. "Sit on my lap." Lu Yiming said. "Kindness." Xia Ank sat on Lu Yiming's lap obediently and leaned into his arms shyly. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted into his nose, making Lu Yiming suddenly uneasy. Without much talk, a game officially kicked off. Chapter 34. Our Miss He Wants to See You. A night passed, and Lu Yiming had originally planned to take Xia Ank shopping the next day, but she had to go back to the hospital to take care of her mother, so they didn't go. However, when Xia Ank left, Lu Yiming handed over the 200,000 yuan in cash that he had prepared in advance. Her mother's recovery expenses after surgery would cost a lot of money, and how could a girl like her afford it? Lu Yiming's action instantly moved Xia Ank to tears. After sending Xia Ank to the hospital, Lu Yiming prepared to return to his rental house. Just as Lu Yiming turned the car into the alley, suddenly, several people in black suits blocked his way. Seeing this, Lu Yiming's heart tightened and his brows unconsciously frowned slightly. However, he did not get out of the car immediately, but sat quietly in the car, observing these uninvited guests. See what they want to do. What's the purpose? After Lu Yiming stopped the car, one of the people who seemed to be the leader walked to the car window and knocked on the glass gently. Lu Yiming cautiously opened the car window a crack, and the man asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Lu Yiming?" "That's right." Lu Yiming immediately asked, "Who are you? What do you want me to do?" The man did not answer directly, but continued, "Our Miss He wants to see you." "Miss He?" Lu Yiming repeated it doubtfully, his mind full of question marks. He tried hard to recall, but he could not remember when he had met such a Miss He. "Are you mistaken? I don't know any Miss He." Lu Yiming tried to explain. But the man was unmoved, and said firmly, "Mr. Lu, we will not make a mistake. Miss He wants to discuss important matters with you. I hope you can give her a chance." Looking at the man's determined eyes, although Lu Yiming was confused, he also felt a little uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to follow them to meet this Miss He. After all, since the other party could find him easily, there must be a way to make him meet her. This is also a choice without any choice. Afterwards, Lu Yiming followed the men in black suits and drove out of the alley. An hour later, led by the men in black suits, Lu Yiming followed them to the Marriott Hotel, and stayed in the presidential suite that he and Lin Yue had booked last time. Oh my god, what kind of magical plot is this? Walking into the hall, Lu Yiming saw a very beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, and behind her stood a middle-aged man with sharp eyes. After detecting a valid consumer object, does the host check the information? Look. Lu Yiming couldn't wait any longer. Name, Hisini. Age, 28. Height, 168. Measurements, 85, 62, 84. Favorability, 0. Pure natural, overall appearance score, 87, cashback valid for consumption. Hisini? Looking at this woman, Lu Yiming was still confused. Did he really not recognize her? Why did she come to me for no reason? Could it be that he was attracted by my handsome looks on the street? Are you interested in me and want to marry me into your family? Hello, Mr. Lu. While Lu Yiming was full of wild thoughts and suspicions, Hisini came up to Lu Yiming with a smile on her face. Hearing what Hisini said, Lu Yiming asked uncertainly, "Miss He, do we know each other?" Hisini smiled and said, "Just because I didn't know you before doesn't mean I don't know you now. My name is Hisini. I'm sorry to have invited you here this time, Mr. Lu. Don't be surprised. It sounds easy, but for no reason, a few people lined up, stopped my car, and invited me here in a semi-threatening manner. How can I not be surprised?" Although Lu Yiming felt a little unhappy in his heart, his face looked very harmonious. Har har, if a beautiful lady invites me, I will come without hesitation next time even if a gun is pointed at my head. Hisini chuckled and said, "Mr. Lu is really good at joking." No. Lu Yiming waved his hand and looked at Hisini and asked, "I wonder why Miss He asked me to come here." Hisini heard this and slowly said, "It is true, but it is not urgent." What the hell is going on? You made such a big fuss to call me here, and you say the matter is not urgent. Then why the hell did you call me here? Lu Yiming said, "If it's not urgent, I will go back first." Seeing Lu Yiming was about to leave, Hisini smiled and said, Har har, since Mr. Lu is here, why don't we play some games first? A little game. Lu Yiming was slightly stunned. Nice little game. As she spoke, Hisini flipped her hand and 5 dice appeared out of thin air in her hand. Seeing this, Lu Yiming raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be possible that the real purpose of this woman looking for me might be related to gambling? He looked at Hisini again and asked, "Do you know Cao Fangfang?" Not many people knew that he was good at gambling. Apart from Gong Fei, Ma Chao and others, the only person he could think of was Cao Fangfang. Cao Fangfang. Hearing this name, a hint of doubt flashed across Hisini's face. Obviously, Hisini doesn't know Cao Fangfang. Then the only possibility is Gong Fei and the others. However, no matter what Hisini's purpose is, Lu Yiming decided to wait and see. How do you want to play? Lu Yiming was sure that Hisini would gamble. Hisini smiled and said, "Let's just guess the number. How about listening to the sound and identifying the number? Counting by sound." Lu Yiming pretended to be shocked and said, "Miss He, do you think I am the gambling saint's Wasongxing? And can I tell numbers by listening to voices? Hisini didn't care about Lu Yiming's words and said, I know you can do it. Yeah. Lu Yiming chuckled and said, then I will try my best. I hope I won't disappoint Miss He and spoil your fun. I hope so. Hisini smiled, walked to a mahogany table, took the dice cup that had been prepared long ago, and shook it casually. Then he knocked on the table. Mr. Lu, please, can you guess the number of points inside? Able. Lu Yiming's expression was lazy, 1 6, 2 2s. 2 3s, 16 points. Upon hearing this, Hisini immediately opened the dice cup and looked at the numbers on the 5 dice. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. I got them all right. Come again. Hisini shook the dice cup a few more times, but this time she shook it a little longer than the last time. Bang! The dice cup fell heavily. What time? 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 11 o'clock. I got all the answers right for several times in a row. Come again. This time, Hisini's expression became extremely serious. After half a night of dancing in fancy styles, the dice cup finally settled. Mr. Lu, please guess. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming stretched out his finger and made a number 1. A little. Yes, just a little. Hisini heard this and laughed. Har har, Mr. Lu, there are 5 dice in my dice cup, how can it be 1 point? Because all 5 of your dice are stacked together, the top one is 1, and the bottom for a 2, 2, 3, and 1. After hearing what Lu Yiming said, Hisini opened the dice cup again, and then her face changed again, because the other party had guessed all of them correctly again. It seems that Lu Yiming can indeed identify numbers by listening to sounds, and he is an expert among experts. Hisini didn't say anything, but turned and looked at the middle-aged man. Uncle He, come and play with him for a while. Chapter 35 Help me participate in a gambling game. Yes, miss. The man called Uncle He slowly walked to the mahogany table. Uncle He has a square face and a slicked back hair. He looks very dignified and energetic, especially his bright eyes, which seem to be able to see into people's hearts and make people dare not look directly at them. He just stood in front of the mahogany table, and an invisible aura instantly spread out, making people unconsciously respect him. It was obvious at first glance that he was someone who was not easy to mess with. Little brother, I don't really like playing dice. How about we play cards? Uncle Gu's voice was low and powerful. I'm fine with anything. Lu Yiming said indifferently, how do you want to play? Uncle He said calmly, how about keeping it simple and comparing the size? Lu Yiming shrugged and said, no problem. Then, Uncle He took out an unopened deck of playing cards from his pocket. Taking out the 2 queens, he began to shuffle the cards. The way he shuffled the cards was very simple, just like an ordinary person. He simply divided them into 2 stacks, shuffled them crosswise, and then randomly drew them a few times. It was not at all entertaining. Although Uncle Gu's washing was very ordinary, Lu Yiming's expression became extremely serious. In Lu Yiming's opinion, people like Uncle Jiu, who don't show off their abilities, are the most powerful and the most terrifying, because you don't know how powerful he is. Unlike Gong Fei, who washes himself in a fancy way, as if he is afraid that others don't know he is a con man. This only exposes their superficiality and lack of self-confidence. After shuffling the cards, Uncle He placed them on the mahogany table and pushed them gently. The cards spread out like flowing water, forming a long winding dragon. Little brother, draw a card. While Uncle He was speaking, Lu Yiming's brows slightly furrowed. Because he saw that Uncle He secretly hid a card at the moment he pushed the cards. In the art of cheating, his technique is called sleeve sword, which is a kind of hidden trick. Use the card flick or hook to hide the cards in the sleeve. The card he hid happened to be the ace of spades, the largest card among all the cards. In other words, no matter what card Lu Yiming draws next, he is bound to lose. Seeing that Lu Yiming didn't move, Uncle He reminded him again, little brother, you can draw a card now. Hearing Uncle He's words, Lu Yiming gently patted his hand on the table, then slowly asked, Uncle He, I want to ask, when we compare size, should we compare who is bigger or who is smaller? Lu Yiming's words made Uncle He pause. He glanced at Lu Yiming and said, you can compete however you want. Hey, let's compare size. Lu Yiming looked at Hisini with a smile on his face. This is a comparison of size. If not size, then what are we comparing, Miss He, do you think I'm right? Facing Lu Yiming's smiling face, Hisini also smiled and replied, Mr. Lu is right. Lu Yiming chuckled and stopped talking. He just wiped his hand across the spread out cards, and a card seemed to appear out of thin air in his hand, which was extremely magical. Oh. Mr. He, my luck seems to be very good. I actually drew the biggest ace of spades. As he spoke, Lu Yiming slowly showed the front of the card to Uncle He and Hisini. When seeing that the card drawn by Lu Yiming was actually the ace of spades that he had hidden in his sleeve, Mr. He showed a very surprised expression on his face. When did he steal it? Could it be? Thinking of the moment when Lu Yiming patted his hands just now, Uncle His originally surprised expression became even more shocked. Borrowing flowers to pay respect to Buddha. Could he be the disciple of Master Long Sai? Only Master Long Sai's act of paying homage to Buddha could be so subtle and unnoticed. Thinking of this, Uncle He couldn't help but look at Lu Yiming deeply and said, this time, let's play poker, and you wash it. Okay. Lu Yiming didn't say anything, then took the cards and started shuffling them. While Lu Yiming was shuffling the cards, Uncle His eyes were fixed on his hands. He wanted to see how Lu Yiming's skills were. However, Lu Yiming's shuffling technique was basically the same as his. He just shuffled it casually, then handed it to Uncle He and asked, do you want to cut the cards? Upon hearing this, Uncle He cut the cards in Lu Yiming's hand several times without any further ado. Uncle His way of cutting cards is called flower arranging hand, in the art of cheating. It looks no different from ordinary card cutting. But there is another secret behind this. Every time he cut or stacked the cards, he would shuffle the cards that Lu Yiming had shuffled, and move the cards he wanted to another pile. Or they make a mistake in the previous round, so that when they deal the cards, they either cannot deal them at all, or even if they do, they will give them to others. Of course, Uncle He's technique is very fast. It was so fast that when you looked at it with your naked eyes, you would think it was just a normal and random cut of the cards. Seeing this, Lu Yiming just smiled faintly, because Uncle His flower arranging trick was completely useless to him, because the moment the cards returned to his hand again. Lu Yiming has many ways to restore it to its original position. Even Uncle He can't tell. Since it was not a serious gambling game, Lu Yiming simply dealt open cards. 3 kings versus 3 aces. Looking at the 3 ks in front of him, Uncle His hands were shaking a little, while Hisini's eyes were shining. Sorry, I'm AAA. Lu Yiming smiled faintly, then looked at Hisini. Ms. He, tell me, what else do you want to test me on? To be honest, I can play any game to the end, and there is only one result, that is, I will be the winner in the end. Hisini did not refute Lu Yiming's arrogant words, because the result just now had already explained everything. She looked at Uncle He beside her, wanting to ask what she meant. Uncle He. Miss, there's no need to try. Uncle He waved his hand, looked at Lu Yiming, and asked, excuse me, Mr. Lu, do you know Mr. Long Sai? When Uncle He said the words, Mr. Long Sai, a look of respect clearly appeared on his face. 4th Master Long? Who is he? Although Lu Yiming didn't know who this 4th Master Long was, seeing Uncle His respectful expression, it is not difficult to see that Mr. Long Sai must be a very powerful person. Thinking of this, Lu Yiming just smiled faintly at Uncle He. Why do you ask that, Uncle He? Lu Yiming neither admitted nor denied it. Uncle He said seriously, the ace of spades you stole from my sleeve just now should be used to pay tribute to Buddha. As far as I know, there is no one else in the world who can use the art of offering flowers to Buddha so skillfully, except for 4th Master Long. Yeah. Lu Yiming had a nonchalant expression on his face and still didn't admit it or not. Seeing that Lu Yiming didn't want to say anything, Uncle He was certain that Lu Yiming must be the disciple of Master Long Sai. So he didn't ask any more questions. Every sect has its own rules. He just nodded at Hisini. After getting Uncle His approval, Hisini said to Lu Yiming, Mr. Lu, I would like to ask you to help me participate in a gambling game. Chapter 36. Sorry, I can't promise you. Help you participate in a gambling game. Lu Yiming was not surprised at the answer. Since it was not a gambling matter, he would not have tested him by rolling the dice or playing cards. That's right, help me join a gambling game. Although Hisini was asking someone to do something for her, her attitude was still that of a superior lady, or it would be more appropriate to use the word boss. I can give you a reward of 50 million. Looking at the 5 fingers Hisini raised, Lu Yiming raised his eyebrows slightly and said slowly, if I'm not mistaken, you should have come from Haijian, and your last name is He. Is it the he I thought of? Seeing that Liu Yiming had guessed her identity, Hsini did not hide it and immediately admitted her identity. Yes, my father is the gambling king of Macau, He Qiansheng. Although Liu Yiming had already guessed Hsini's identity, he still felt a little surprised when he heard it from her mouth. But after the surprise, there was more confusion. Ms. He, you are the descendant of a gambling king. You can easily raise your arm and countless gambling masters will rush to you. Why did you choose a small shrimp like me? Hsini heard this and said, because you have a clean background. Clean background. Liu Yiming was even more confused. That's right. Hsini then explained, because up to now, no one knows you, and you have never left any traces in any casino, and there are no records. My second mother and the others don't know your tricks, and your tricks are extraordinary. You will definitely help me win this bet, so I came all the way from Haijiang to invite you in person. Liu Yiming couldn't help but laugh when he heard Hsini's tone of "don't be ungrateful" and said, "Oh, so it's my honor." Hsini did not hear Liu Yiming's sarcastic words, but said as if it was a matter of course, the reward of 50 million is enough to make you worry-free for the rest of your life. Har har, 50 million does sound like a lot, but... At this point, Liu Yiming paused. Then he looked at Hsini and said, Ms. He, with my skills, if I go to your casino in Haijian, how long do you think it will take me to earn the 50 million? Hsini was slightly stunned by Liu Yiming's words. She didn't expect that the other party would say such a thing. To be fair, with the gambling skills that Liu Yiming has demonstrated, if he really went to the casino in Haijing, he could win 50 million in perhaps just a few days, hours, or even a few minutes. Looking at Liu Yiming's disdainful expression, Hsini finally understood that her previous arrogant attitude had made Liu Yiming dislike her. That's why the other party would say such things. But she couldn't give up. This gamble was not just a gamble for her, but also the first step for her to gain a foothold in the family. As the apple of the He family's eye and the youngest daughter, Hsini has been bathed in fatherly love since childhood. Not only is she loved by her family, but she has also won the world's recognition with her own efforts and talents. But she did not take advantage of her favor and became arrogant. With excellent grades and unremitting efforts, she earned a double bachelor's degree in management and architecture. To do all this, she completed 4 years of study in just 3 years. However, she did not stop moving forward. She had a bigger dream in her heart, which was to return to her family and help her elderly father share the burden of the family. However, when she returned to her family with great expectations, she found that the family disputes were much more complicated than she had imagined. Second mother and other family members were reluctant to let her get involved in family affairs. They thought she was just a spoiled child who didn't understand the hardships of the family business. Faced with such resistance, Hsini did not back down. She argued with reason and finally made the bet. Hsini glanced at Liu Yiming, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her inner turmoil. I know your ability, Mr. Liu, but this bet is of great significance to me. As long as you can help me win this victory and let me gain a foothold in the family, I can give you everything you want. After Hsini finished speaking, Liu Yiming shook his head simply. Miss He, I'm really sorry. I don't want to get involved in your family's disputes. How about I pay you 100 million first? Hsini wanted to use price to get Liu Yiming's agreement. I'm still sorry, I can't promise you. Hsini was stunned. Then what conditions do you want to help me? Beauty? Status? Money? I can satisfy you. Liu Yiming remained indifferent. Ms. He, you should find someone else. I'm really not interested. Really, can't you think about it again? Hsini still didn't want to give up. Sorry. Liu Yiming stood up and continued, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. Liu Yiming! Hsini shouted, then turned and left Liu Yiming. That's it. Liu Yiming waved at Hsini without turning his head, then left the room. As for those men in black suits, they originally wanted to stop Liu Yiming, but were stopped by Uncle His Eyes. Looking at Liu Yiming's departing back, Hsini was a little overwhelmed. She had never thought that she had been held in the palm of someone's hand since she was a child and had countless admirers wherever she went. But today, in front of a man named Liu Yiming, she looked so embarrassed. She never thought that there would be such a day. Never. She thought she could use her status, wealth, and everything else in exchange for Liu Yiming's help, but she didn't expect to be ruthlessly rejected by him. Miss. Uncle, his voice broke the silence. He walked to Hsini and sighed softly. For a talented person like Mr. Liu, you should put aside your attitude, forget that you are Miss He, and invite him like a friend. In that case, maybe Mr. Lu will be able to lend you a helping hand. Hisini lowered her head and said nothing, tears welling up in her eyes. She never thought that there would be a day when she would need to humble herself and beg others for help, but the reality was cruel and she had to face it. I understand, Uncle He. Hisini's voice was a little hoarse. For this bet, I will adjust my attitude. I will definitely let Lu Yiming help me win this bet, gain a firm foothold in the family, and give second mother and the others a slap in the face. After coming out of the Marriott Hotel, Lu Yiming drove away without any stopping. He really didn't want to get involved in the family disputes of the gambling king, otherwise he would end up in an irreparable situation. How could he be so free and easy now? He can do whatever he wants. He has women and money. As for such an empty thing as status, what is the use of it? Hundreds of eyes will be staring at you. It's scary to think about it. Chapter 37 Joining the Company. Hello. Is this brother phone? Lu Yiming, are you free at noon? I want to treat you to a meal. While driving, Lu Yiming called Feng Daong, his former errand boy for Didi. If for no other reason, he just wanted to get a new job at Didi. Because yesterday, when he told the Su sisters that he was working as a Didi errand boy, Su Yue said that if she needed Lu Yiming's help in the future, she would take Didi to find him. Although Lu Yiming knew that Su Yue was just being polite. But, what if something happens? What if she goes to Didi to ask me for help, and then she sees that I'm not there? Wouldn't that be a bummer? So, just in case, he decided to get a new job at Didi. Besides, when you have nothing to do, taking an order and running around won't be so boring. Not long after, Lu Yiming drove to the agreed restaurant. Just after getting off the car and preparing to enter the restaurant, Lu Yiming suddenly heard a system notification sound in his mind. After detecting valid consumer objects, do you want to check their information? Just when Lu Yiming was confused, he saw a beautiful woman passing by him and entering the restaurant. But what made Lu Yiming speechless was that the beautiful woman was holding the hand of a bald man. Isn't this a bit too explosive? Even if the other party is a valid consumer, it is impossible for you to run to him and say that you want to pay for him, right? He didn't know whether the woman would agree or not, but he, Lu Yiming, knew the bald man and he would definitely not agree. However, out of curiosity, Lu Yiming still said it silently in his heart. It's okay anyway, there's no harm in taking a look. Name, Zheng Chuanxiang. Age, 29. Height, 162. Measurements, 79-65-84. Favorability, 0. I have done minor adjustments, opened my eyes and had double eyelids. Comprehensive score of appearance, 80, cashback valid for consumption. Zheng Chuanxiang. Lu Yiming muttered softly, but he always felt that the name sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. But after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't remember, so Lu Yiming stopped thinking about it. Maybe I heard it wrong. It was almost noon and there were quite a lot of people in the restaurant. When Lu Yiming came in, he did not see Zheng Chuanxiang in the hall. He thought that she and the bald man might have entered the box. As for Lu Yiming, he asked for a seat in the hall. It felt weird for two grown men to have a meal in a private room. Then Lu Yiming ordered some home-cooked dishes, which were the same dishes they often ordered when they worked together before. Soon, as the dishes were served, Lu Yiming's cell phone rang. It was Feng Daong calling. Hello, brother Feng, I'm at table 55. After saying that, Lu Yiming put down his phone and saw the familiar figure walking towards him from afar. Brother Feng, here? Lu Yiming waved and greeted. Feng Daong walked closer and the two hugged each other warmly. Feng Daong is a relatively good person. When Lu Yiming worked under him before, he took good care of him and almost all the recent orders were assigned to him. Lu Yiming noticed that Feng Daong had gained some weight. He was not very tall to begin with, but now he had gained weight and became short and fat, looking like a stone pillar. How to say it? A bit funny. Yiming, how have you been recently? Feng Daong asked with concern after sitting down. It's still the same. Lu Yiming smiled and shrugged, handing over a cigarette. But to his surprise, Feng Daong actually pushed the cigarette back. Brother Feng, what's wrong with you? When did you quit smoking? Lu Yiming asked in surprise. He remembered that Brother Feng was a heavy smoker who could smoke 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Feng Daong smiled a little embarrassedly. Your sister-in-law doesn't like the smell of cigarettes, so I quit. Oh, that sister-in-law is so awesome. Liu Yiming joked. Feng Deong smiled and continued, actually, I want to quit smoking myself. I plan to take care of my health first, and then have a child in a year or two. Oh, if you want a child, you should quit smoking. Liu Yiming agreed. Then Liu Yiming asked again, Brother Feng, is the company still short of people? Hearing this, Feng Deong glanced at Liu Yiming and said, why, do you want to come back? Yar. Liu Yiming nodded. Feng Deong took a sip of tea, looked at Liu Yiming and smiled helplessly, I know that this meal of yours is not for nothing. Hearing this, Liu Yiming smiled and said, Brother Feng, just tell me I'm back, do you want me to? I've already eaten this meal. If I say I don't want it, is that okay? Har har, I'm drinking tea instead of wine, thank you Brother Feng in advance. After the on-the-job training was completed, the two of them continued to chat while eating, and the conversation turned to women. Brother Feng, I've been calling my sister-in-law all the time. It seems like I've been calling her that for almost half a year, right? Come to think of it, I haven't even met my sister-in-law yet, and I don't even know her name. Feng Dio laughed and said, I mentioned your sister-in-law's name before, but you don't remember it. Really? Then what's my sister-in-law's name? Zheng Chuanxiang. Zheng Chuanxiang. Hearing this name, Liu Yiming was instantly startled. Damn it. It can't be such a coincidence. Liu Yiming's eyes swept across their hall in an instant. Fortunately I didn't see it. Brother Feng, what kind of person is my sister-in-law? Liu Yiming asked Feng Deong cautiously. When talking about his wife, Feng Deong always looks very happy. Your sister-in-law is a very good person, very virtuous. I will introduce you to her some other day. Liu Yiming was embarrassed. While picking up food for Feng Deong, he asked, really? Has your sister-in-law behaved abnormally recently? Feng Deong looked puzzled. Abnormal behavior? What abnormal behavior? What an abnormal behavior? For a moment, Liu Yiming didn't know what to say. You can't say that your sister-in-law makes phone calls behind your back from time to time, or takes a shower and gets herself ready as soon as she comes back. Feng Deong looked at Liu Yiming who was still putting vegetables and green peppers into his bowl. He said speechlessly, why are you giving me so many green vegetables and green peppers? Liu Yiming reacted and smiled awkwardly, Brother Feng, I want to ask you, the wife of a friend of mine is cheating on me, how should I hint to him? Hearing Liu Yiming's question, Feng Deong said without hesitation, just tell your friend directly, why are you hinting at it? What if your friend is stupid and doesn't understand your hint? If you tell him about this kind of thing, and he finds out later that you knew about it but didn't tell him, he will definitely blame you. Really? Liu Yiming looked at the green food in Feng Deong's bowl that he had been hinting at with a look of surprise. Indeed, he was a bit stupid. He hadn't reacted to such an obvious hint. Wife. However, just as Liu Yiming was still thinking about whether he should listen to Feng Deong, when he told him that his wife had cheated on him in this restaurant, he heard Feng Deong's somewhat surprised voice. Following Feng Deong's gaze, they saw Zheng Chuanxiang coming out of the box and walking towards them. Chapter 38 Help me kill the scumbag. Oh my god, is it really her? Following Feng Deong's gaze, Liu Yiming saw the beautiful woman he met when he just entered the hotel, Zheng Chuanxiang, Brother Feng's wife. At this moment, she was walking towards this side slowly, without any panic on her face, and could be said to be very calm. Seeing this, Liu Yiming couldn't help but sigh in his heart that this woman's psychological quality was really strong. Deong. Zheng Chuanxiang walked forward, her eyes stayed on Liu Yiming for a moment, and then turned to Feng Deong. Aren't you at work? Why are you here to eat? Hearing this, Feng Deong smiled and pointed at Liu Yiming standing opposite him and explained, this is my former colleague Liu Yiming. He has nothing to do today, so he invited me to dinner. Liu Yiming smiled awkwardly and nodded to Zheng Chuanxiang, hello, sister-in-law. Hello. Zheng Chuanxiang responded politely. By the way, why are you here too? Feng Deong asked curiously. Zheng Chuanxiang replied, I'll bring my dad to dinner. I brought my dad to dinner. This sentence was like a bombshell, exploding in Liu Yiming's heart. He widened his eyes and looked at Zheng Chuanxiang in disbelief. That bald man is actually her father. Damn it, it's my dirty thoughts after all. He originally thought that Zheng Chuanxiang was dating another man, but now it seems that he was just overthinking. Feng Dayong was also surprised. Dad is here too. Zheng Chuanxiang nodded. Well, I originally wanted to call you, but my dad said that you were at work, so I didn't want to disturb you. Lu Yiming listened to the conversation between the two, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Call. Heaving a long sigh, Lu Yiming secretly thanked God that he had not told Feng Dayong about the misunderstanding. Otherwise, the scene would be embarrassing. It seems that I have to keep my eyes open in the future, not just look at the surface of things, and not jump to conclusions easily. Otherwise, he would be the only one who would be embarrassed. For example, at this moment, he was sitting in front of Zheng Chuanxiang's father, and he felt like sitting on pins and needles. It can be said that this meal was the most uncomfortable and embarrassing one he had ever had. After the meal, Lu Yiming rushed to pay the bill. After saying goodbye to his sister-in-law and uncle, he followed Feng Dayong to the Didi running errand company without driving and completed the employment procedures. Since Lu Yiming had worked as a runner for Didi before, and with Feng Dayong's relationship, he skipped the internship period and became a full-time employee. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Yiming, who had not logged out, received a message asking him to run errands. Ding, you have a new order, please go immediately. Lu Yiming took a look at the message and thought that since it was nothing to do, he might as well take the order. Then he drove his Hongqi car to take the order. Soon, Lu Yiming arrived at a residential building according to the address. Ding dong. After finding the house number, Lu Yiming pressed the doorbell. Not long after, a beautiful woman with a good figure but red eyes from crying opened the door and appeared in front of Lu Yiming. After detecting a valid consumer object, does the host check the information? Wow, I'm lucky for my first order. It turned out to be a valid consumer. Have a look. Name, Liao Mingjia. Age, 26. Height, 165 centimeters. Measurements, 86, 63, 84. Favorability, 0. Pure natural, overall appearance score, 82, cashback valid for consumption. Hello, I'm a Didi errand boy. May I ask Miss Liao how I can help you? Help me to kill that scumbag. Liao Mingjia's words were not shocking, but they made Lu Yiming feel a chill down his spine. Is this the first order you take after returning so exciting? Kill the scumbag. Lu Yiming swallowed his saliva and said carefully, Ms. Liao, this is a society ruled by law. You will go to jail if you do this. The other party seemed unmoved, and snorted, you were the one who chopped, not me. I'm not the one who goes to jail. Lu Yiming was speechless. Are all customers so good at shirking responsibility these days? Then, Ms. Liao, please cancel the order. I have parents and children to take care of, and I won't do anything illegal. I won't retreat. I'm going to kill that scumbag today. Liao Mingjia's tone was firm and stubborn. Looking at Liao Mingjia's stubborn and cute appearance, Lu Yiming couldn't help but find it funny. Apart from murder and arson, you can choose a compromise method, and I can help you complete it. Really? Liao Mingjia asked. Kindness. Lu Yiming nodded very seriously. Okay, wait for me. Liao Mingjia said this and turned back to the room, but not long after, she came back again. There was just an extra plastic bag in his hand. Here, pour this on that scumbag. Lu Yiming carefully took the plastic bag and felt that there was liquid inside. What is this? Sulfuric acid or urine? It's not sulfuric acid or urine, it's water from the toilet. Liao Mingjia rolled her eyes at Lu Yiming, then said seriously, when you splash him later, remember to record the video for me and tell him loudly that I hope the children he has in the future are not his own, that's all. After hearing this, Lu Yiming's face was filled with shame. Ms. Liao, are you serious? Big resentment. Damn it, do you have to make it this big? Didn't you say that you can do anything except murder and arson? But. Lu Yiming was about to say something. Liao Mingjia said, don't worry, I will pay you 1,000 yuan, it's not low, right? It's not about money, this kind of thing that allows you to throw dirty water on others and get money at the same time really makes people want to do it. Lu Yiming thought for a moment and said, Ms. Liao, do you really want to do something this big? Hearing this, Liao Mingjia said angrily, of course, who told this damn scumbag to lie to me and cheat on me with 3 or 4 women? Humph. Not killing him is already my kindness to her. Let me make a promise in advance. If I get detained, you have to come and rescue me. Yiming vowed, "Don't worry, if you are really caught, I will rescue you." "Okay. Send that scumbag's name and address to my phone." Yiming had never done anything so exciting, and he also wanted to give it a try. Afterwards, Yiming found the scumbag according to the address provided by Yiming. Their whole scene became very funny when he poured toilet water on the scumbag and said that blessing loudly. The scumbag was splashed all over and people around him looked at him strangely. Of course, Yiming also recorded the entire process with his mobile phone. The man knew he was in the wrong and did not choose to call the police. He could only flee the scene in embarrassment. After completing the task, Yiming returned to Yiming's apartment and sent the video to her. After watching the video, Yiming laughed so hard that he fell backwards. "Har har har, it's so refreshing." "Thank you, errand boy." Yiming chuckled, "You're welcome, this is all my job." Yiming said happily, "I am so happy today. Let's go. Errand boy, I will treat you to a delicious meal."